Hello, welcome back to the Phantom Diary channel. I'm sure there are many of you listening to my stories to fall asleep. Before we start, write in the comments what country you're listening from. So, let's go. It was the kind of evening where the sky seemed to press down on everything, as if it wanted to swallow the world whole. My friends and I had decided to take a drive out to the old abandoned lighthouse, miles from any town, where the cliffs stretched out over the ocean like they were reaching toward the sky itself. The lighthouse had been shut down decades ago, long before anyone could remember. We'd heard rumors that it was haunted, but we didn't believe in that kind of stuff. We just wanted an adventure. The road to get there was narrow, winding, and barely lit by a few flickering streetlights that flickered on and off like they were uncertain of their own purpose. We parked the car at the base of the cliffs and began walking toward the lighthouse. The air smelled of salt and decay, the kind of place where you feel like you've stepped out of time. The lighthouse stood there, looming and skeletal against the darkening sky. Its red brick tower stood like a sentinel, long forgotten, its windows cracked and covered in moss. We reached the entrance, a heavy metal door that creaked open with a groan. Inside, everything was covered in dust. The old lanterns hung from the walls, cobwebs stretched between them. The faint smell of mildew and dampness clung to everything. We walked up the narrow staircase, the sound of our footsteps echoing in the confined space. The higher we climbed, the darker it got. The dim light from the lanterns barely illuminated our path. I kept expecting to hear something. Footsteps, whispers, or maybe the creak of an old floorboard, something to break the silence. But all I could hear was the sound of my own breath, shallow and quick, and the soft shuffle of my friends behind me. Finally, we reached the top. The door at the top of the staircase creaked open, and we stepped out onto the balcony of the lighthouse. The wind hit us, sharp and cold, as we looked out over the cliffs. The ocean stretched out endlessly beneath us. The waves crashed far below, their roar distant and faint. The horizon stretched into nothingness, the darkness blending with the sea. We stood there, taking in the view, laughing and joking. We were miles from civilization, miles from anything that could disturb us. Or so we thought. That's when I heard it, the soft scraping sound, like something dragging itself across the floor below us. I turned to my friends, but they didn't seem to hear it. I figured it was the wind, some old creaking of the lighthouse settling into the darkness. But then it came again, louder, more deliberate. This time, it wasn't below us. It was above. I froze, staring up toward the narrow spiral staircase that led to the top of the tower. The scraping noise was now followed by the faint sound of ragged breathing, labored and slow, like something struggling to draw in air. My hands trembled as I pointed upward. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, but my voice was lost in the wind. My friends looked at me, puzzled. I swallowed hard, trying to tell myself it was nothing. Maybe the wind was playing tricks on my mind. But then came the unmistakable sound of a voice, low and cracked, whispering something I couldn't make out. We were alone up there. I knew it. The others insisted it was probably the wind or some animal, but my instincts told me otherwise. I grabbed my friend's arm and whispered, "We need to get out of here." We turned, bolting down the staircase as fast as we could, the sound of our footsteps pounding in our ears. The scraping noise followed us, but it was closer now, louder. It sounded like it was climbing after us. When we reached the base of the tower, the door was still open. But what we saw outside wasn't normal. There was something standing by the car, something too tall, too thin, with its back bent unnaturally. It didn't move like a person. It was more like a shadow, stretching toward us in the dim light. Its eyes, if they could be called that, were hollow, dark, and seemed to burn with a cold, inhuman light. I wanted to scream, but my voice wouldn't come. The others were frozen in place, too terrified to move. The figure turned its head slowly as if observing us, and then started to walk toward us. Its movements were slow, deliberate, as if it wasn't sure what it wanted. Without thinking, We bolted down the cliffside, the figure still behind us. The wind howled louder, but we didn't stop. We didn't stop until we reached the car and drove away, not looking back. To this day, I can't explain what we saw. I haven't been able to go near that lighthouse since. Whatever was up there, waiting for us, still lingers in my mind. Some places, I've learned, are better left untouched. It was supposed to be a simple day trip. A group of us decided to explore the old, overgrown garden at the edge of town, a place none of us had visited since we were kids. The garden had once been a lush, vibrant place, but now it was a tangled mess of weeds, broken pathways, and twisted trees. We thought it would be a fun adventure, a walk down memory lane, but it ended up being something far more unsettling. The entrance was narrow and hidden by thick undergrowth. We pushed our way through the brambles, the crunch of dry leaves underfoot echoing in the silence. The garden seemed abandoned, almost forgotten. It wasn't large, just a few acres, but there was an eerie stillness to it that felt unnatural. We wandered further in, the air growing heavier as the afternoon wore on. The garden was overgrown, the trees towering above us like silent sentinels. The sunlight filtered through the branches, casting long shadows that stretched and twisted in ways that made it feel as though something was always watching us. But none of us said a word. We were too caught up in the nostalgia, the sense of exploration. As we continued walking, we stumbled across a strange sight, a large, old stone fountain at the center of the garden. The fountain had been drained long ago, cracked and moss-covered, but there was something off about it. The water had long since dried up, but beneath the surface, something glimmered, an unnatural glint of metal. One of my friends decided to investigate. He climbed over the broken edge of the fountain, peering down into the dark depths. We watched as he ran his flashlight over the cracked stone, his expression shifting from curiosity to confusion. "There's something down there," he said, his voice shaking. We all gathered closer, peering over the edge. The glint wasn't just metal. It was a narrow, distorted shape, like a long piece of twisted metal, sticking out from the bottom of the fountain. None of us could make sense of it. It was too unnatural, too strange. One of my friends cautiously lowered a stick down, trying to probe at whatever was below, but it didn't budge. No sound, no shift. It was like whatever was down there wasn't meant to be disturbed. The unease settled deeper into our bones. "Let's get out of here," someone said, their voice trembling. None of us argued. We started to back away, but as we turned to leave, the air grew colder. A sense of dread clung to us, as though the garden itself didn't want us to leave. That's when we heard the sound, soft, almost imperceptible, a whisper drifting through the trees. It wasn't the wind, it wasn't the rustling of leaves, it was a voice, so faint we could barely hear it, calling out from the shadows. "Stay, stay with us." I felt my skin crawl. We all stood frozen, the words echoing in our ears. The voice didn't come from any of us, and it didn't seem human. It was hollow, distorted, like it was coming from something far away, yet impossibly close. "Did you hear that?" someone whispered, their breath ragged. None of us dared to speak. The whisper came again, louder this time, and this time I could make out the words, "Stay with us." I didn't want to turn around. I didn't want to look, but we couldn't move, paralyzed by the sound. The garden had become something else entirely, a place that no longer belonged to us. "Run!" someone finally shouted, breaking the spell. We didn't need to be told twice. We bolted through the tangled underbrush, crashing through the trees, fear driving us faster with every step. Behind us, the whispers continued, growing louder. "Stay. Stay with us." We didn't stop until we burst out of the garden, back into the light, our hearts pounding. When we looked back, there was nothing there. No whispers, no figures, nothing. Just the silence of the trees. None of us dared to speak about it again. The garden was still there, but it had changed. Whatever had called to us, Whatever had tried to pull us back was still out there. We never went back. I've always hated museums. The dim lighting, the echoing footsteps on the polished floors, it always felt oppressive, like history was closing in on me. But on that particular evening, curiosity got the better of me. A friend of mine had convinced me to visit an old abandoned art museum on the outskirts of town. It was said to be haunted, though I didn't put much stock in ghost stories. A perfect way to escape the city, they'd said. I agreed, reluctantly. When we arrived, the place was everything I expected, a relic of another time. Dusty glass cases displayed faded paintings of figures long forgotten, their expressions forever locked in uncertainty. The air was thick with mildew and the faint smell of old paper. It wasn't just quiet, it was silent, as if the building itself held its breath. We wandered through the exhibits, the creak of our footsteps echoing off the empty halls. My friend, oblivious to the oppressive atmosphere, was too busy snapping photos and making jokes. I followed, my senses on high alert, wondering why we had decided to come here. It wasn't until we reached the main hall that the unease became overwhelming. The space was grand, with towering ceilings and a vast, empty display of once majestic sculptures. But now, everything felt hollow, lifeless. My skin crawled as I noticed the shadows in the corners of the room, darker than the rest of the shadows cast by the dim lighting. We stood there for a while, the stillness pressing in from all sides. My friend suddenly stopped, his phone flashlight illuminating a cracked statue of some ancient god. He turned to me, his expression more serious than I'd seen it before. "Did you hear that?" "What?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Footsteps. I swear," he said, his eyes darting toward the far end of the hall. I froze. My heart skipped a beat, and for the first time that night, fear replaced skepticism. The silence wasn't silence anymore. There was something moving in the shadows, something that didn't belong. We listened, and sure enough, the faint sound of footsteps echoed through the vast space. It wasn't ours. The steps were slower, deliberate, almost as if they were searching for something. My friend looked at me, wide-eyed. "We should go." I nodded, my body trembling. We turned back the way we came, every step now feeling heavier, every sound amplifying. The footsteps seemed closer, as if they were chasing us through the empty halls. Suddenly, my phone's flashlight flickered, then went out. I fumbled for it, my fingers shaking. When it came back on, I saw something that made my stomach churn. There was a figure standing at the end of the hallway, tall, gaunt, its face hidden in shadow. It didn't move, just stood there, watching. "Run," I whispered, my voice barely audible. We sprinted, not looking back, but I could feel it following. The footsteps echoed behind us, closer, until we burst out into the cold night air, gasping for breath. We didn't stop until we were well away from the museum. We haven't been back since. I'm not sure what we saw that night, but I know one thing. It wasn't human. It was the kind of day that felt too perfect to be real. The kind of day you only ever see in old photos or travel brochures. My friends and I decided to take a trip out to a secluded beach, tucked away from the usual tourist spots. We'd heard whispers of its beauty from a few locals, but no one really talked about what else might be there. We didn't care. We just wanted the peace and quiet. The drive there was uneventful, winding through winding, narrow roads that twisted through dense forests. The radio played softly, our conversations mellow, as we joked about what kind of adventures awaited us at the shore. It felt like we had the whole world to ourselves. We finally reached the beach in the late afternoon, the sun already low on the horizon. The sand stretched out in front of us, golden and untouched. The sound of the waves crashing on the shore was soothing. For the first time in a long time, we truly felt free. We spent the day swimming, building sandcastles, and exploring the tide pools. It was idyllic. But as the sun dipped further, casting long shadows across the sand, something started to feel off. The beach, once full of laughter and cheer, grew quiet. The air seemed to thicken, the usual comforting sounds of waves and birds fading into silence. It wasn't that we felt unwelcome, just uneasy, like something was watching. As the last light of the day faded, we gathered our things, feeling reluctant to leave the peaceful stretch of shore behind. I was about to suggest we head back when one of my friends, Laura, stopped dead in her tracks. "Wait, do you hear that?" she asked, her voice shaky. We all stopped and strained to listen. At first, it was just the sound of the ocean, but then I realized she wasn't talking about the waves. There was something else, a faint, rhythmic thudding, soft but insistent, like something hitting the ground just beyond the edge of the trees. "What is that?" I whispered, my stomach tightening. We couldn't see anything, just the dark silhouettes of trees looming beyond the beach. The sound grew louder, closer, and now I was sure I could hear another noise. Whispers. Low, unintelligible voices like they were murmuring right at the edge of hearing. "I think we should go," one of my other friends, Mike, said, his voice barely above a whisper. His face was pale, his eyes wide. "Maybe someone's camping out there," Laura suggested, but her words trembled as she spoke. The thudding noise stopped abruptly and the whispers fell silent. A sudden chill swept through the air. It felt like something had just moved, watching us from the darkness. "I think we should go now," I said, my voice firm. The fear in the air was impossible to ignore. We started walking quickly toward the car parked at the edge of the forest. My mind was racing. What could have made that noise? What had those whispers been? As we neared the edge of the woods, something caught my eye. A figure just beyond the tree line. It wasn't moving, just standing there, watching us. It was dark, featureless, but I could feel its gaze boring into me. I stopped, unable to look away. "Come on," Mike yelled from a few steps ahead. I blinked, shaking my head. The figure was gone. We piled into the car, driving quickly away from the beach. The silence inside was deafening, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. None of us spoke, each lost in our own thoughts. That feeling, the sensation of being watched, hadn't left any of us. It wasn't until we were back in town that Laura spoke up again, her voice breaking the silence. "I've never told anyone this, but when I was walking down the beach earlier, I saw something in the water," she said quietly. A face, floating beneath the surface. It wasn't human. We all fell silent. None of us had seen the face she mentioned, but somehow I wasn't surprised. What we heard, what we saw, whatever it was still there, watching from the shadows of the trees. To this day, I haven't returned to that beach. And I never will. It was late summer, and I'd gone on a solo camping trip, something I hadn't done in years. My usual companions had fallen through, but I felt an odd pull to get away from everything and find some peace in the quiet of the wilderness. I chose a remote spot deep in the forest, far from any trails or campsites. I wanted isolation, and I got it. The first day was perfect. The forest stretched out in every direction, vast and untouched. I set up my tent near a small stream, and the sound of running water helped calm my restless mind. There were no signs of other people, no other sounds except for the occasional rustling of leaves and birdsong. That night, as I sat by the fire, I thought about how peaceful it all felt. I'd grown so used to the noise of city life, and now, surrounded by nothing but nature, it was like the world had slowed down. I didn't feel the usual anxiety or stress that had followed me in recent months. But as I lay in my tent, drifting off to sleep, I was suddenly jolted awake. Something had rustled outside. I sat up, listening intently. The forest was still, save for the sound of my own heartbeat. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was near. The night passed in silence after that. I convinced myself it was just my nerves. The forest can play tricks on you, and my overactive imagination was likely running wild. By morning, I was ready to forget the incident. But as I broke camp, I noticed something strange. Around my tent, the ground was uneven, disturbed. It looked like something heavy had walked through during the night, leaving deep, uneven prints. I followed the trail they made, huge, unnatural footprints that seemed to lead away from the stream and deeper into the woods. I told myself it was probably an animal. Bears roamed these parts, sure, but the tracks were larger than anything I'd ever seen before. They were too large, the stride too long. I tried to brush it off as fatigue playing tricks on me. That afternoon, as I ventured further into the forest, something shifted. The usual sounds of the woods, birds chirping, leaves rustling, became distant, faint. The silence returned, but this time, it was more oppressive. It felt as though the forest was holding its breath. I stopped walking and listened. There was nothing. No breeze, no distant rustling. Just silence. A sudden chill ran down my spine as I realized how alone I was. At first, I thought of turning back, but something kept pulling me forward. Curiosity, maybe, or the strange feeling that I wasn't truly alone. Against my better judgment, I pressed on, deeper into the woods, following the trail of those strange footprints. I don't know how long I walked, lost in thought and the eerie stillness of the forest. Suddenly, I stumbled upon a clearing, one that had no right to be there. It wasn't a natural formation, but rather it felt carved out. The trees surrounding it stood unnaturally still, their branches twisting toward the ground as if weighed down by unseen forces. In the center of the clearing stood something I can't fully explain. It was humanoid, though not human. Its form was obscured, shadowy, and indistinct, like it was made of fog. I could barely make out its shape, but its presence felt palpable, almost suffocating. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. My heart pounded in my ears as I stared at it, unsure if I was still dreaming or if this was something real. The creature, if that's what it was, turned its head slowly in my direction. I couldn't see its face, but I felt its gaze on me. Cold, empty, and infinite. Something in its presence made my skin crawl. I wanted to run, but I couldn't move. It felt like I was frozen, trapped in its gaze. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, the figure vanished. The clearing was empty once more, as though it had never been there at all. I turned and stumbled back, not sure how far I had come. My mind was racing, the sound of my own footsteps echoing through the silent forest. Every step felt heavier, like I was being followed, though I didn't dare look back. By the time I reached my tent, I didn't stop. I packed everything in a daze and left, not looking back at the deep woods that had become so foreign. I don't know what I saw that day. I've tried to convince myself it was just some trick of the mind, that the isolation and silence had gotten to me. But the footprints, they were real. The figure in the clearing, whatever it was real. I've never gone back to the woods since. It was supposed to be a simple trip, just me, my wife, and our old tent. We had decided to spend the weekend camping at a quiet spot far from town, a remote forest preserve where we hadn't been before. No phone service, no distractions, just nature. We had always loved the quiet, the peace. That night, we pitched our tent by the edge of a small misty lake. The sound of frogs croaking and the distant rustling of leaves filled the air. For a while, everything felt perfect. As darkness fell, we sat by the fire, roasting marshmallows and chatting about nothing in particular. The forest was alive with sounds, the occasional hoot of an owl, the scuttling of small animals in the underbrush. But there was one sound that didn't fit. Something soft and irregular, almost mechanical. At first, I brushed it off, assuming it was the wind. But then it stopped, only to start again, closer this time. It was a faint rhythmic thud, like someone lightly tapping a tree. I glanced around, but the woods were dark and quiet, save for that strange noise. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck rise. "What's that noise?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. My wife furrowed her brow, listening intently. "I don't know. It's probably just something out there." I didn't believe her. The tapping wasn't like any natural sound we'd heard before. It felt deliberate, almost as if something, or someone, was pacing the perimeter of our campsite. "We should head to bed," I suggested, trying to mask my unease. We snuffed out the fire and climbed into the tent, pulling the flaps closed behind us. The sound followed us. The rhythmic tapping continued, now louder, more insistent. It wasn't far. It was coming from just beyond the edge of the trees, and whatever it wasn't stopping. Sleep didn't come easily that night. Every few minutes I woke, my heart thudding in my chest. The sound seemed closer now, more deliberate. The faint rustling of leaves wasn't wind, it was movement. Then something shifted in the darkness. I saw it, a pair of pale eyes staring at us from between the trees. They didn't blink, didn't move, just watched. I held my breath, frozen with fear. My wife stirred beside me, unaware of the figure just outside the tent. I could barely hear her breathing over the pounding of my heart. After what felt like hours, the eyes blinked and vanished. The tapping stopped. The forest went silent again, but this time, the silence was worse. In the morning, we crept out of the tent, both of us pale and exhausted. The forest was still, but something felt off, unnaturally still. My wife pointed at the ground, her voice trembling. "Footprints," she said. I followed her gaze to the soft earth around our campsite. There were clear, human-like footprints leading away from the tent and into the woods, but they didn't belong to us. We never found out what was watching us that night. We packed our things and left the forest behind, leaving the strange footprints and the silent eyes in the dark. To this day, I wonder what might have happened if we hadn't left. It was late at night, and I was driving home from a family gathering. The roads were mostly empty, the only sound being the occasional hum of my tires on the asphalt. I wasn't particularly familiar with this route. My usual path was blocked off due to some road work, but it was the quickest detour I could take. As I drove deeper into the countryside, the landscape changed. The city lights faded behind me, leaving only dark fields and dense trees. The silence grew oppressive. I had this strange feeling that I wasn't supposed to be there, but I brushed it off, convincing myself I was imagining things. About 20 minutes into the detour, I passed a small, ancient-looking church. Its steeple pierced through the night sky, its silhouette standing stark against the dim moonlight. The church looked abandoned, with vines creeping up its sides, and the windows were shattered, filled with dirt and cobwebs. I shivered despite the warm breeze. As I drove by, my headlights briefly illuminated the graveyard surrounding the church. Tombstones leaned at odd angles, some half buried in the earth. The whole scene felt eerily still, like it wasn't part of this world. I tried to shake the unease that settled in my stomach and pressed on, telling myself it was just an old church. It was the next turn that unnerved me. The road curved sharply into a dense forest. The trees loomed high, their branches interlocking like dark claws above me. The air grew colder, and I could barely see more than a few feet ahead. My headlights barely cut through the fog that had begun to roll in. I slowed down, gripping the steering wheel tighter. The feeling that I was being watched grew stronger. I kept telling myself I was overthinking things, but my pulse quickened with each passing second. Then I heard it, faint but unmistakable. A low, hollow whispering. It was so quiet I almost thought I'd imagined it, but it repeated, clear as day. "Follow." I froze. The whisper wasn't coming from inside the car. It seemed to be carried on the wind, drifting from the trees around me. My fingers went numb as I clutched the steering wheel tighter. I scanned the forest, searching for the source, but the trees were motionless, their shadows stretching endlessly. Follow. This time, it was closer. My breath caught in my throat. I wanted to drive away, but my foot wouldn't move. I didn't know if it was fear or something else keeping me there. Suddenly, my headlights flickered. The noise of the engine seemed to fade into the whispering. I could barely hear the tires on the road beneath me. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. A figure standing at the edge of the trees, barely visible through the thick fog. Its outline was dark and impossibly tall. It didn't move, just stood there, watching me. I should have turned around then, should have left, but my body felt paralyzed. The whisper grew louder, more insistent. "Follow." My hands trembled as I gripped the steering wheel tighter. Without thinking, I found myself inching the car forward, the figure still staring, unmoving. It was like it was beckoning me, luring me deeper into the unknown. I don't know how long I drove. The road twisted and turned, every mile feeling longer than the last. The whisper didn't stop, growing louder, as if I were being led deeper into the woods, into whatever nightmare lurked ahead. Finally, the whisper faded. The trees grew thinner. The fog cleared slightly, and I found myself driving onto a dirt path. Ahead of me was a clearing, bathed in moonlight. In the center stood the church, its shattered windows now gleaming with an otherworldly glow. My heart pounded as I realized the figure was gone. I hesitated, my hands still gripping the wheel, but something compelled me to stop. I didn't know why. My legs felt like they were moving on their own. I stepped out of the car, the ground beneath my feet cold and wet. I approached the church, the whisper now replaced by silence. My footsteps echoed in the stillness. When I reached the church, I stared at the cracked entrance, frozen with fear. But there was nothing. No figure, no whispers, no voices, just an old, abandoned church standing in the cold, dead night. And as I turned to leave, I realized the face I had seen in the cracked window wasn't mine. It wasn't anyone's. It was a late afternoon when I decided to take a walk through the old neighborhood. The sun was casting long shadows over the cracked sidewalks, and the air was thick with the smell of old wood and rust. This wasn't a place I usually visited. It had been abandoned years ago. Most of the houses were overgrown, their windows dark and the streets devoid of life. It was the kind of place where time had seemingly stopped. As I wandered further down the quiet, forgotten streets, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the distant creak of old fences swaying in the wind. I told myself I was imagining things, that it was just the stillness of the place playing tricks on me. But then I saw it. At first, only a shadow, but as I turned a corner, I froze. A figure was standing at the end of the street, barely visible against the fading light. It was tall, too tall, and its features were obscured by the deep shadows of dusk. I stood there, heart pounding, unsure of what to do. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching me. My first instinct was to turn and run, but something kept me rooted to the spot. I told myself it was just someone lost, wandering through the old neighborhood like I was. Maybe they didn't know where they were either. But the way they stared at me, so still, so unnerving, made my stomach twist in a way I couldn't ignore. I forced my legs to move, taking slow, cautious steps toward the figure. As I got closer, I realized that there was something off about them. They didn't seem human. There was an unnatural stillness to their posture, as if they were frozen in place. And their eyes, they weren't reflecting any light, just pure, empty voids. I tried to speak, but no words came out. My throat was dry, and my mind felt clouded with fear. I wanted to run, but my legs felt like lead. The figure tilted its head slightly, as if studying me, and then took a step forward. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, like it didn't belong in this world. I stumbled back, my breath hitching. This wasn't human. It couldn't be. I turned and ran, sprinting as fast as I could, my heart hammering in my chest. I didn't dare look behind me. I just kept running, fueled by pure panic. The sounds of my footsteps echoed off the empty streets, but no other sounds followed. No wind, no birds, no distant cars, just silence. The kind of silence that feels alive, watching. When I finally stopped, I was out of breath, my chest heaving. I stood there trying to gather my wits, but the eerie quiet of the neighborhood felt thicker than before. I dared to glance back, but the figure was gone. There was no trace of them, just the empty street stretching before me. I didn't go back into that neighborhood. I never will. Whatever it was, whatever I saw, I know I wasn't supposed to. It was late summer, and my friends and I decided to take a spontaneous trip to an old remote cabin in the woods. But this wasn't your typical cabin-in-the-woods getaway. No flickering lights, no whispers of ghosts. Instead, it was a well-maintained retreat, far from civilization, nestled at the edge of a serene, winding lake. The cabin was beautiful, its wooden exterior weathered but solid, surrounded by towering pines and the soft echo of crickets. We packed our gear, set up by the dock, and spent the day lounging by the water, soaking in the sun, and enjoying the peaceful isolation. The place had a strange charm, almost too perfect, like it had been untouched by time, but that sense of stillness unsettled me. I couldn't shake the feeling that something about this place wasn't right. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness stretched across the lake, we gathered around a bonfire, sharing stories and roasting marshmallows. The woods were quiet, the only sounds being the crackle of the fire and the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. But as the night wore on, I started to notice something. Something off, something watching. I didn't say anything at first. I thought maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. The others seemed relaxed, laughing and enjoying themselves. But I couldn't shake the feeling that there was someone, or something, lurking just beyond the trees. It started small, barely noticeable at first. Shadows flitting between the trees, just out of sight. The sound of footsteps crunching leaves, but no one else seemed to hear them. My pulse quickened and I kept turning, expecting to catch a glimpse of someone, but there was nothing. Or so I thought. As I watched the trees, I noticed the darkness seemed to deepen, more oppressive, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. Then came the whispering. Soft at first, like the wind, but growing louder, more insistent. It wasn't human speech, but something deeper, more guttural. "Come closer." I froze. The voice wasn't coming from the woods. It was closer, much closer. I could feel it in my bones, vibrating through the air like it was right behind me. My stomach turned. I turned around slowly, and that's when I saw them. A figure stood at the edge of the firelight, barely visible. It wasn't human, not entirely. Its form was distorted, like it was bending in ways it shouldn't. Too tall, too thin. Its face was a hollow void. No features, no eyes, just darkness. The whispers came again, louder this time. "Come." I couldn't move. I was frozen in place, my mind racing, trying to comprehend what I was seeing. The others, still by the fire, didn't seem to notice. I wanted to scream, to call out, but no sound would come. Then, like a flicker of a dream, the figure disappeared, swallowed by the trees. The whispering faded, but the silence that followed was even more unnerving. When I finally found my voice, I managed to mumble to my friends, trying to act calm, though my hands shook uncontrollably. They brushed off my concerns, laughing and calling me paranoid. We stayed up a little longer, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us, something that had never truly left. That night, I lay awake, listening to every creak of the cabin, every snap of a twig outside. When morning came, the air felt different. The woods seemed quiet, peaceful even. But as we packed our things and left the cabin behind, I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder as if something, or someone, was still there, watching us from the shadows. I still don't know how it started. I was on a family trip, just a quiet weekend getaway to an old, abandoned lighthouse by the sea. The kind of place that was supposed to be peaceful, isolated from everything, with nothing but the sound of waves crashing against the rocks below. It was just me, my parents, and my sister. The lighthouse towered over us, weathered by time and ocean spray, its white paint flaking off like skin peeling from old wounds. The first day, everything seemed normal. We explored the surrounding cliffs, took photos of the rocky coastline, and enjoyed the solitude. But as night fell, something shifted. We'd set up camp near the base of the lighthouse, far enough away from the cliffs to feel safe, but close enough that the ocean was always within earshot. It was late when I went to sleep, the air thick with the scent of salt and damp earth. I woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of whispers. At first, I thought it was my parents or sister talking, but when I opened my eyes, I was alone. The tent was silent except for the crashing waves. Still, the voices continued, low murmurs, too faint to make out but unmistakably there, just outside the tent. I told myself it was the wind, or maybe I was dreaming. I lay there, frozen, trying to ignore it. But then the whispering stopped, and I heard footsteps, soft and deliberate, creeping around the outside of the tent. My heart pounded as I gripped the edge of the sleeping bag. I wanted to call out, but the words stuck in my throat. The footsteps circled the tent, slower now, as if they were inspecting it. The rustling of grass sounded too close, like someone was brushing against the fabric. I forced myself to stay still, waiting for the footsteps to fade. But they didn't. Instead, they grew louder, dragging closer until they were right beside me. I could hear the faintest sound of breathing, shallow and uneven, like someone struggling to stay quiet. Then, out of nowhere, a deep, hollow voice spoke. "Let me in." I couldn't scream. My breath hitched as I stared at the fabric of the tent, the sound of the voice lingering in my ears. It wasn't like anything I'd ever heard before. It wasn't human, at least not entirely. Terror gripped me, but I managed to unzip the tent a little, just enough to peek outside. The moonlight barely cut through the darkness, but I could make out a figure standing there. Its shape was distorted, almost unnatural. Too tall, too thin, with skin that shimmered under the moonlight like water. Its face was obscured, shrouded in shadow, but I could feel its eyes on me. I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping it would disappear if I couldn't see it. When I opened them again, the figure was gone. The footsteps had stopped, and the silence returned. I stayed awake the rest of the night, clutching my sister's hand when she woke up too. None of us spoke of what happened. We packed up quietly at dawn, trying to act like nothing was out of the ordinary. To this day, I can still hear those whispers. They haunt me every time I hear the ocean. Whatever was out there didn't follow us home, but I know it's still out there, waiting. It was supposed to be a simple weekend trip with a group of friends. We decided to take a hike through a dense, unfamiliar forest. No cabins, no gas stations, just trees and nature for miles. I wasn't the outdoorsy type, but something about getting away from the city's chaos sounded appealing. We parked at a trailhead that felt like it hadn't seen visitors in years. The road was overgrown, and the air was thick with the smell of pine and damp earth. Our group of 5 took our first steps into the forest, the sunlight filtering through the canopy above. It was peaceful, serene, or so I thought. About an hour into the hike, things began to feel off. The path we'd been following seemed to narrow, the trees closing in around us. We'd all become quiet, unsure if we were heading the right way. The usual sounds of the forest, the rustling of leaves, distant birds, had fallen silent. It was like we were walking through some uncharted, forgotten place. "Are we even on the trail anymore?" one of my friends asked, her voice uncertain. I stopped and looked around. The trees were so thick, and the sunlight barely broke through. It felt unnatural. But before I could suggest turning back, we noticed something strange. A figure, just a glimpse, moving deeper into the woods. "Did anyone else see that?" someone whispered, their voice barely audible. We all exchanged uneasy glances. The figure had been too tall, too dark. None of us could make out its features, but we could feel its presence. It didn't belong in these woods. "We should follow it," someone said, their voice shaking. Reluctantly, we pressed on. The deeper we went, the more unsettling it became. The forest seemed to shift, twisting into something darker. The trees grew taller, the air growing colder. Every step felt heavier, as if the very ground beneath us was resisting our presence. Hours passed, or so it felt. The light grew dim, the woods silent except for the crunch of our footsteps. The figure was always just out of sight, moving further away. We wanted to call out, to demand answers, but our voices felt frozen in our throats. Suddenly, one of my friends stopped walking, their face pale. Where did everyone go?" they whispered. I spun around. The others had vanished. No trace, no sound. Just me and the forest. My heart began to pound in my chest as I realized I was alone, surrounded by trees that felt alive. I called out, but there was no response. My friends had disappeared, and the silence returned. I wandered aimlessly, trying to retrace my steps, but the forest seemed to shift with every attempt. It felt like the trees were closing in on me, squeezing me tighter. Then I heard it, a faint whispering. Voices, but not human. They sounded hollow, like they were echoing from the very woods themselves. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was haunting, sorrowful. I tried to run, but my legs gave out, the ground beneath me uneven and slippery. As I struggled to my feet, I saw the figure again. This time it was closer, taller, more menacing. Its eyes glowed faintly, reflecting the dim light, watching me with a dead, hollow stare. It didn't move, didn't speak. It just stood there, waiting. I felt something brush against my arm, a cold, bony touch that sent shivers down my spine. I tried to fight back, but whatever was out there was far beyond anything I could comprehend. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, the figure vanished. For what felt like hours, I wandered through the woods, not knowing if I was even going in the right direction. I couldn't hear any of my friends, but I knew they couldn't have gone far. The whispering voices persisted, growing louder, more desperate. Finally, I broke through the trees and saw the trailhead, familiar now. The sun was rising, casting long shadows on the ground. My friends were gone, but the figure was nowhere to be seen. I made my way back to the car, breathless and shaken. The forest remained quiet, the eerie calm settling over me like a shroud. My friends were never found. To this day, I've never been able to explain what happened. The woods had taken them, and they took part of me with them, too. The day had started off ordinary, just another lazy afternoon. I decided to explore the old abandoned farmhouse on the outskirts of town, a place everyone whispered about but no one dared to enter. The house had always been shrouded in mystery, sitting at the edge of the forest like a relic from another time. The locals said strange things happened there, whispers in the night, disappearing pets, shadows in the corners of windows. I parked my car on the gravel path and made my way toward the house. The old wooden planks groaned beneath my feet, each step echoing eerily in the quiet. The front door creaked open without much resistance, revealing a dark, empty interior. Dust covered everything, and the air smelled of decay. I walked through the rooms, each one more unsettling than the last. Furniture had been overturned, and old photos lay scattered on the floor, their faces faded beyond recognition. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional creak of the wooden floor beneath my weight. As I wandered deeper into the house, I began to hear something. Faint whispers, barely audible but persistent. I paused, holding my breath, straining to make out what they were saying. It was almost like the house itself was murmuring secrets, as if the walls were alive with memories. I shook off the chill that ran down my spine and pressed on. The whispers grew louder as I reached the top of the staircase. They seemed to be coming from the room at the end of the hall. My heart pounded in my chest as I pushed open the door. Inside, the room was bare except for an old mirror standing in the corner. It was cracked, its glass dull and warped. I couldn't look away, compelled by some strange force. As I stared into the mirror, I saw my reflection distort, my face twisting, becoming something wrong. The whispers became screams, louder now, echoing in my ears. I stumbled back, the distorted figure in the mirror now staring at me, its hollow eyes gleaming. I could feel it watching me, not just in the reflection, but in the real world. My breath came in shallow gasps and I backed away from the mirror, tripping over the furniture as I fled the room. As I ran down the hall, I glanced behind me and caught a glimpse of something, a shadow, black and shifting, racing after me. I could hear it breathing, ragged and uneven, closing the distance between us. I burst out of the house, the door slamming shut behind me. The air outside was thick, oppressive, and silent once again. I didn't look back. I didn't stop. I've never returned to that farmhouse. The whispers still echo in my ears, and sometimes I swear I see that shadow lurking just at the edge of my vision. Whatever was in that house, whatever was chasing me, it's still there, waiting. I'll never forget that summer evening. It was just a normal family trip, something we did every year, driving out to the old orchard just outside town. My parents, my siblings, and I. We had always gone there to pick fruit, sit beneath the trees, and enjoy the quiet, rural countryside. The orchard had been there for as long as I could remember. Rows of apple trees stretching out into the distance, their branches heavy with fruit. My family had visited so many times over the years that I hardly noticed the quiet, the rustling of leaves, or the way the sunlight filtered through the trees in that peaceful rhythm. That night felt different from the start. The sky was painted in soft shades of orange and pink, but it wasn't just the beauty of the setting sun that was off. It was the stillness. Even the air felt thick, like something was holding its breath. We parked the car under the massive oak near the entrance, the old wooden sign creaking as the wind blew through it. My parents were excited, chatting about how many baskets we would fill while my younger brother and sister ran ahead toward the trees. I lagged behind, lost in my own thoughts. It wasn't long before I noticed how eerily quiet the orchard was. No birds, no rustling leaves. It felt like the world had been muted, as if the usual sounds of nature had been snuffed out. I glanced around, but there was no breeze, no rustling, no movement of any kind. Even the ground beneath my feet seemed strangely still. As I followed my family deeper into the rows of trees, I started to feel a creeping sense of unease. My siblings' laughter faded away, replaced by a strange silence. I could hear their footsteps ahead of me, but the normal sounds of nature were gone. The air felt too still, almost too heavy. When I caught up with them, I noticed my brother and sister standing frozen, staring at something a few yards ahead. I followed their gaze and froze too. In the distance, there was a figure. It wasn't human, but something wrong. Tall and gaunt, its limbs moved unnaturally like they were too long, too stiff. Its head tilted sharply toward us, and I could feel my breath catch in my throat. It wasn't moving like a person. Its movements were jerky, mechanical, almost like it didn't understand how to walk properly. It took one slow step toward us, and I noticed it wasn't wearing any clothes. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, and stretched tautly over its bones. I wanted to run, scream, do anything, but I was frozen. The figure didn't make any sound, just continued to advance slowly. My brother and sister didn't move, their eyes wide with fear. My parents were oblivious, still walking ahead, chatting like everything was normal. I finally found my voice. "Mom! Dad!" I shouted, my voice shaking. "Something's out here." They turned, faces puzzled. "What are you talking about?" my mom asked, but when they saw the figure, their smiles dropped. My dad's expression went blank and my mom let out a small gasp. "Stay back," my dad said, his voice low and sharp. "Everyone, stay together." The figure took another step closer, its movements jerky and unnatural. It didn't seem hostile, just wrong, like it wasn't supposed to be there. We all took a step back, trying to back away from it. The creature stopped a few feet away, tilting its head in that disturbing, unnatural way. Its hollow eyes seemed to be searching for something, or someone. "We need to get out of here," my dad said urgently. His voice trembled as he turned to lead us back to the car. My mom grabbed my brother and sister, pulling them along as we hurried through the orchard. But as we ran, I couldn't shake the feeling that the figure was still watching us. I dared a glance back and saw it standing there, unmoving, as though rooted to the spot. When we made it to the car, my dad slammed the door shut, and we drove away as fast as we could. The figure never moved, never followed. It was just there, standing in the stillness of the orchard. I looked back through the rearview mirror one last time. It was still there, standing perfectly still, the sun finally disappearing behind the trees. Even now, I don't know what we saw that night, but whatever it wasn't human, and it wasn't supposed to be in that orchard. And sometimes I still feel like it's watching, waiting, just as still and silent as it was back then. I was on a road trip with my friends, driving through an unfamiliar desert. The sun was beating down on the cracked pavement, and the silence of the empty highway stretched endlessly ahead. We had been driving for hours. No signs of civilization in sight, just mile after mile of barren desert landscape. We were all growing restless, desperate for some kind of break from the monotony. The only thing in view was the occasional stretch of cracked road in the distant horizon, where the desert seemed to blend into the sky. My friends and I decided to pull off onto a small dirt track we'd seen about a mile back. The track led to an old abandoned building, once a gas station, now nothing but rubble and dust. The sun had bleached the place dry, leaving only broken windows and faded remnants of faded signage. It looked like it had been there for decades, forgotten by time. "We should check it out," Mark said, breaking the silence. We cautiously made our way through the debris, the crunch of our footsteps disturbing the quiet. The inside of the building was eerily quiet. The dust that coated everything made it feel like the place hadn't seen human presence in a lifetime. We explored the remains, poking through old cabinets and peeling wallpaper, but found nothing of any real value. That's when we noticed it. At first, we didn't know what it was. A faint metallic hum, like something electrical, coming from somewhere deeper inside the building. It wasn't loud, but it wasn't subtle either. We followed the sound down what was left of the hallway, the old wooden floor creaking beneath us. At the end of the hall, we found a door that was slightly ajar. Pushing it open, we saw a narrow staircase leading down into a dark basement. The hum grew louder as we descended, the air growing colder with each step. I could feel the tension rising in my chest, the kind that makes your skin crawl. The basement was a mess. Collapsed shelves, broken tools scattered across the floor. But the hum wasn't coming from any of that. It was coming from an old metal door at the far end of the room. The door was covered in rust with no visible handle. Mark walked toward it, his flashlight shaking slightly as he pointed it at the door. "What is this thing?" he muttered. I didn't know. None of us did. The hum grew almost unbearable as we got closer. My heart was pounding in my chest as I realized there was something on the other side. I reached out, placing my hand on the door. The noise stopped abruptly. The silence that followed felt suffocating. I turned to the others, but they were frozen, staring at me like I was the only one who could move. Then something changed. A faint scraping noise began. It came from behind the door, slow and deliberate, as if something on the other side was dragging itself closer. I couldn't look away. I didn't want to. "Guys," I whispered, my voice trembling. Mark's eyes were wide, his flashlight now trembling more violently. "Open the door," he managed to choke out. I hesitated. I didn't want to, but the scraping was getting louder, the sound of something, or someone, dragging itself across the floor behind the metal door. Without realizing what I was doing, I turned the knob. The door swung open. There was nothing, at least not anything we could see. The room beyond was empty, just more dust, darkness, and a strange, inexplicable silence. But as I stepped forward, I felt something cold, like fingers brushing against my back. It wasn't just a sensation. It was as if something was there, something that didn't belong. My friends weren't behind me anymore. I turned to call out to them, but they were gone. The basement was empty and the metal door was still open behind me. I couldn't explain what happened. I never could. I looked for them after that, searched the entire area, but there was no trace. No sign of my friends, no footprints, nothing. To this day, I wonder what we found in that desert. Whatever it was, I hope I never see it again. I never believed in anything supernatural, not until that night in the old apartment complex. I had just moved to the city, renting a tiny unit on the third floor of a building that felt like it had seen better days. The building wasn't in the best part of town, but it was cheap, and for someone just starting out, it seemed like a good place to lay low. The first night, I didn't think much of the creaking sounds. The building had that old, eerie feel, with narrow hallways that seemed to stretch into the darkness. I figured it was just the building settling, nothing more. But as the days went by, those sounds became harder to ignore. It started subtly. Every evening around the same time, around 11 p.m., the sound would return. It was faint at first, distant, like someone walking, but as the days passed, it got louder, more distinct. It wasn't just footsteps, though. There was a strange, hollow tapping sound that accompanied them. It echoed through the long hallways like someone was knocking on invisible doors. At first, I thought it was just the building's ventilation system acting up. I made excuses, maybe pipes rattling or some old wiring. But one evening, after I heard it again, I decided to investigate. I stepped into the hallway, my breath visible in the dim, flickering lights. The hallway was empty. I could still hear the footsteps, quick and measured like someone was pacing back and forth in the darkness. I followed the sound, stepping cautiously, heart pounding. The hall stretched on forever, the source of the noise always just out of reach. Then, out of nowhere, I saw it. A figure. At the far end of the hall. It was tall, unnaturally thin, its movements jerky and unnatural. My breath caught in my throat as I realized its face wasn't human. It was a void, empty and hollow, like staring into a bottomless pit. The eyes were black, without any trace of life. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. The thing seemed to glide towards me, its footsteps silent, but the sound of its arrival still echoed in my ears. "Let me in," it whispered. I bolted, my legs carrying me back to my apartment faster than I could comprehend. I slammed the door shut behind me, locking it and pressing my back against the cold wall. My mind raced, but I couldn't make sense of what I had just seen. I stayed awake all night, the sound of those footsteps still echoing in my head. The next day, I gathered my courage and told my neighbor, a sweet older woman who had lived there for decades. She just nodded, her face pale. "You saw it too, didn't you?" she said quietly. It turned out I wasn't the only one who had experienced it. Several tenants over the years had reported similar occurrences, footsteps in the hall, the knocking, and that figure. But no one had ever gone into the hall long enough to see what was causing it. That night, I knew I couldn't stay. I packed my things in the early morning, unable to shake the feeling that whatever was haunting that building had no intention of ever leaving. I left the keys on the kitchen counter and never looked back. To this day, I don't know what I saw or what was calling from the shadows, but I do know I don't ever want to find out again. It started on a normal afternoon, a day like any other. I had taken my son to the old park, the one we used to go to when he was younger. The park had always been a peaceful escape from the city, full of tall trees and winding paths that led nowhere in particular. Today, though, something felt off. We had the whole place to ourselves, which wasn't unusual. It was a weekday, and most people didn't visit parks during these hours. I let my son run ahead, chasing after a frisbee he'd thrown. I stood at the edge of a small pond watching him play. The water rippled under the weight of the afternoon sun, and the sound of the birds was soothing. Then, out of nowhere, everything changed. I heard the sound of footsteps behind me, slow and deliberate. I turned, expecting to see another parent or maybe a jogger, but there was no one. Just trees, their branches swaying gently in the wind. Must be my imagination, I muttered to myself, but as I turned back to the pond, the footsteps came again. This time, closer. My son didn't seem to notice, still lost in his game. I told myself I was just on edge. The woods could make noises feel louder than they were, right? But the footsteps weren't fading. They were steady, relentless. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaky. No answer. I tried to convince myself that maybe someone had wandered into the park, someone harmless. Still, my heart pounded in my chest and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I glanced around, trying to find the source of the sound, but saw no one. The footsteps came again, closer this time, circling around the pond. My son, still unaware, continued chasing the frisbee, laughing as he ran. "Stop playing," I shouted, my voice trembling now. "We're leaving." He didn't hear me. Or maybe he didn't care. I clenched my fists, trying to keep my composure, but my legs felt like they wanted to run. My instincts screamed at me to get out of there, but I couldn't just leave him. Then, as I stepped toward the pond, I saw something. Something in the water. It wasn't a reflection. It was a figure. A shadow, floating just beneath the surface. It wasn't moving like anything natural. It seemed to be watching us. Unmoving. Unmoving. I took a step back from the water, my breath hitching in my throat. What was it? Some kind of trick of the light? My mind raced, but fear took over. I had to get my son. "Come on," I called again, louder this time, my voice breaking. My son didn't seem to hear me. He was too far gone in his play, oblivious to the danger I now felt closing in. I sprinted toward him, my heart screaming with every step. I grabbed his arm, pulling him hard. His laughter stopped, replaced by confusion. "What's wrong, Dad?" "We're leaving." "Now," I said, trying to keep my voice calm but firm. As I turned back toward the path, I saw it again. The figure, this time fully visible. It stood at the edge of the pond, watching us. Not human, not animal. Something else entirely. Its form was blurred, not entirely solid, but its eyes were unmistakable. Dark, hollow, watching us. I held my son tighter, running, my breath ragged. We didn't look back, didn't stop until we were far away from that place. As we reached the park entrance, I glanced once more over my shoulder. The figure was still there, motionless, watching us. The only thing I could hear was the sound of my heartbeat, racing through my ears. We never went back to that park, and I never looked into water the same way again. It started with the sound of dripping water. I was sitting on my couch, scrolling through my phone like any other night. The house was silent except for the faint ticking of the clock on the wall. I live alone, so when I first heard it, I thought maybe it was the refrigerator or the old pipes settling. I got up and checked the kitchen, but the dripping didn't seem to be coming from there. I stood still, listening, and it was coming from upstairs. I didn't think much of it at first. Old houses settle, right? Water can be unpredictable. But the sound persisted, steady and rhythmic. A slow, steady drip that seemed to echo throughout the empty house. I made my way upstairs, my footsteps quiet on the carpet, and checked the bathroom. No leaks. The sound was faint but clear now, coming from the end of the hallway. I stood there, staring down the dark corridor, wondering if maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. But no, it wasn't in my head. It was too consistent, too real. I slowly pushed open the door to the guest room at the end of the hall. That was where the sound was loudest. The room was dark, dusty, and untouched. I flicked on the light switch and the faint glow illuminated the space. The room had been unused for years. An old dresser, a dusty bed frame, and a broken lamp in the corner. Nothing had changed. I listened again. The dripping was definitely coming from inside the room, but this time it wasn't coming from a pipe. It was coming from the closet. I took a deep breath, my pulse quickening, and slowly made my way toward it. The sound of my own breathing seemed louder than the drip, drip, drip. My hand hesitated on the closet door, and then I pulled it open. The inside was dark and empty, except for something unexpected. A single wet patch on the floor. A puddle, but not a puddle of water. It shimmered in the dim light, almost like it wasn't water at all. I knelt down, my heart racing, and touched it. My fingers sank into the substance. It was cold, sticky, and unidentifiable. I pulled my hand away, wiping it on my jeans, and stared into the closet. That's when I saw it. Just a glimpse at first. A shape, a figure standing at the back of the closet, facing away from me. It didn't move, didn't react. I couldn't see its face, just the outline of a figure distorted and shifting in the dim light. I didn't scream. I didn't run. I just stared, unable to look away. My mind was screaming at me to leave, but my body wouldn't move. The silence stretched on, and then, slowly, the figure turned toward me. Its face wasn't human. No eyes, no features, just void. A hollow, dark space where a face should have been. I could feel its gaze on me, and that's when I realized it wasn't there for water or pipes or anything rational. It had been there for me. I forced myself to turn and stumble out of the room, slamming the door behind me. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. The dripping sound still echoed through my house, but this time, it felt like it was coming from inside me. I still live in that house. The dripping never stopped. I've learned to ignore it, but sometimes, when the house grows too quiet, I swear I can hear the faint sound of footsteps. Soft, slow, deliberate, coming from upstairs. The night had been uneventful at first. I had decided to take a long drive along the old highway that cut through the desolate plains. It wasn't a particularly scenic route, just endless stretches of cracked pavement and empty fields, stretching far beyond what the eye could see. The only light came from my headlights and the occasional flicker of my dashboard. The quiet was almost oppressive. I usually enjoyed solitude, but this felt different, more isolated, more oppressive. As I drove, I kept glancing at my rearview mirror, half expecting to see the headlights of another vehicle trailing behind. But there was nothing. No other cars, no signs of life. Just the endless road and the hum of my engine. It wasn't until I reached a stretch of road where the horizon curved slightly that something caught my attention. Off to the side, barely visible beneath a thick layer of dust and fog, was an old gas station. I couldn't recall ever seeing it before, but something about it made me slow down. The building was worn, paint peeling, and the sign above it flickered weakly in the night. I decided to stop. It wasn't as if I had much else to do. My phone had lost a signal hours ago and the gas gauge was hovering near empty. Pulling into the station, I cut the engine and stepped out into the stillness. The air was colder than I expected, biting at my skin as I stretched. The station looked abandoned. Cobwebs clung to the windows, and the front door creaked ominously when I pushed it open. Inside, everything was coated in dust. The aisles were empty, shelves leaning precariously, and there was a heavy silence that pressed down on me. I checked the register. Empty. The shelves were stocked, but there wasn't a single item that looked untouched in decades. My footsteps echoed as I wandered further inside, drawn by a sense of curiosity mixed with unease. That's when I heard it, the faintest sound, like a whisper on the edge of hearing. I stopped, my breath hitching. The noise wasn't coming from inside. It was outside, near the side of the building, like someone was dragging something heavy across the gravel. I moved toward the door and cracked it open. Nothing but the dark stretch of road and the fog that clung to the horizon. My heart thumped harder, and I stepped back inside, telling myself it was probably just my imagination. But then, I heard it again, closer this time. A dragging sound, slower, heavier. I didn't dare go outside, but I stood frozen, waiting for whatever it was to come into view. The noise stopped, as if whatever had been making it had reached the edge of the building, and then silence again. I forced myself to move back toward the register. My hands trembled as I reached for my phone, trying to reconnect to any signal, but the screen stayed blank. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was out there was still watching. I had almost convinced myself to leave when I heard a voice. Soft. Low. Hello? My stomach twisted. It wasn't like any human voice I'd ever heard. Hollow, distorted, as though the words had been dragged through something sinister. I backed further into the station, heart racing. "Who's there?" I called, but my voice shook. The silence stretched. Then came the whisper again, closer. "Why are you here?" I didn't have an answer. My mind raced through possibilities. Maybe someone was playing some kind of cruel prank, or maybe I was losing my mind. But there was no way to rationalize what was happening. Then I saw it. A figure emerged from the fog, moving with an unnatural gait. Its limbs were too long, bent at angles they shouldn't have been. Its face was shadowed, but I could see eyes, dark, hollow pits where the light should have been. I stumbled backward, knocking into a shelf. "No! No!" I screamed, my voice cracking. The thing didn't respond. It continued to move toward me, silent but relentless. Desperation set in. I didn't think, I just ran, back toward the door, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I shoved the door open, not even bothering to check behind me. The fog outside was thicker now, swallowing the road, the station, everything. I sprinted, not caring where I was going, only knowing I couldn't stay there. My legs burned, but I didn't stop, didn't look back, not until I found my car and jumped inside. When I glanced in the rear-view mirror, there was nothing there, just the road, stretching on endlessly. But I knew whatever had followed me, whatever had been waiting in the shadows of that gas station, wasn't gone. It was still out there, and it wouldn't stop. It was just a normal Sunday afternoon, and I had decided to take a long drive out to the outskirts of town. The weather was crisp and clear, the kind of day that makes you want to get away from the noise of the city. I hadn't been out this way before, but something about the empty roads and open fields had always called to me. I drove down winding country roads, surrounded by endless fields of tall grass. It was so quiet that the only sounds were the hum of the car engine and the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. The air smelled fresh, and for once there was no one around. I appreciated the peace, letting my mind wander. As I drove, I noticed an old barn sitting off in the distance. It wasn't much, just a weathered wooden structure surrounded by overgrown weeds, but something about it tugged at me. I couldn't quite explain why, but I felt an inexplicable pull toward it. So I decided to take a detour, leaving the main road behind. When I parked and stepped out of the car, the silence was overwhelming. It wasn't a comforting silence, though. It felt oppressive, as if the very earth was holding its breath. I approached the barn cautiously. The wood creaked beneath my feet as I made my way closer. The door hung open slightly, swinging faintly in the breeze. I hesitated but stepped inside. The interior was dark, lit only by the faint slivers of sunlight that managed to filter through cracks in the old wood. The place smelled like damp hay and decay. My footsteps echoed, the sound amplified in the stillness. The barn wasn't empty. In the far corner, partially hidden by shadows, stood something tall and thin. I wasn't sure what it was, At first, I thought it was just old farm equipment or debris, but as I drew closer, I realized it wasn't. It wasn't human, but neither was it entirely unfamiliar. Its form was elongated, with arms that seemed too long, bending unnaturally. Its face, if you could call it that, was hollow and void, no features to speak of, just a black void where the eyes should have been. It stood completely still, like a statue, as if waiting. My heart raced. I wanted to turn and run, but I couldn't move. It felt like the barn had shifted, trapping me in a place with some unseen force. The figure didn't move, didn't react. It simply stood there, watching. And then it spoke. Its voice wasn't human. It wasn't even a voice in the way we think of it. It was more of a whispering thought that seemed to echo inside my own head. "Why are you here?" I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came out. The question hung in the air, unanswered. The barn door creaked louder, and I heard the sound of footsteps behind me. I turned, but there was no one there. The oppressive silence returned, but now there was something else. Something watching. The figure in the corner shifted, just slightly, as if it had taken a step toward me. My legs finally moved, carrying me in a frantic stumble toward the door. As I reached for the handle, I looked back, catching a glimpse of something in the shadows. It wasn't just the figure now. There were more, a dozen, maybe more, standing motionless in the dark corners of the barn, all watching me with those empty voids for eyes. I couldn't escape them. The door wouldn't open. I turned back, heart pounding, my breath coming in sharp gasps. The barn felt like it was closing in, folding around me. Then I saw it, the face of one of them, so close now. It was right in front of me, and still it didn't have eyes, just a featureless black void. And yet, I felt it staring deep into me, past my skin and into my soul. The whisper came again. Louder now. "Why are you here?" This time, I heard my own voice answer, trembling and weak. I don't know, but I did know. I knew something had been waiting for me. It wanted something I couldn't understand. In that moment, I realized that leaving the barn wasn't an option, and neither was forgetting. I never expected a simple drive through the mountains to turn into something so terrifying. It was one of those quiet Sunday afternoons where the world seemed to move at a slower pace. My friends and I decided to take a scenic route, winding through the hills and valleys, chasing nothing more than the idea of adventure. We left the main road behind, following a narrow, winding path that cut through the trees. The road was so remote, I didn't see another car for miles. It felt peaceful, serene even. The sun filtering through the trees, casting long shadows over the dirt road. We stopped by a bend in the road, wanting to stretch our legs and take in the view. The mountains stretched out in front of us, their jagged peaks rising high into the clouds. There wasn't a soul around, just us and the endless expanse of forest. We leaned against the hood of the car, talking softly, enjoying the stillness. It was then, as we stood there, that we noticed something strange. Out in the distance, near the edge of the woods, a figure stood perfectly still. It wasn't moving. At first, I thought it was a tree, or some kind of rock formation, but the more I looked, the more I could tell it was a person, or at least something that looked human. It wasn't moving, and yet I could feel its eyes on us. We stood frozen, unable to look away. The figure was far enough away that I couldn't make out any features, but something about it felt off. It wasn't just the stillness. It was the way it seemed to blend into the shadows, as if it wasn't entirely part of the world. I suggested we keep walking, hoping it would move away, but none of us wanted to turn our backs on it. The figure remained there, unmoving, just staring. The silence grew heavier, the kind of silence that makes your ears ring. Then, from the trees behind us, came a faint whisper, so faint we weren't sure if we'd heard it at all. I turned to my friends, but none of them had said a word. The whisper came again, this time louder and closer. It sounded like it was calling us, but not with a voice. More like a sound you feel in your bones. A noise that didn't belong to the world as we knew it. Panic set in. We couldn't stay. The figure in the distance wasn't moving, but I could feel its presence drawing closer. I grabbed my friends and we ran back to the car. As we tore down the winding road, glancing nervously over our shoulders, the feeling of being followed intensified. Every turn of the road seemed to stretch out in front of us forever, the trees becoming more claustrophobic with each passing second. It felt like we were racing away from something invisible, something that didn't want us to escape. My heart pounded in my chest, my vision blurring with each frantic glance behind. We didn't stop until we hit the main road, where the sight of passing cars reassured us that we had put some distance between us and whatever we had seen. But the road stretched on forever, and that strange figure was always there in my mind, watching. To this day, I don't know what we saw. Was it something real, or was it a trick of the shadows? The figure never moved, never chased us. But I knew, deep down, it was following us in ways we couldn't understand. We made it home safely, but that feeling never left me. Whatever we encountered is still out there, waiting in the quiet places where no one dares to go. I had always loved taking long drives. There was something peaceful about winding roads and open landscapes, a way to clear my head and escape from the chaos of everyday life. One evening, after a particularly long and stressful week, I decided to take a spontaneous trip out into the countryside. The sun was setting as I pulled onto a narrow, winding road surrounded by forests on either side. The world felt silent, distant, almost untouched by time. I had no destination in mind, just the freedom of the open road. As I drove deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to close in around me. The shadows grew darker, stretching long and menacing across the pavement. It was almost as if the forest itself was watching. I had the strange feeling that I was being pulled further into some unseen force. I passed a few old, crumbling signs for landmarks that no longer existed. The further I went, the less familiar everything became. The road twisted and turned, the forest thickening around me, swallowing any sense of direction or familiarity. That's when I saw her. At least, I think it was her. A figure standing motionless by the side of the road. She was wearing a long, flowing white dress, her dark hair hanging over her shoulders. Her eyes were hollow, empty, as she stared straight ahead, not moving. I slowed down as I approached, unable to look away. My heart pounded as I passed by her, but something felt off. I glanced back in my rear-view mirror. She wasn't there anymore. The road stretched endlessly ahead of me, empty and desolate. I shook my head, trying to brush off the lingering feeling of unease. Maybe I was imagining things, but something about that figure felt wrong. As I continued driving, I came to a sudden realization. I had no idea where I was. The road had changed. It wasn't just winding anymore. It felt like I was on a loop, repeating the same stretch of forest over and over. My panic grew as I pressed harder on the accelerator, hoping to break free from this endless cycle of trees. Then I noticed something strange. Lights. Not from my car, but from deep within the forest. Flickering, distant, like someone was trying to signal to me. I couldn't stop myself. I followed the faint glow deeper into the woods. The light grew brighter, and soon I could see a figure moving towards me. It wasn't the woman from before. This figure was taller, obscured by the thick shadows, but its eyes seemed to shine like dark pools. The closer I got, the harder it was to focus. The light was almost blinding now, but I couldn't bring myself to look away. The figure stepped into view, and I realized whatever this was wasn't human. Its face was distorted, twisted into something that wasn't quite alive. No features, no expression, just an abyss of darkness where its eyes should have been. It opened its mouth, but no sound came out, only the oppressive silence of the forest. Panic took over, but my body refused to move. I wanted to look away, to turn the car around and drive back. but my gaze was locked on the creature. And then, as suddenly as it appeared, the figure disappeared. The light faded, leaving me in the same endless darkness. I knew I couldn't stay. I spun my car around, my hands shaking as I gripped the wheel. I drove as fast as I could, barely noticing the trees passing by, the landscape a blur of black and gray. Hours later, I found myself back on a familiar highway, far from the forest. My hands still trembled, and the weight of what I had seen pressed heavily on my chest. I tried to convince myself it was just a nightmare, a trick of the mind, but the feeling of being watched stayed with me. I've never gone back to that stretch of road, and I never will. Whatever it was, it's still out there, waiting. It was supposed to be a simple trip. A group of friends and I decided to spend the day at the lake, looking forward to some sun, swimming, and grilling burgers. We had rented a small cabin by the water, tucked away from the main shore, surrounded by tall trees. The plan was to relax and enjoy the quiet, but things quickly went south. We arrived early in the morning, and the place was exactly as we'd pictured: peaceful, remote, far from the noise of civilization. We set up camp near the lake, took out the boats, and spent the first half of the day swimming and joking around. The water was cool and refreshing, and we all felt content. Around midday, we decided to take a hike along the trail that followed the shoreline. The trees stretched high above us, casting long shadows over the dirt path. We walked for about an hour, laughing and pointing out strange-looking rocks or trees that had been twisted by the wind. It was nice, peaceful even. That's when it happened. We came across an old, weathered sign that pointed off the trail. "No trespassing," it read. We hesitated for a moment, unsure if we should follow it. Curiosity got the better of us, and one of us, the bravest, or perhaps the most reckless, led the way. The trail disappeared into thick undergrowth. The trees grew closer together, blocking out most of the sunlight. It was eerily quiet now, with only the faint rustling of leaves as the wind shifted. We walked for what felt like an eternity, the silence pressing down on us. Suddenly, we stopped. The trail ended abruptly in front of us, but it wasn't just a dead end. It was as if something had been cleared away, as though we weren't meant to go any further. The ground was packed hard, with claw marks etched into the earth as if something had been dragged through there. My stomach twisted at the sight. We turned back, uneasy now. As we retraced our steps, we realized the forest felt wrong. The air was thick, colder somehow, and the silence was oppressive. I could hear my friends breathing, each breath sharp and shallow. The usual sounds of birds and insects had vanished. When we made it back to the lake, the cabin was still in sight, but something had changed. The sunlight seemed dimmer, the air colder. It wasn't until we were nearly back that we noticed it. Someone had followed us. At first, I thought it was just one of our own shadows, but when I turned to glance behind us, I saw a figure standing at the edge of the trees, far away but clear enough to make out. It wasn't moving, just watching. We didn't speak. We just bolted toward the cabin, leaving the figure behind. Inside, we locked all the doors and windows, hearts racing. We tried to convince ourselves it was just someone from a neighboring cabin, maybe a hiker who had wandered off trail. But deep down, we knew better. The figure had been watching us, waiting. The rest of the day passed in a blur of silence and paranoia. We didn't sleep much that night. Every creak of the cabin made us jump. We knew whatever had followed us was still out there, waiting in the dark. By morning, the figure was gone, but the fear remained. Whatever had followed us wasn't human, or at least not anymore. I wasn't the kind of person who believed in ghosts or the supernatural. I've always been a logical thinker, someone who dismissed old tales and rumors as nothing more than silly distractions. That changed one night on a solitary trip to the old family lake house. It wasn't anything fancy, just a small cabin tucked deep in the woods by a quiet, remote lake. My family used to go there when I was a kid, but we hadn't been back in years. After hearing it was in rough shape, I decided to check it out one weekend, just to make sure everything was still standing. The drive took longer than I remembered, the road winding through dense forest that swallowed any light from the moon. The lake house itself was hidden from view until you were nearly upon it. It stood there, dark and silent, its windows covered in grime and cobwebs. I grabbed my flashlight and headed inside. The interior was in worse condition than I expected. Dust and mold covered everything. Cobwebs hung like torn curtains, and the wooden floorboards creaked under every step. I opened the windows to let in some fresh air, though I wasn't sure if that was going to help with the oppressive silence. That evening, after checking for any signs of wildlife, I decided to explore the surrounding area. The lake itself was calm, reflecting the trees in a perfect mirror, but the air had a strange stillness to it, as if something had been watching and waiting for me to arrive. As night fell, I made a fire outside, sitting by the lake to enjoy the peace. The crackling flames didn't do much to comfort me, though. The woods around me seemed to hold their breath, the shadows growing deeper and more menacing as the minutes passed. It was around midnight when I first heard it, a faint whispering, barely audible but persistent, carried on the wind. I froze, listening, my skin crawling. The whispers didn't come from any particular direction but seemed to be all around me. I stood, heart racing, and scanned the trees, but I saw nothing. The silence returned. But the unease wouldn't go away. I convinced myself it was just the wind, some sound that had traveled from miles away and got distorted in the stillness. I went back inside and locked the door behind me, the sound of my own breath echoing in the empty cabin. I slept fitfully that night, plagued by strange dreams. I kept waking up, feeling like something, or someone, was watching me from the shadows. Each time I opened my eyes, the room seemed darker than before. The next morning, I decided to take a walk around the lake. The sun was bright, the forest alive with birdsong, but something still felt off. As I walked, I found old, faded footprints in the dirt. My heart skipped a beat when I realized they weren't mine. They looked much older, but perfectly preserved in the soft ground. I kept walking, pushing away the growing sense of dread. That's when I saw them. Footprints leading from the cabin, circling around the lake. But not just a few. The footprints stretched as far as I could see, as if something had been walking these woods for years. I turned back towards the cabin, but before I could make it, I saw something by the water's edge. A figure stood there, just beyond the trees, its form indistinct, its face obscured by shadows. I froze, unable to move as I stared at it. It wasn't human. Not really. The figure's shape was wrong, its posture unnatural, like something trying to mimic a person but failing. Panic set in as I realized it was watching me, tilting its head as if studying me. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. The whispering started again, louder this time, more insistent. It wasn't coming from the wind. It was coming from inside my head. Leave, leave, leave. The whisper repeated itself, growing louder, closer, until I couldn't tell if it was real or in my head. I turned to run, but the figure was gone, vanished into the trees. I made it back to the cabin, slamming the door shut and locking it again. My heart felt like it was going to burst out of my chest. I spent the rest of the day packing up and preparing to leave. The whispers never stopped. They echoed in my head long after I was back in my car, long after I was miles away from that place. To this day, I haven't been able to forget that trip. Sometimes, in the quiet moments, I can still hear those whispers. Not out loud, but in my mind, like they're waiting, always watching. It was a lazy Sunday afternoon when I decided to go for a drive. I had been feeling restless lately, and the open road seemed like the perfect escape. I grabbed my keys, jumped into my car, and drove aimlessly, taking whatever turns felt right. Eventually, I found myself deep in the countryside, miles from any sign of civilization. The roads twisted and turned, surrounded by nothing but trees and fields. The further I drove, the quieter it became. No cars, no people, just the hum of the engine and the distant chirp of birds. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. After a while, I came across an old farmhouse. Its paint was peeling and the windows were dark and empty. It looked like it hadn't been touched in years. Curiosity got the better of me, so I pulled up beside the house, parking a little ways off the dusty driveway. I sat there for a moment, staring at the abandoned building. There was something unsettling about it, something that didn't sit right. I decided to get out and take a closer look. The wooden porch creaked under my feet as I approached the front door. Dust and cobwebs covered every surface. The house smelled old, like something had been left to rot inside. My breath bogged up the cracked window and I peered inside. It was empty, completely stripped of life. Chairs lay overturned, curtains torn and hanging in tatters. It was as if the house had been waiting for someone to return. As I wandered through the house, a strange feeling settled over me. The air was still, almost too still. It felt as if I wasn't alone. My skin crawled, and I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. I called out, but no answer came. It was like the world had gone silent, the kind of silence that feels oppressive, as if something is breathing just beyond it. Upstairs, I found a room at the end of a narrow hallway. The door was slightly ajar, creaking when I pushed it open. Inside, the room was filled with faded furniture and more cobwebs. On the wall was a single photograph, worn and faded, its edges curling up. A family stood there, smiling, though their eyes seemed hollow, their grins fake. The photo sent a chill down my spine. Then I heard a sound from below, a faint, distant thud. My heart skipped a beat. I listened, straining to hear. The sound came again, closer this time. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, like someone, or something, was walking through the house. I stood frozen, listening. The footsteps came from downstairs, echoing up the creaking staircase. I should have run, I knew that, but my legs wouldn't move. The fear had paralyzed me. Then I heard it, the sound of something else, a faint whispering voice. I couldn't make out the words, just the soft murmur as if someone was speaking in another language. It came from below, growing louder, as if whatever it was had found its way into the house. Tears filled my eyes as I forced myself to move. I couldn't explain why, but I felt compelled to go back to the front door. My mind screamed at me to run, but my body wouldn't obey. I moved slowly down the stairs, each creak beneath my feet sounding louder than the last. At the front door, I hesitated, my hand trembling as I reached for the knob. I had never been more afraid in my life. The whispers had grown so loud, they felt like they were in my head. I turned the knob, pushed the door open, and stepped out into the daylight. The house looked different from the outside, somehow darker, more twisted. I expected to see someone standing there watching me, but there was nothing, just the empty fields stretching out before me. The whispering faded, and the silence returned. I drove away without looking back. The house stayed with me, though. The image of that photograph, the whispering voice, it all felt too real. I don't know what I experienced that day, and I don't want to know. Some things are better left unexplained. It was a quiet evening when my friends and I decided to take a drive out to the old orchard at the edge of town. The sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows over the rolling hills, and the air was crisp. We had heard stories about the orchard, about how it had once been a thriving farm, but now lay abandoned, overgrown with wild grass and tangled vines. None of us really knew what to expect, but something about the place drew us there. Maybe it was the thrill of something forgotten, something lost to time. The old farmhouse at the center of the orchard stood there, half collapsed, its windows shattered and roof caved in. The wooden beams creaked softly in the wind, as if the house itself was moaning. We parked the car at the edge of the orchard and walked deeper into the field. The ground beneath our feet was uneven, covered in fallen apples and weeds. The air smelled earthy, and there was a faint sweetness from the ripened fruits still hanging from the trees. As we approached the farmhouse, the feeling of being watched set in. It wasn't the kind of eerie quiet you'd expect. No birds sang, no rustling of leaves. It was dead quiet. Too quiet. We made our way inside, the wooden floorboards groaning beneath us. The place was a mess. Old furniture scattered, walls splintered, and dust floating through the air like whispers. A sense of unease clung to the room, heavier with each passing second. It wasn't just the silence. It was as if something had been waiting in the shadows for us. One of my friends, Sarah, wandered into the next room. I followed behind, but stopped when I noticed something odd. In the corner of the room, there was a chair. No, 2 chairs. Both were facing each other, but they were old, cracked, as if they hadn't been touched in years. The legs were splintered, and dust coated the seats like a film. What disturbed me most was the way they seemed to be positioned, like they had been placed deliberately, waiting for something or someone. "Why are the chairs like that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know," Sarah replied, frowning. "It's creepy." We both stood there, staring at the chairs, the silence pressing down harder. I had the sudden, irrational thought that someone, or something, might be sitting there, just out of sight. As we explored further, we came across the kitchen. The cabinets were open, broken plates and jars scattered on the floor. It was here that we found the most unsettling thing of all, a photograph. It was crumpled, lying on the countertop. A family of 4 stared back at us. The man and woman smiled weakly, while 2 children sat on either side of them. What caught our attention wasn't the photo itself, but the absence of their faces. The photo had been torn, their features missing as though someone had tried to erase them. All that remained were empty eyes, hollow and void of life. "What happened here?" Sarah whispered. Her voice trembled. "I don't know," I replied, my throat dry. As we turned to leave, I noticed something moving outside the shattered window. A figure, thin, tall, standing in the distance just beyond the trees. I couldn't make out any features, only the silhouette of someone or something watching us from the edge of the orchard. My heart pounded and I stepped back, whispering, "Do you see that?" Sarah followed my gaze, her eyes widening. I saw it too. The figure didn't move, just stood there, watching. Its presence felt ancient, as though it had been waiting for us to arrive. "We need to get out of here," I said, grabbing her hand. As we hurried toward the car, I kept glancing back, half expecting to see something, anything, trailing behind us. But there was nothing. The figure remained distant, still unmoving. Once we reached the car and drove away, I stole one last glance in the rearview mirror. The orchard was behind us, the farmhouse a dark silhouette against the fading light, and still I felt that unseen gaze following us. To this day, I can't explain what we saw or didn't see, but I know one thing for sure. Whatever it was waiting, and it's still out there. The night sky stretched endlessly above the old train tracks. We were out there, just friends on a camping trip, away from everything. No phones, no towns, just the woods and the faint sound of a distant train. It was supposed to be peaceful, a night of campfires, laughter, and staring up at the stars. But everything changed when we stumbled across the old station. We hadn't planned on visiting it. It wasn't on any map, but curiosity led us off the trail. The station had been abandoned for decades, weathered by time and overgrown with vines. The roof had caved in, leaving skeletal beams exposed. It was eerie, but we thought it would make a cool spot to rest for a while. Inside, the air was thick with dust and the faint smell of decay. The wooden floor groaned underfoot, and cobwebs hung from the rafters like thin curtains. We joked about the ghosts, making light of the old station's dark past, but something didn't feel right. As we wandered deeper into the building, One of my friends, Emily, stopped abruptly, staring at the wall. We all gathered around, shining our flashlights where she pointed. The wall was covered in writing. Scrawled in faded, jagged letters were words that made my blood run cold. "Help us." None of us spoke. We stood there, frozen, as if the very silence around us was pressing down. There were other messages, scratched out beneath, phrases we couldn't make sense of. Words about trains, about waiting, and something else entirely. "They're still coming." That's when the whispers began. Soft, indistinct murmurs that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. I turned to see if anyone else had heard them, but my friends were motionless, their eyes wide with fear. The whispers grew louder, more urgent. It felt like they were closing in on us. We bolted from the building, running back toward our campsite, the sound of our footsteps drowned out by the endless rustling of the trees. My chest heaved as we made it back to the clearing, but we couldn't escape what followed. Back at the campfire, we all sat in silence, watching the flickering flames. I kept glancing toward the trees, waiting, expecting to hear something again. But it was the quiet that frightened me the most. The rest of the night passed without another sound, but I couldn't sleep. My mind kept replaying those words, that feeling of being watched. Even now, I wonder what was meant by those messages, and if they're still out there, waiting. We left the station behind, but the memories of what we saw have never left me. The train is long gone, but I know they're still out there. It was a quiet evening in my apartment, the kind where the city feels distant despite being just outside the window. The only sounds were the hum of the refrigerator and the occasional distant car passing by. I had just settled in for the night, the blinds drawn and the dim glow of my desk lamp casting long shadows across the room. I wasn't sure how long I had been sitting there when I noticed something strange. It was faint at first, a whispering sound, barely audible, like someone was speaking, but I couldn't make out the words. I tried to dismiss it, telling myself it was just the wind or some noise from the neighbors. But it wasn't just outside the window. It was inside my apartment. I listened closer, holding my breath. The whispering grew louder, more distinct. It wasn't coming from any specific direction, but rather seemed to be coming from everywhere. It felt like the walls were alive, the air itself vibrating with those strange, unintelligible sounds. I got up and moved toward the hallway, my footsteps echoing faintly. The whispers followed, as if they were inside my head. I turned on the hallway light, hoping it would stop whatever was making that sound, but the light did nothing. The whispers continued, now more persistent, almost like they were speaking my name. The sound was almost melodic, but there was something eerie about it, something off. I decided to step into my bedroom and close the door behind me. The moment I did, the whispers stopped. It was quiet again, the kind of silence that made my skin crawl. I stood there, heart pounding, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Maybe I was imagining it. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. But then I heard it again, this time, more clear, coming from just outside the door. "Let me in." The voice wasn't human. It wasn't like any sound I've ever heard before. It was low, hollow, almost mechanical, but filled with an unnatural urgency. I didn't move. I couldn't move. I was frozen in place, my entire body trembling. "Let me in," the voice repeated, louder this time, like it was right outside the door. I could feel the floor beneath me shaking slightly, as if something was pressing against it from the other side. I knew I had to do something. I grabbed my phone, hands shaking as I tried to call the police. The line rang and rang, but no one answered. The phone died, the screen flickering, leaving me in total silence once again. The whispers started again, this time from deeper inside the apartment, coming from the shadows that seemed to stretch across the floor like living things. They didn't make any sense, but they were there, filling the air with a sense of dread that I couldn't escape. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed in my room, with the door locked, listening to those whispers until the first light of dawn broke through my blinds. When morning finally came, everything was quiet. No signs of anything strange. My apartment looked the same, as if nothing had happened. But the whispers, they haven't stopped. I still hear them sometimes, late at night when the city noise dies down and the silence takes over. I don't know what they are, but I know they're still there, waiting. The first time I saw the figure, I was hiking alone. The trail cut through a remote mountain range miles from the nearest town. I had decided to spend the weekend camping, seeking peace away from the noise of civilization. It was supposed to be a break from everything, but what I found instead was something I couldn't explain. The morning started off perfect. The air was crisp, the trees towering above me, their leaves whispering in the wind. I made my way up the trail, taking my time, savoring the silence. The only sounds were the crunch of my boots on the dirt and the faint calls of distant birds. I reached a clearing near midday, a rocky outcrop that overlooked the valley below. It was breathtaking, serene, untouched by modern life. I took a deep breath, sitting down to eat my lunch. That's when I noticed him. A man, standing far in the distance at the edge of the forest. His figure was oddly still, almost too still. He wasn't moving, just watching me. At first, I thought it might be someone else, another hiker perhaps. But the longer I stared, the more I realized how unnatural his stillness was. His head tilted slightly, as if studying me. There was no wave, no acknowledgement, just stillness. I packed up my things, keeping an eye on him. I told myself I was imagining things. The wind must have carried a shadow, or maybe my mind was just playing tricks on me. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The rest of the hike was uneventful. I set up camp near a small lake, the sun dipping below the horizon as I started a fire. That night, as I lay staring up at the stars, I couldn't help but think of the figure. Was he still there, watching me from the forest's edge? I wanted to dismiss the thought, but the longer I sat in silence, the more real it felt. In the middle of the night, I woke to the sound of something outside my tent, a soft rustling. My heart jumped, and I held my breath, straining to listen. There was no wind now, no rustling of leaves, just stillness. But the noise continued. Slow, deliberate footsteps, like someone walking toward my tent. Panic surged through me. I grabbed my flashlight, pointing it toward the entrance. "Who's there?" I whispered, my voice trembling. Silence. I slowly unzipped the tent, heart pounding in my chest. The campsite was still, empty. But the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. I had no idea what I expected to find, but the sense of someone, or something, out there lingered in my mind. In the morning light, I checked the area thoroughly, but there was no sign of anyone. No footprints, no tracks, nothing to suggest I wasn't alone. I felt the weight of unease settling deep into my bones, but I packed up and continued my hike, telling myself the encounter was nothing more than paranoia. It wasn't until I returned home that I realized something was missing from my pack, one of my water bottles. I searched through my gear, retracing my steps in my mind. The bottle had been full that morning, yet now it was gone. I don't know how it vanished. I know I would have noticed if I had lost it along the trail. The bottle was one of my last few. Water wasn't plentiful out there, and yet it was gone. I've never returned to those mountains. The memory of that figure, still and silent, watching from the trees, stays with me. I can still feel his eyes on me, even now, long after I've left the wilderness behind. I was always someone who believed in the familiar, the predictable. My life had always been about routine, and I liked it that way. That's why, when my friend convinced me to take a road trip to an old remote lighthouse for the weekend, I wasn't thrilled, but I went along anyway. It wasn't the kind of place I'd ever consider visiting. but something about the isolation appealed to my friend, and I didn't want to miss out. The lighthouse was situated on a rugged coastline, far from civilization. The drive there took hours, and as we approached, the only sounds were the wind and the crashing waves below. There were no other cars on the road, no other people. It felt as if we had stepped into a world that no one else remembered. When we finally reached the lighthouse, we parked and began our hike up the steep, crumbling path that led to the base. The wind was strong, biting through our jackets as we made our way to the top. The view from the lighthouse was breathtaking. Vast, empty stretches of ocean and rocky cliffs stretching into the horizon. We spent the day exploring the area, taking photos, and marveling at how quiet everything was. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows over the land, we decided to climb inside the lighthouse. The door creaked open, and the smell of old, damp wood hit us. Inside, the old spiral staircase wound up into darkness. We climbed carefully, each step echoing louder than before. The higher we went, the colder it became. I had a strange sensation that something, was watching us from the shadows below. When we reached the top, the wind howled louder than ever. The view was incredible, but the feeling of being completely alone started to gnaw at my thoughts. The sky was painted in deep purples and oranges, and the ocean stretched endlessly before us. It was peaceful, yet something felt off. As we explored the small room at the top of the lighthouse, we found old, faded charts and logs, abandoned years ago. The emptiness was almost overwhelming. I kept glancing behind me, as if expecting to see someone, or something, watching from the corners of the room. We stayed until the sun had fully set, but as the darkness deepened, my unease grew. The wind had died down now, leaving a heavy silence. It felt as though the world had stopped turning. My friend began to pack up, but I stayed by the window staring at the horizon, waiting for something that I couldn't put into words. It wasn't until I was about to leave the room that I noticed something strange. On one of the old, dusty tables by the window, there was a single, neatly folded piece of paper. I almost missed it, but something about the way it seemed out of place drew my attention. Curious, I unfolded it. It wasn't a log or any kind of note I could make sense of. The writing was old and faded, but as I read it, a chill ran down my spine. They watch. They listen. Always. We begged for help, but there was no one left to hear. They took them all. My breath caught in my throat. I looked around the empty room, my eyes scanning the shadows. The silence felt heavier than ever, and my pulse began to race. I wasn't alone. I tucked the paper into my jacket, and we left the lighthouse as quickly as we could, the weight of what I had read pressing down on me. The drive back was quiet, but every shadow seemed to whisper in my mind, and the thought of that unknown presence stayed with me long after we left. To this day, I still wonder who wrote that note, and what it meant. It was supposed to be a relaxing trip. My friends and I decided to rent a small, secluded cabin by a quiet lake in the mountains. No phones, no internet, just nature and us, looking to escape the city for a few days. I wasn't expecting much, just peace and quiet, maybe a few beers by the fire. The cabin was far off the beaten path, accessible only by a narrow dirt road winding through the forest. We arrived at sunset, the sky painted in hues of orange and pink. The cabin itself was old but charming, built from rough timber and surrounded by tall trees. It felt like the perfect escape. That first night, everything was peaceful. We unpacked, built a fire, and enjoyed the stillness of the night. The only sounds were the crackling flames and the occasional rustle of the trees in the breeze. After a few hours, we turned in, exhausted from the long drive. I awoke sometime later. The cabin was quiet, but there was a faint noise that drew me from my sleep. A soft, thudding sound like someone knocking just outside the window. I sat up, my heart pounding. The window was shuttered, but the sound grew louder as if someone was knocking again and again, faster now. I didn't want to believe it, but the thudding was rhythmic, persistent, and coming from right outside. The others were fast asleep, unaware, but I couldn't shake the feeling of dread creeping up my spine. I stayed perfectly still, listening, as the sound became louder, more frantic, then silence. My breath caught in my throat as I waited, straining to hear any movement outside. But there was nothing, just the stillness of the night. In the morning, I told my friends about the noise, but they brushed it off. Probably just an animal, they said. I wanted to believe that, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. That afternoon, we decided to go for a hike along one of the trails nearby. As we walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. I glanced over my shoulder more than once, but there was nothing behind us, just the endless trees and the winding trail. Still, the sense of unease persisted. When we returned to the cabin, something felt different. The air was thicker, the silence more oppressive. That night, as we gathered around the fire, I noticed something strange. The fire flickered unnaturally, casting distorted shadows on the walls. I kept thinking about the knocking I heard, wondering if whatever made that sound had followed us. We decided to turn in early, and once again, I awoke in the middle of the night, this time to the sound of faint whispering. It was soft, almost drowned out by the rustling trees outside, but it was there. I sat up, listening intently, trying to make out what was being said, but the words were indistinct, like they were carried away by the wind. I couldn't move. The whispering grew louder, clearer, until I could almost make out what they were saying. And then it stopped. Just like before, the silence returned. The next morning, I woke to find a dark smear on the window, the same window that had the shutter knocked on the night before. I wasn't sure what it was. It looked like something had pressed itself against the glass, leaving a mark that wouldn't wipe away. That day, my friends decided to leave. I wanted to stay, but the fear of what had been outside was too much to ignore. As we packed the car, I couldn't help but glance back at the cabin one last time. The woods were silent as they had always been, but I knew I wasn't alone. The knocking was still out there, waiting. My friends and I decided on a whim to take the long trail that stretched along the edge of the cliffs, far from any roads, towns, or lights. We wanted nothing but peace, a chance to get away from everything. We parked at the base of the trail, unloaded our backpacks, and began the slow ascent. The air was clear, and the sound of crickets filled the silence. It was peaceful. That was the only word for it. Peaceful. At first, we hiked for what felt like hours, the trail winding through thick patches of trees that would occasionally break into clearings with breathtaking views of the valley below. It was beautiful, like stepping into another world. At some point, we decided to stop for a break near the edge of the cliffs. The drop below wasn't something to mess with, but we sat there, taking in the view, enjoying the stillness. That's when things started to feel off. We noticed a faint noise, like someone dragging something heavy. It wasn't loud, but it was persistent. At first, we figured it was just the wind shifting rocks or something. No big deal. But then, the sound grew closer. I got up, walking a few steps toward the edge of the trail, and strained my ears, trying to pinpoint it. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was my imagination, but then I blinked, and there it was again. A figure. At the edge of the cliff, maybe 50 feet below us, just standing there. No flashlight, no movement, just still, like a shadow cast by the rocks. I could barely make out the details, but something about it felt wrong, unnatural. I called my friends over, but when they looked, there was nothing there. I didn't know what to say. My heart was racing as I tried to convince myself it was just some hiker far off in the distance. We decided to keep walking, thinking maybe we'd imagined it. The trail grew quieter the further we went, and the shadows of the trees seemed to stretch longer with each step. We came to a part of the trail where the ground dropped off steeply again, the cliff face towering above us. As we moved closer to that edge, The air seemed heavier. The noise returned, faint, dragging footsteps, but now accompanied by whispers, distant and soft. I could barely make out the words, but they sent chills down my spine. "We're still here," they said. My friends were laughing, unaware of what I'd heard. I looked around, trying to convince myself I was imagining things, but the unease in my chest was growing. The figure was still out there, watching us. I could feel its presence, even though I couldn't see it. We reached a part of the trail where the trees thinned, giving us a view of the valley again. Below, I saw something that made my stomach drop. Another figure standing by the edge of the cliff far below, and then another, and another, until the entire expanse below was filled with dark shapes that seemed to be watching us, unmoving. I froze. My friends kept walking, oblivious, but I couldn't move. I wanted to scream, to shout, but my voice wouldn't come. The figures, there were dozens of them, seemed to blend into the shadows of the cliffs, but I could feel their eyes on me. I couldn't look away from the sight below, even as panic began to rise in my chest. My legs felt like they were rooted to the ground. They didn't move, didn't make a sound, but I knew they were waiting. I turned around and yelled at my friends to stop, but they couldn't hear me. I could barely hear myself. "Guys, stop!" I shouted, my voice barely more than a whisper. They were already too far ahead, unaware of what I had seen. I begged them to come back, but it was like they didn't even hear me. My mind was screaming, "Run back! Run back!" But my feet wouldn't move. My gaze was still locked on the figures far below. The dragging sound grew louder again, this time coming from above, behind me. I could feel something close, closer than it had been before. I turned around slowly, and that's when I saw it. The figure from earlier, the one by the cliff, now standing just a few feet away from me. Its face wasn't visible, but I could feel it watching me. Its presence seemed to drown out everything else. The sound of my friends, the wind, everything except the slow, deliberate footsteps drawing closer. "We're still here," it whispered again, and I could feel its breath against my neck. I didn't move. I couldn't. The figure leaned in closer, and I swear I could feel its cold, lifeless stare boring into me. But then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it stopped. The dragging noise and whispers faded. The figure stood there for a moment longer, then turned and slowly walked back into the shadows of the cliff. By some miracle, my friends finally heard me screaming, and they ran back to find me. We left that trail as fast as we could, but I can still feel it, like something is out there, waiting, still. It started as an ordinary Sunday drive through the countryside. I'd packed a few snacks, some music, and planned to spend the day exploring the old back roads, places I hadn't visited in years. The sun was shining, casting long shadows across the fields as I drove along, lost in the quiet hum of the engine and the occasional chirping of birds. My destination was a small, forgotten town deep in the woods. It wasn't marked on any maps or GPS. It was one of those places that only showed up if you knew where to look. I had vague memories of visiting there as a kid, but everything had changed since then. The road wound tighter into the trees, and as I drove deeper, the world felt as if it was folding in around me. I was eager for the quiet, for a break from the city, but the stillness of the woods began to feel oppressive, almost too quiet. It was as though the trees were watching, the silence pressing down like a weight. Eventually, I reached the old town, or what was left of it. Time had all but erased it. The town was overgrown with vines, the wooden houses leaning in on themselves, abandoned and forgotten. There were no signs of life, no people, no vehicles, just a faint echo of the past. I parked my car near the edge of what was once Main Street and started walking. The ground beneath my feet was uneven, cracked, and covered in weeds. The air smelled damp and musty, like something had been left to rot. I passed the old general store, its windows broken and faded posters peeling away. I peeked inside and saw remnants of a life long gone. Dusty shelves, faded signs, and the unmistakable scent of decay. Something about it made my skin crawl, but curiosity drove me forward. I wandered through the town, stumbling over old bricks and rusted metal, feeling as though I was stepping through a memory. Every sound seemed amplified in the quiet, my footsteps echoing off the crumbling walls, the creak of dry wood, the distant call of birds. It was peaceful, yet unsettling. As the sun began to set, I reached the outskirts of town. I sat on an old stone bench, trying to take in the view of the overgrown fields and the distant horizon. The quiet seemed to stretch forever, the woods pressing closer with each passing moment. That's when I heard it. A faint sound, barely audible at first. A whisper. It wasn't human, but something inhuman. I froze, my heart pounding. I strained my ears, listening, but the woods remained silent except for the rustling of leaves in the breeze. The whisper grew louder, as if it was circling around me, distant but persistent. I stood, my hands trembling, and turned in a slow circle, searching for the source. The woods were darkening, the last light of day vanishing behind the trees. Then, just beyond the edge of my vision, I saw it. Movement. A shadow, shifting among the trees. My breath caught in my throat. It didn't look human. It was tall, too tall, and its figure twisted unnaturally as if it didn't belong in the world. I wanted to run, but my legs refused to move. The whisper became a soft, eerie chant now, growing louder and more insistent. The figure moved closer, the shadow stretching and twisting as it approached. I could feel its presence, as if it were staring at me with hollow, empty eyes. It wasn't human, not in the way I knew. It was something older, something that had been waiting for a long, long time. Tears blurred my vision as I stumbled backward. My mind raced, trying to find an explanation, but nothing made sense. The figure was no longer a shape, but a dark void, surrounding me in silence and fear. Just when I thought I couldn't bear it anymore, the whisper faded. The figure stood still for a moment, then turned, vanishing into the woods as silently as it had come. I stood there, trembling, as the night fully set in. The woods were silent once again, but I knew I hadn't imagined it. That thing, whatever it was still out there, watching, waiting. I slowly made my way back to my car, heart still racing. As I drove away, I glanced back at the town once more, the memories of the whisper still echoing in my mind. I haven't gone back since. I've always loved the forest. There's something about being surrounded by towering trees, the fresh air, and the quiet that draws me in. So, when my friends suggested a weekend camping trip deep into the woods, I didn't hesitate. It sounded perfect, peaceful, serene, just what we needed to escape from the chaos of city life. We packed up our gear, grabbed some supplies, and hiked several miles into the heart of the forest. The trail was narrow, winding, and covered in fallen leaves, but the scenery was breathtaking. As we set up camp, I remember how quiet everything felt. No distant sounds of cars, no faint hum of electricity, just us and the wilderness. The first night was uneventful. We built a fire, cooked dinner, and sat around, laughing and enjoying each other's company. I had never felt more at peace. But when we decided to turn in, something shifted. That night, I kept waking up, hearing strange noises just beyond the trees. It wasn't the usual rustling of leaves or the occasional hoot of an owl. These were softer, quieter sounds, almost like whispers. I brushed them off at first, telling myself it was just the wind, but something about the tone of those whispers felt wrong. Intimate, almost as though they were meant for someone, not just the forest. The second night, things felt different. I couldn't sleep at all. The forest had gone silent. Not the kind of silence you're used to when you're out in nature, but an unnatural, almost oppressive quiet. There wasn't a single sound from any creature. No crickets, no wind, not even the rustle of leaves. It was as if the forest had been drained of all life. At one point, I decided to step out of the tent and check the surroundings. The air was thick, almost suffocating. I shone my flashlight into the woods, expecting to see some critters or movement, but there was nothing. Just darkness. I called out to my friends, but my voice felt swallowed by the stillness. Then I saw it. Something standing far off, just at the edge of the trees. It wasn't a person, at least not a normal one. The figure was tall, unnaturally so, and it didn't move like a human. Its silhouette was dark, almost blending into the night, but the more I stared, the more I felt like its presence was wrong. The air seemed to pulse around it, and I swear I could feel its eyes on me, though I couldn't see them. I froze, my breath hitching. Whatever that thing was, it wasn't natural. It didn't seem curious, it didn't feel human, it felt watchful in a way that made my skin crawl. I backed away, slowly retreating into the tent, my heart racing. I couldn't sleep the rest of the night. Every sound, every rustle of leaves made me flinch, but nothing else came. The next morning, my friends were awake, laughing, acting like nothing had happened. They didn't hear the whispers, didn't see the figure in the woods. When I told them, they just shrugged it off, calling me paranoid. I didn't press the issue. We packed up our gear, leaving the quiet forest behind us, still unsure of what we'd encountered. It wasn't until we were back in town that I realized something truly terrifying. I checked my phone. No service, as expected. But when I scrolled through my pictures from the trip, I froze at what I found. In the photos from the night before, something appeared. A faint, shadowy figure standing among the trees, barely visible but unmistakably there. It wasn't just a trick of the light or my imagination. It was real. And somehow, whatever it was, it had been watching us. I don't know what it wanted, and I never want to go back to that place. Some things are better left unseen. It was late October, the leaves crunching beneath my feet as I made my way down the quiet country road. I had decided to take a long walk that evening, needing some fresh air away from the dull hum of city life. The sun was setting, casting long dark shadows over the rolling hills, and the only sound was the gentle rustling of trees in the breeze. I'd grown up in this area, a small town surrounded by farmland and open spaces. The woods were always eerie at night, but tonight felt different. The air was colder, heavier. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. As I walked, I noticed how distant the usual sounds of animals had become. No crickets, no rustling of leaves, just silence. Even the wind had quieted. I reached the edge of the woods, the trees towering like silent sentinels on either side of the road. The sun had nearly set now, leaving only a dim orange glow on the horizon. It was too early to be this dark. That's when I saw it, standing between two trees, perfectly still, a figure watching me from the shadows. It was human-shaped, but there was something off about it. Its posture was wrong, unnatural. I stopped walking, my breath catching in my throat. I couldn't see its face clearly, but I could feel its gaze locked on me. I stood there, heart pounding, unsure if I should move or run. The figure didn't move, didn't blink. It was like something out of a nightmare, just a shadow in the fading light. My legs felt frozen as I tried to look away, but something held my gaze. Who's there? My voice trembled as I forced the words out. The silence stretched on, and then nothing. No response, no sound of breathing, no movement. I wanted to run. I turned back toward the road, but as I did, I saw another figure appear in the distance, emerging from the opposite side of the woods. This one was even closer than I thought possible. It didn't walk, it glided, silently, effortlessly. My stomach twisted as I realized it wasn't human. The shape was wrong, distorted, like something had stretched it out of proportion. My mind raced as I backed away, hands trembling, my heartbeat echoing in my ears. I didn't stop until I was nearly at the edge of the road. The two figures, now several feet apart, stood motionless, their black, empty eyes staring toward me. I realized, with a sick feeling in my stomach, that I hadn't heard any footsteps, just silence, and yet they were there, both of them, in the middle of nowhere, watching me. I turned and ran, my legs carrying me as fast as they could, the figures vanishing into the darkness behind me. I never looked back. To this day, I don't know what they were, but I know they weren't human. It was a quiet evening at home, the kind where the city seems to slow down, and all I could hear was the distant hum of cars passing by. The apartment building where I lived was old, with creaky floorboards and thin walls. I lived on the 4th floor, in a corner unit with windows that looked out over a row of old, weathered rooftops. I was sitting on the couch, engrossed in a book, when I heard the soft, repetitive tapping at my window. At first, I assumed it was just the wind, but when I glanced up, I realized there was no wind. It was perfectly still outside. The tapping continued, slow and deliberate, like someone or something was trying to get my attention. I hesitated, my stomach twisting in knots. The apartment felt too quiet now, too still. I didn't want to move, but curiosity got the better of me. I stood slowly, tiptoeing toward the window. I pressed my face to the glass. Below me, in the alley between buildings, there was a figure. It stood completely still, staring up at my window. At first, I couldn't make out much. It was dark, and my view wasn't clear. But then, the figure moved closer, shuffling forward in a slow, unnatural way. Its movements were mechanical, jerky, as if it wasn't fully human. Panic set in as I realized its face was partially obscured, but I could still see the eyes. Empty, hollow, and void of life. They seemed to stare right through me, past the glass. I took a step back from the window, my heart hammering in my chest. The tapping stopped. Silence followed except for my own breathing. I stood frozen, staring at the spot where the figure had been. Nothing moved, no sounds from outside. I didn't dare turn away from the window. Minutes passed, but the figure didn't move again. I was about to force myself to look away when, suddenly, the lights flickered. The entire room went dark for a brief second, and when they came back on, the figure was gone. I didn't sleep that night. It was an ordinary Saturday when we decided to explore the old lake. It wasn't just any lake, it was surrounded by dense woods, hidden far from the main road. My friends and I had stumbled upon it years ago while hiking, but never spent much time there. Today, curiosity got the better of us. We packed a picnic and drove out, eager to spend the afternoon away from the usual noise of the city. The day was perfect at first. The sun was warm, the air was fresh, and the lake itself was calm and inviting. We set up our blankets near the shore, and for a few hours it felt like the world had stopped. We swam, took photos, and laughed under the canopy of trees. The forest around us seemed alive, buzzing with insects and birds. But there was something else, something that felt off. As the sun started to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the lake, we began to hear faint whispers. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but then it came again, clearer this time, like voices carried from the depths of the woods. I turned to my friends, but none of them seemed to hear it. "Did you guys hear that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. They shook their heads, focused on the lake. I stood up, looking toward the trees. The whispers grew louder, more distinct, and now I was certain I wasn't imagining it. They weren't words, just faint, distorted murmurs, like something from a dream, calling out from the forest. "We should go back," I said, my heart starting to race. The feeling of unease was creeping in, swallowing any sense of peace we had earlier. "No way," one of my friends laughed. "We've got another hour of daylight, we're fine." I hesitated, wanting to stay but feeling that nagging, primal instinct to get out. Still, we stayed a little longer, hoping the sounds would fade. But they didn't. It was like the forest was alive, its very trees whispering to each other. The murmurs were all around us now, growing louder, almost like they were speaking directly to us. One of my friends, Mark, turned white as he stared at the woods, his eyes wide and searching. "I swear I hear something," he said, his voice trembling. "It's not normal." I glanced at the others. None of them seemed to be reacting as strongly, but I could see the tension in their faces. The air had turned colder and the woods were shifting. Silent one moment, then alive with rustling leaves and distant sounds. The sun had disappeared behind the horizon, casting the area in shadows. Everything seemed to grow darker, more foreboding. Mark stood up, his voice barely audible. "We need to go. Now." The others agreed, though reluctantly. We quickly packed our things, keeping our eyes on the trees, half expecting something to emerge from them. The whispers grew louder as we walked toward the car, but no one spoke, too caught up in the creeping dread. When we reached the car, I turned back one last time, searching the forest for any sign of life. That's when I saw it, just a glimpse of something moving between the trees. It wasn't human, though. It was long and twisted, like a shadow, but with shape. It vanished in an instant, but I knew it had been watching us. My friends didn't see it, and I didn't say a word. I just got in the car, my hands trembling on the steering wheel. We drove away from the lake in silence, leaving the strange murmurs behind us. As we drove back toward the main road, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still watching us from the darkness. I've never been back to that lake, and I never planned to. Whatever was out there, it felt alive, watching, waiting. And I know now, some things are better left unexplored. I never thought a simple trip to the library could haunt me like that. It was an ordinary evening, nothing out of the ordinary. I had just finished dinner and decided to visit the library downtown. I'd always loved the quiet, the smell of old books, the calmness of the place. It was something I did regularly, but that night felt different. The library was quiet, like usual, with only a few people scattered around, their heads buried in books or computers. I liked the peaceful hum of pages turning and the faint sound of the old fluorescent lights buzzing above. It felt like time moved slower there. I spent the evening reading, drifting through the stacks until I found myself in the back of the building. That's where the old section was, filled with dusty aged books no one really touched. It was peaceful, almost serene. But something was off. I remember feeling like I was being watched. The feeling started slowly, creeping up on me. I dismissed it at first, telling myself it was just my imagination. But then I heard it, a faint whispering. I turned, looking around, but there was no one there. The whispering continued, just soft enough that I couldn't make out the words. It was almost as if someone was speaking right next to my ear, but nothing was there. I tried to ignore it, convinced I was imagining things. Still, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. I decided to leave, but as I passed the long row of bookshelves, I noticed something strange. At the end of the row stood a figure, tall and thin, just standing there in the dim light. Its face was obscured by the shadow, but its posture was unnervingly unnatural, like it wasn't quite human. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. I blinked, trying to convince myself it wasn't real, but when I looked again, the figure hadn't moved. My legs felt like they were made of stone. I couldn't look away. There was something about it that didn't belong, something wrong. Then, in a voice that wasn't human, it whispered my name, soft but chilling. I backed away slowly, never taking my eyes off the figure. My mind screamed at me to run, but my body refused to move. I stumbled back, heart pounding, and tried to yell for help, but the sound got caught in my throat. Suddenly, the figure turned and disappeared between the rows of books. I stood there, frozen, unsure whether I had imagined it or not. The whispering continued, though fainter now, as though it were coming from within the very walls of the library. I rushed to the entrance, clutching my phone tightly in my hand. I couldn't leave fast enough. As I pushed open the heavy doors, I glanced back one last time. The library was still. Too still. The buzzing fluorescent lights flickered once before dying out, plunging the building into darkness. I never went back to that library. To this day, I don't know if what I saw was real, but the whispering still lingers in the back of my mind, and I'll never forget the figure that vanished between the rows of books. I never liked going to the old library. It wasn't that I didn't enjoy reading, but something about that place always unsettled me. It was located deep in town, far from the bustling streets, surrounded by tall, looming trees that seemed to trap the library in perpetual dusk. That day, I had gone in looking for a quiet place to work on a research project. The main hall stretched out in front of me, filled with towering bookshelves packed with forgotten volumes. The air smelled of old paper and dust, like something had been left untouched for too long. I always felt like the library was too quiet, too still, as though the very walls were watching. I found a desk tucked into a corner near the back. The sun barely made it through the high, cracked windows, casting long, dim shadows across the worn wooden floor. I set up my laptop, opened my books, and tried to focus, but the oppressive quiet gnawed at the edges of my concentration. Hours passed, or at least it felt like it. I had no real sense of time in that place. Every creak, every faint whisper of wind from outside seemed magnified in the silence. I was halfway through a particularly dry section of text when I noticed something unusual. A faint noise, barely audible at first, like someone breathing just behind me. I froze, scanning the empty library, but there was no one there. The sound grew louder, sharper, like someone was just inches from my ear. I turned slowly, my pulse quickening. No one. The breathy noise became a low whisper, as though someone was right there speaking into my mind. I couldn't make out what it was saying, but it felt off, like the voice wasn't human. I pushed my chair back, my hand trembling as I tried to steady myself. I wanted to run, but something about the stillness of the library held me in place. Then came a distinct echoing creak from the far corner of the room. I didn't want to look, but my head turned on its own. In the dim light, I saw something moving. Shadowy and indistinct, it wavered near the tallest shelf. A figure, barely formed, drifting in and out of sight. My breath caught in my throat. The whispering grew louder, distorted, like it was all around me now. I wanted to scream, but the words wouldn't come. It felt like the library itself had swallowed my voice. As I watched, the figure began to shift, growing more distinct. Its features were blurred, but I could see now. Hollow eyes, a twisted, gaping mouth. It didn't move like a person. It drifted, flowing across the room, closer to me. The whispering became a scream, but in my head, not from any source I could find. I stumbled backward, knocking over my chair. The figure didn't stop. It didn't seem to notice me. It was as if it had no awareness of anything but its own existence. It drifted toward the front of the library, toward the rows of ancient books, each step sending a shudder through the floor. Tears streamed down my face as I stumbled out the door, never looking back. The library remained silent, as if it had never noticed I was gone. I don't know what that thing was, and I don't want to find out. But I know I'll never step foot in that library again. It was a quiet evening, and I was driving down a deserted highway, the kind where the road stretches endlessly with nothing but fields and trees on either side. I had been driving for hours, heading home after a long trip, and the dim glow of my headlights was the only source of light in the endless blackness around me. The air was thick with the scent of rain, though no storms had come. The tires hummed on the road, and the only sound was the rhythmic click of the wipers clearing the occasional drops from my windshield. I hadn't seen another car in hours, not since leaving the last town, and I felt that familiar sense of isolation creeping in. As I turned a bend, the first thing I noticed was the old wooden sign. It was weathered and barely legible, but I could make out the faint outline of the words. Eagle Point, 5 miles. I didn't remember seeing a town named Eagle Point on any map, but the sign wasn't particularly unusual. Just another small, forgotten place along this endless stretch of road. I was tempted to speed up, eager to get home, but something about that sign pulled me in. Curiosity, maybe, or the strange sense of solitude that had settled over the drive. I took a slow turn down the narrow, winding road that led toward Eagle Point. As I approached, the first thing I noticed was how dark everything had become. The streetlights in this part of the country were practically non-existent. The only light came from the faint glow of my headlights cutting through the night. Eagle Point wasn't much of a town. A few houses stood in various states of disrepair, the yards overgrown and dotted with wildflowers and weeds. There was no one outside, no cars, no movement, just a stillness that seemed to stretch forever. I drove slowly through the quiet streets, my senses on edge. That's when I saw the church. It wasn't like the other buildings. It was old, its steeple towering above the others, casting long, dark shadows across the ground. There was something unsettling about it, the way the windows reflected the light like hollow, staring eyes. I slowed down and parked across the street, unsure of why I felt so drawn to it. I stepped out of my car and walked toward the church. The ground was soft beneath my feet, the sound of crunching gravel echoing in the stillness. The door creaked open slightly as I pushed it, revealing the dim interior. Dust motes floated in the air, catching the faint light from my phone. The pews were empty, and the air smelled musty, old. The silence felt heavier here. It wasn't just quiet, it was oppressive, like the church itself was holding its breath, waiting. I wandered further inside, drawn by an odd sense of fascination and dread. In one corner of the church, there was an old faded photo framed and sitting atop a small altar. It depicted a group of people, women, men, and children, standing together, smiling. But their eyes were empty, vacant. As I stared at the photo, I felt my skin crawl. The stillness grew deeper, more suffocating. Then, from the back of the church, I heard it. A faint whisper, too soft to understand, but unmistakable. My breath caught in my throat and I turned slowly, heart pounding. There was nothing there, just shadows in the corners, stretching and shifting. I backed away from the altar toward the door. That's when I noticed something strange. The photo was gone. In its place was another photo, newly placed on the altar. This one showed me, alone, standing by my car with an empty, hollow stare. Panic gripped me as I snatched the photo and backed toward the door. The whispering had grown louder now, echoing through the church like 1,000 voices speaking at once. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but the tone was haunting. I stumbled outside, the door slamming behind me. I didn't stop running until I was back in my car, my heart racing like it might burst. I drove as fast as I could, eyes locked on the road ahead. When I finally dared to look back, the church was gone, just empty fields stretching into the void. I never went back. To this day, I can't explain what I saw or heard. All I know is that some places aren't meant to be revisited. Some places leave you changed, and some places never really leave at all. It was just a quiet evening walk. I lived near a small town with few places to go. The woods always felt a little too close, too oppressive, but I had always found peace in the stillness of the forest. That night, after dinner, I decided to take a stroll down the old, barely used path that led to the edge of the woods. The sun had just set, leaving a thin strip of light that barely illuminated the ground. The air was thick with the scent of pine and something else, something faint and unfamiliar. I shrugged it off, pulling my jacket tighter around me as I walked. The path was overgrown, the grass brushing against my legs as I made my way deeper into the woods. As I moved further, I noticed how quiet it had become. No birdsong, no rustling leaves, just a suffocating silence. It wasn't unusual for the woods to feel deserted, but this felt different. The usual comforting stillness was now oppressive, almost as if the trees themselves were watching me. I kept walking, pushing forward until I stumbled upon something strange. There, just off the path, was an old, weathered cabin. It looked like it hadn't been touched in decades, the wood faded and rotting, with a thin layer of ivy growing over the walls. I stopped, my curiosity overpowering the gnawing sense of unease that had settled in my gut. There were no signs of life. No lights, no smoke from a chimney. The windows were covered in grime, and the door hung slightly ajar. I stood there, unsure why I was even considering stepping closer. But something about it drew me in. I crept closer, my footsteps crunching against the dirt. The door creaked as I pushed it open just enough to peek inside. The darkness beyond was complete, thick and suffocating. My flashlight barely cut through the shadows, revealing broken furniture, dusty remnants of a life that had long been abandoned. A chill ran down my spine as I stepped inside. The air inside the cabin smelled stale, like it hadn't been touched in years. The silence was absolute. I kept moving through the rooms, uneasy with each creak of the old floorboards beneath me. That's when I noticed it. The faintest sound, a soft whisper, carried through the stillness. It wasn't coming from the cabin itself, but from outside. A whisper that seemed to echo from deep within the woods. I froze, listening intently. The whisper didn't make any sense. No words, just a soft, chilling hum, as if something was calling out. I didn't know why I did it, but I stepped toward the window, pressing my forehead against the cold glass, trying to see into the darkness outside. There was nothing, just trees, shadows, and the oppressive silence. And then I heard it again. Closer this time. A faint scraping sound like nails dragging across wood. I jerked back, my breath hitching. The whispers had stopped, but now I could hear something. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps, moving through the underbrush. Panic surged through me and I grabbed my flashlight, shining it toward the source of the sound. But there was nothing there. Only trees, their twisted shapes looming in the dark. I backed away, my heart pounding in my chest. The footsteps came closer, impossibly close now, though there was still nothing to be seen. My breath came out in ragged gasps, each step echoing louder, more deliberate. Then, just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, the sound stopped. The cabin was silent once again. I didn't wait to find out what was out there. I ran, not bothering to glance back. The woods felt alive, shifting around me, the trees now towering like silent watchers. I didn't stop until I reached the safety of the open road, the lights of my town flickering far in the distance. Even now, I wonder what might have been waiting in the shadows. It was a quiet evening when I decided to take my dog, Max, for a walk through the park. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. The park was usually bustling with families and joggers during the day, but by nightfall it became eerily deserted. Tonight, though, something felt different. Off. Max pulled gently at the leash as we wandered deeper into the park, his sharp eyes scanning the darkened trees. I wasn't worried at first, having walked these paths countless times, but tonight the usual calm was replaced by a creeping unease. We passed by the old playground, its swings creaking gently in the breeze. The air felt colder than usual, and I shivered, pulling my jacket tighter. That's when I heard it, a faint rustling in the distance like something moving through the underbrush. I stopped, listening. Max froze too, ears perked. "Come on, boy," I murmured, trying to shake off the strange sensation that prickled my skin. We continued walking, but the feeling didn't fade. Every step I took, the sense of being watched grew stronger. It was as though the trees themselves were closing in around us, watching in silence. I glanced back once, expecting to see someone, anyone, but the path behind me was empty. Still, the feeling of being followed remained. As we neared the center of the park, I spotted something strange, a flickering light in the distance. It looked like someone holding a lantern, but there was no sign of a person. My heart quickened. Max growled low in his throat, ears flat against his head. I tried to reason with myself. Maybe someone had lost a flashlight or a phone. Nothing to be afraid of. Yet, as we approached the source of the light, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The glow flickered erratically like it was struggling to stay on. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the light went out. I froze, clutching Max's leash tightly. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the distant chirping of crickets. "Hello?" My voice broke the silence. I wasn't sure why I spoke. There was no one to answer. Max started pulling harder on the leash, his hackles raised. I could feel his fear radiating through the grip of my hand. I turned around, scanning the shadows beyond the trees, but they were still empty. Suddenly, the air felt heavier, like something was pressing against my chest. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was watching me. The forest, which usually comforted me with its stillness, now seemed alive, watching, waiting. Then, from behind me, came a voice. Soft, quiet, but not human. "Stop!" I spun around, heart racing. Max barked furiously, his growl turning into a frantic, terrified yelp. I couldn't see anyone, but the voice had come from the direction of the woods, clear and chilling. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice trembling. No answer. Max was pulling at the leash, nearly dragging me now. His ears were pinned flat, and he was growling louder, more desperately. I glanced around, but the park remained as silent and empty as ever. "Let's go, Max," I said, though my legs felt heavy as I turned to leave. The hairs on my neck stood on end. I could feel something, or someone, following us now, always just out of sight. The walk back was one of the longest of my life. Every step felt like I was walking through a nightmare. Max's barks echoed through the trees, but the presence that had followed us remained hidden. When we finally emerged from the park and the streetlights lit the world again, the feeling of being watched didn't fade. I glanced back, but there was nothing. No figure, no sound, just silence and the shadows retreating back into the trees. I didn't sleep that night, my mind haunted by the voice and the feeling of being followed. To this day, I wonder what it was, if it was real or something my mind conjured. All I know is, some nights, even under the safety of streetlights, I still feel the weight of those unseen eyes on me. I never believed in the old tales they told about the abandoned factory. It was a relic of the past, a place everyone in town seemed to avoid. Rumors of shadows, whispers, and things that went bump in the night had always seemed like just that, rumors. But I was never one to fear the unknown, at least not until that night. I had always heard stories from my parents and older folks about the factory, how it had been shut down decades ago after a series of strange occurrences, machinery running on its own, lights flickering and whispers echoing through the empty halls. But no one I knew had actually dared to enter it until that night. It was a few weeks after the factory officially closed down for good, and curiosity got the better of me. A few friends and I decided to explore. The building was towering, windows shattered, rusted beams sagging. The front doors creaked as we pushed them open, the air inside heavy with the scent of decay. We stepped cautiously through the dimly lit corridors, flashlight beams cutting through the thick shadows. We wandered through empty hallways filled with old machinery, cracked concrete, and scattered bits of broken equipment. It was like walking through the echoes of the past. The deeper we went, the quieter everything became. I started feeling like we were being watched. My heart was racing, but I told myself it was just the echoes of our own footsteps. We stopped in what once must have been a break room. A long, faded table sat in the center, surrounded by chairs that looked like they hadn't been used in years. The silence in the room was oppressive. I could hear the faint buzz of the fluorescent lights above us, barely hanging on. That's when it started, the faint whispering. It was so soft at first, barely audible, like someone was talking just on the edge of hearing. I froze, trying to make sense of it, but the others didn't seem to notice. I shook my head, telling myself it was just the wind, the old building settling, but the whispers didn't fade. If anything, they grew louder, more distinct. I took a step toward the hallway, my friends still gathered around the table. The whispers were clearer now, and they sounded wrong. It was like they weren't coming from anywhere. The words were faint, but they seemed to be repeating the same thing over and over, like a distorted echo. Leave. 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 I tried to call out to my friends, but the words caught in my throat. My flashlight flickered, then died completely. Panic gripped me as I scrambled to replace the batteries, but my hands were trembling so badly I could barely manage. "Guys," I managed to whisper, my voice shaking. "We need to get out of here." I heard a low, raspy laugh behind me, cold and hollow. My blood ran cold. I turned around slowly, expecting to see one of my friends, but there was no one there. The whispers had stopped, but the air grew colder. I could feel a presence in the room now, something that wasn't human. I heard it then. The faint sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving toward me from the hall. They weren't my friends' footsteps. I couldn't move, couldn't think. The sound grew louder, closer, until I could feel the vibrations in the floor beneath me. I backed away, stepping carefully until I felt the wall press against my back. The whispers returned, louder this time, accompanied by the sound of dragging footsteps. "Leave. Leave. Leave," they seemed to chant, their distorted voices weaving into the air. I wanted to scream, but my throat was dry. Suddenly, the lights went out entirely, plunging the room into total darkness. My friends' voices echoed faintly, calling out for me from deeper in the building, but I couldn't find them. I fumbled with my phone, but it was dead. The only sound now was the relentless whispering, growing louder, more urgent. I held my breath, waiting for something to emerge from the shadows, but nothing ever did. Somehow, I found my way out, back through the winding halls, past the echoes of those whispers. My friends never believed me when I told them. To this day, they think I imagined it, that it was just some old factory with nothing more than dust and creaking metal. But I know what I heard, and sometimes, even now, I can still hear the whispers, just faint enough to make my skin crawl. It was a quiet summer evening when my family and I decided to visit the old abandoned amusement park on the outskirts of town. The place had been closed for years, overtaken by weeds and forgotten rides rusting in the hot sun. The locals had always whispered strange stories about the park, rumors of eerie sounds, forgotten laughter, and ghostly apparitions. But we figured it'd be a fun adventure, something different from the usual weekend routines. As we arrived, the first thing that struck me was how still everything felt. There wasn't even the usual hum of insects, just a deathly silence. The entrance gate was broken, hanging open, as though it had been waiting for us. We made our way inside, the crunch of gravel beneath our feet echoing unnaturally loud. The park was larger than I had imagined, with rows of rides that looked like they had been forgotten by time. There was something eerie about the way the rides loomed over us, standing still, lifeless. The Ferris wheel sat motionless, its metal skeleton creaking as though it wanted to move, but couldn't. The funhouse with its broken windows looked like a hollow, crooked mouth, waiting to swallow whatever dared enter. We wandered through the park, taking it all in. The air felt heavier, almost suffocating. There was a strange smell, something metallic, mixed with decay. My dad insisted we move closer to the central plaza where the old carousel still stood. It was one of the last working attractions before the park shut down. But it wasn't just the carousel that caught my attention, it was the voices. At first, I thought it was just the wind playing tricks on me, whispering soft murmurs. But as we approached the plaza, I realized the sounds were coming from the carousel itself. A soft, eerie laughter. The kind of laughter that didn't belong in a place like this. Probably just the wind, Dad said, though his voice was quieter now, uncertain. But the laughter continued. Clearer, louder. It wasn't the wind. I stopped, frozen in my tracks. The sound came from the empty carousel, the horses frozen mid-gallop, their painted faces worn and cracked. I could hear them. Soft, childlike giggles, high-pitched and wrong, echoing across the dead park. Mom tried to assure me it was nothing. "It's just the old ride settling," she said, though her voice was shaky. But the laughter grew, becoming more distorted, more human. It didn't sound like kids playing. It sounded like something wrong. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. My skin crawled. It wasn't just noise anymore. It was as if something was there, something else. Dad grabbed my hand and pulled me along, saying we needed to leave, but something about that laughter kept following us. We rushed toward the exit, passing the old concession stand. But then, just as we neared the gate, the air grew colder. The silence became louder again, like a vacuum. That's when I noticed it. The Ferris wheel, still sitting there, its broken lights flickering. Only, it wasn't empty anymore. At the top of the Ferris wheel, a figure stood, motionless, staring down at us with hollow, empty eyes. There was no face, no features, just a void where the eyes should be. And that laughter, that awful, distorted laughter, came from it. I turned to my family, screaming to run, but when I looked back, the figure was gone. The Ferris wheel lights stopped flickering, plunging the park back into darkness. We didn't look back. We didn't stop. We got into the car and drove away as fast as we could, the laughter still ringing in my ears. To this day, I don't know what we saw, but I know one thing for sure. Whatever was there, it wasn't human, and it never left that amusement park. I'll never forget that day. It started out ordinary enough. My friends and I decided to take a spontaneous trip to the nearby lake. We weren't expecting anything out of the ordinary, just a few hours of peace, some fishing, and maybe a swim if we felt like it. Nothing seemed unusual as we packed up and drove down the winding dirt road leading to the lake. We'd been going to this spot for years. It was remote, surrounded by trees and hills, with no cell service and few visitors, the kind of place where you could truly get away from everything. When we arrived, the sun was high in the sky, and the lake shimmered under its light. We set up a small camp by the shore, blankets, coolers filled with drinks, and a fishing line tossed into the water. It was the kind of day where you lose track of time, relaxing in the warm sun. But as the afternoon wore on, the atmosphere began to shift. The first sign came when we noticed the birds went quiet. The chirping had gradually died down, but we didn't think much of it. It wasn't until we glanced up at the sky that something truly strange happened. The clouds seemed to darken, even though the sun was still shining brightly. It was as if the world had turned gray for a moment, without warning. I looked around, feeling a knot of discomfort form in my stomach. My friends were laughing, oblivious, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I wandered a bit away from the camp, standing at the edge of the water, staring out into the lake. That's when I saw it, a figure, standing at the far side of the lake. It wasn't moving, just standing there as though it were staring directly at me. I told myself it had to be a trick of the light or someone from a distant campsite. But no one ever came to this part of the lake. The figure was still too far away for me to make out any details, but the sensation of being watched deepened. I called out to my friends, trying to shake off the unease. They didn't hear me. Or if they did, they didn't seem concerned. I didn't want to ruin the day with my paranoia, so I pushed the feeling aside. It wasn't until later that evening, when we were sitting around the campfire, that things got worse. The air had grown colder, the sun long set, leaving us with only the dim glow of the fire. The quiet was now oppressive, a stillness that felt unnatural. It wasn't like the calm of nature, it was like something had swallowed the sounds of the night. No crickets, no rustling leaves, just silence. We talked, but the conversation felt forced, the laughter awkward. I kept glancing over my shoulder, feeling eyes on me. I couldn't explain it, but the feeling of being watched was unbearable. Every time I looked around, I saw nothing but trees and darkness. Then, from out of nowhere, we heard it. Soft, distorted whispers. They weren't coming from any direction. It was as if they surrounded us, echoing in the stillness. I strained to make out the words, but whatever was being said was too faint, too unnatural. I couldn't bring myself to ignore it anymore. "Did you guys hear that?" I asked, my voice shaky. They shook their heads, looking at me like I was imagining things. But then I saw it again, the figure, much closer now. It was standing at the edge of the trees, watching us. It was too dark to make out any features, only the faint silhouette, almost human, but not quite. The whispering intensified, as if the figure was breathing the sound into the air. Panic set in. I felt the cold rush through my veins, and my body trembled uncontrollably. I tried to call out again, but no words would come. The figure moved a step closer. It wasn't walking. It glided, as if pulled by some unseen force. The whispers stopped, replaced by an eerie silence. I felt my friends tugging at my arm, pulling me toward the campfire, but I couldn't take my eyes off the figure. It felt like whatever this thing was, it had me trapped. My friends didn't see it, didn't hear the whispers. They told me to snap out of it, convinced I was just spooked by the isolation. But then something happened that I'll never forget. The figure, which had been standing still for what felt like forever, suddenly turned and disappeared into the trees. One moment it was there, and the next, gone, like it had never existed. I tried to explain to my friends what I saw, what I felt, but they couldn't see it. The whispers returned for a brief moment, distant and faint. And then, just like before, silence. I've never been able to return to that lake. To this day, I don't know what I saw or what it wanted. All I know is that something was there, something that wasn't human, and no one else ever saw it. It started on a quiet summer evening. I was driving down the winding country road, away from the lights of the city and toward the small rural town I called home. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, leaving a deep, orange glow behind the trees. I wasn't in a rush. The journey was peaceful. Nothing but open fields stretching out on either side of the road. My phone buzzed on the passenger seat, just a text from a friend reminding me to take the back route. "The usual traffic's a nightmare," they'd said. I smiled and checked the screen. Sure enough, there were no cars ahead, no one behind me. The road was empty. As I drove deeper into the countryside, I felt the weight of the quiet settle around me. The only sounds were the hum of the engine and the occasional chirp of distant crickets. I took a deep breath, letting the calmness wash over me. It was so different from the chaos of the city. It was peaceful. That's when I noticed something strange. A figure standing by the side of the road. At first, I thought it was just someone waiting for a ride, but as I got closer, I realized how still they were. The figure didn't move. No wave, no glance, just standing there, perfectly still, like a mannequin. I passed them without slowing down, my pulse quickening. I told myself they were probably just lost, maybe hitchhiking. But the image of that unmoving figure stuck with me. A few miles further, I came across another one, and this time closer to the edge of a small, overgrown field. The figure stood just a few feet from the road, completely still, staring off into the distance. I passed by, this time slower, my eyes glued to the rearview mirror. There were more. By the time I reached the outskirts of town, I had counted 5. All of them standing still at the side of the road, staring into the darkness, unmoving. I was just about to dismiss the whole thing when a shiver ran down my spine. What if they weren't people? What if they weren't even real? I couldn't shake the feeling that they were watching me. Not just standing there waiting, but following. It wasn't until I was almost home that I realized something else. They hadn't moved. I made it back safe, But the silence of that night, the sight of those figures, still haunts me. I still drive that road sometimes, hoping to find some explanation, but I never do. I still can't forget that night in the abandoned subway station. It was supposed to be a routine trip home after a long day, but everything felt off from the moment I stepped onto the platform. I had just missed the last train, so I found myself alone in the dim light of the old station. The air was thick with dust, the kind of silence that feels almost oppressive. There wasn't a soul in sight, and even the usual sounds of distant trains were absent. The station had a strange, heavy atmosphere, as though the city itself had forgotten about it. I sat down on the platform bench, my phone dimming as I glanced at it. No signal. I sighed, slipping it back into my pocket. That's when I noticed the flickering lights. The fluorescent bulbs hummed and flickered, casting distorted shadows that danced across the tiles. The whole place felt like it was slipping into another dimension. Time passed, or at least it felt like it did. The stillness stretched on and the silence grew deeper. Then I heard something, a soft, dragging noise echoing from somewhere deeper into the station. It was slow, uneven, like someone was shuffling along the tiles. I froze, straining my ears. The sound grew louder, closer. I should have left, but something kept me there, my fear rooted in place. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. Then I saw it, a figure. It was tall, gaunt, and moving with a jerky, unnatural gait. Its face was obscured by a shadow, but I could see the unsettling way it tilted its head as if listening. The closer it came, the more I realized its footsteps didn't match any human pattern. They were uneven, like someone dragging something heavy behind them. I wanted to scream, but my throat was locked in place. I couldn't look away as the figure got closer. It wasn't until it was right in front of me that I saw it, a faint, hollow glow where its eyes should have been. The smell hit me first, something rotten and metallic. The silence broke into a low, distorted whisper, like the sound of something ancient and wrong. "Leave," it rasped, its voice sounding almost mechanical. "Not supposed to be here." In that moment, every instinct in my body screamed to run, but when I turned to flee, my legs buckled beneath me. The creature was gone, vanished like a memory. The subway station was still and empty once more, the lights flickering as though nothing had ever happened. I got up and made my way to the edge of the platform, my heart thudding in my chest. I didn't look back, and I didn't stop until I reached the safety of my home. Even now, I wonder what I saw that night, and whether it's still waiting for someone else to stumble into the darkness. The day had been perfect. We set out in the early afternoon to visit a small, desolate lake hidden deep in the hills. It wasn't a place anyone went often. Locals didn't talk about it much. My friends and I had stumbled upon it once before during a hike, and something about the isolation drew us back. The drive was long and winding, and by the time we arrived, the sun was just starting to dip behind the trees. The lake was peaceful, the water shimmering under the fading light. We were the only ones there, and it felt like our own private sanctuary. We unpacked our things, set up our chairs, and cracked open a few beers. The air was still and cool, but something felt off. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. The silence wasn't natural. There was a kind of tension in the air that made the back of my neck prickle. I shrugged it off, assuming I was just imagining things. We spent a few hours lounging by the water, laughing, talking about nothing in particular. The stillness of the lake seemed to stretch endlessly in front of us, but with each passing hour, the quiet felt less like a serene escape and more like something was watching from beyond. It wasn't until the sun had fully set that things began to feel wrong. The faintest whisper of a breeze started stirring the surface of the water, creating ripples that seemed to echo far too loudly in the quiet. The shadows stretched longer, and we started to hear distant noises, something scraping, dragging, far in the woods. My friends didn't seem bothered, but I felt my stomach knot. I tried to dismiss the feeling as nerves from being so isolated, but something in the air felt wrong. Every so often I'd glance toward the tree line, expecting to see someone or something. But there was nothing. Just trees, silent and still. As the last bit of light faded, we all decided it was time to head back. The trip back was uneventful, and we didn't talk much. The tension between us palpable. It wasn't until we were far away from the lake that things got truly strange. That's when my phone buzzed. A text popped up. "I'm still there." I froze. My heart began to pound as I looked around the car. No one else had mentioned anything about sending a text. I quickly unlocked my phone to check who it was from. The message wasn't from any of my friends. It was a number I didn't recognize. "I'm still there," it read again. My breath hitched as I realized the sender wasn't just talking about the lake. They were still there. I looked out the window, my eyes scanning the dark fields and forests rushing past. But there was no one. No car following us. No signs of movement. Just the empty, winding road. My phone buzzed once more, and this time the message read, "I've been following you since the lake." I clenched the steering wheel tighter. My mind raced. I wanted to believe it was some kind of prank, but deep down, I knew that wasn't possible. My friends hadn't received any message like that. No one could have known we were at the lake. We pulled over at a small, desolate gas station on the edge of town. The place was eerily quiet, and the flickering neon sign seemed to reflect the same unsettling silence from earlier. I stepped out, trying to shake off the creeping paranoia, but the world outside felt off. As I filled the gas tank, I kept glancing back toward the car, waiting for something. Anything. A noise from behind made me whip around. Nothing. But I could swear someone was watching from the darkened edge of the forest. Their shadows stretched impossibly long under the gas station's weak lights. I hurried back to the car, my phone gripped tightly in my hand. As I slid into the driver's seat, my heart skipped a beat when the screen lit up again. "I'm still here." This time, the message came with a photo, one of the lake. But it wasn't the peaceful image we remembered. The water was dark, and in the distance, barely visible in the fading light, something moved, something tall and unnatural. The last message followed. "I'll be with you, always." I never looked back as I drove. I couldn't. I've always loved the quiet of the night. There's something about the stillness that feels peaceful, calming. A few months ago, I took a spontaneous trip to an old abandoned lighthouse perched on the edge of the coast. It wasn't a typical tourist spot, more of a forgotten relic. The lighthouse had been decommissioned years ago, left to crumble under the weight of time and the sea breeze. My friends had backed out, calling the idea too weird, but I was drawn to the solitude. I set out around sunset, carrying only a flashlight and a small backpack with a few essentials. The hike to the lighthouse was long, winding along cliffs that dropped off into the endless ocean below. As I climbed higher, the world seemed to shrink, the noises of civilization fading away. The sun dipped below the horizon, leaving a trail of pink and orange across the sky. By the time I reached the lighthouse, night had fully taken hold. The structure was towering and silent, its paint chipped and its windows broken. I stood there for a while, taking it all in. It felt like stepping back in time, a place that had been abandoned long before I'd arrived. Inside the lighthouse was just as I imagined, cold and damp, with old wooden beams groaning under the weight of neglect. The air was thick with the smell of mildew. I climbed up the narrow spiral staircase to the top, each creak of the old wooden steps echoing in the empty tower. At the top, the view was breathtaking. The ocean stretched out in every direction, the moonlight casting a silver sheen over the waves. I settled in on the edge of the platform, staring out at the horizon, lost in thought. The silence was almost deafening. There was no wind, no crashing waves, just stillness. I was about to close my eyes when I heard it, a faint, distant cry. It was soft, almost like a whisper carried by the wind, but not quite. I froze. I strained my ears, trying to make sense of it. Another cry followed, closer this time. My heart started to race. It wasn't human, not exactly, but it felt close. The sound was strange, almost like a mix of a scream and a moan, drifting up from the base of the lighthouse. I climbed down the stairs slowly, every creak echoing louder than before. I kept my flashlight aimed down, scanning the shadows as I went. The sound seemed to be coming from below, beneath the lighthouse. It wasn't an animal, not the wind. It was something else entirely. When I reached the bottom, the cries had stopped. The air felt colder, more oppressive. I walked around the structure, flashlight cutting through the darkness, but there was nothing there. The silence returned, almost suffocating. That's when I noticed something in the corner of my eye. Movement. A figure stood just at the edge of the cliff, barely visible in the dark. I squinted, but they didn't move. They were watching, unmoving, just standing there. My breath hitched as I pointed the flashlight toward them. For a moment, I thought it was a person, but there was something off. The figure wasn't human. The light only illuminated their outline, distorted and strange, as if they didn't belong in this world. Panic clawed at me. I turned and ran, my feet slipping on the loose gravel. I didn't stop until I reached the car, my chest heaving with each breath. When I glanced back at the lighthouse, it was silent. The figure was gone. I still don't know what I saw that night. All I know is, I never returned to the lighthouse. Some things are better left untouched, left to the silence and the darkness where they belong. It was a quiet, ordinary Friday night. I worked at a small, local museum, one of those places with dim lighting and long hallways filled with ancient artifacts. The building had a certain charm to it, but by night it felt hollow, lifeless, like the stories of the past were fading into silence. My shift was from midnight to 8 a.m., and most nights were uneventful, just me and the quiet hum of security cameras. That night, everything was routine as usual. I walked through the galleries, checking the displays, making sure everything was locked up tight. The only sounds were the creak of my footsteps and the faint echo of the security system beeping softly. Around 2 a.m., I was in the main hall near the old exhibit on ancient civilizations. The air felt heavy, like it had been pulled from somewhere deep beneath the earth. The lights flickered once, briefly, and then returned to their usual dull glow. I shrugged it off, assuming it was the building settling. I glanced at the case with the ancient pottery, its intricate designs worn from years of dust and time. That's when I noticed something strange. One of the display cases was cracked open, my stomach twisted. These cases were made to be impossible to open without the alarm system triggering. The glass wasn't shattered, it was simply opened. Carefully. I approached, my breath quickening. The artifact inside, the ancient stone mask, was gone. In its place was nothing but empty air. I called security immediately, my voice shaky. The line crackled, but no one answered. I wandered through the museum, heart pounding as I checked each exhibit. One by one, I realized others had been tampered with. A display of ancient scrolls was wide open, the texts scattered on the floor. A case housing old coins was now empty. The more I walked, the more I noticed. Every artifact was either disturbed or missing. Panic set in. What was happening? Someone had broken in, but there were no signs of forced entry, no evidence of where they'd gone. I turned a corner and froze. The security camera feed on the wall was glitching, the screen flickering wildly. I stared at the screen, my breath catching. The camera wasn't showing the empty hallways it should have been. Instead, I could see something else. In the grainy, distorted feed, I saw figures, tall, shadowy figures walking through the museum. They moved silently like they were gliding rather than walking. Their faces were obscured, but I knew instinctively they were not human. One of them stopped in front of the empty display case where the ancient mask had been. The figure tilted its head, as if inspecting the empty space. Then it turned slowly, as though it could feel my gaze, and began walking toward the camera. The screen went black. I stumbled backward, my heart racing. I didn't know what to do. There was no one to call, no one who could help me. I could feel them in the museum, moving through the darkened halls like ghosts. As I stood frozen, trying to comprehend what I had just witnessed, I noticed something else. The air was colder now, colder than it had any right to be, considering the time of year. The faint sound of whispers filled the stillness, voices murmuring in languages I couldn't understand. I wanted to run, but every instinct told me that running wouldn't help. They were already here. I kept walking, trying to find an escape, but everywhere I went, the shadows followed. I realized, too late, that the missing artifacts weren't random. They were gone. Stolen by the figures that had emerged from some forgotten part of the museum. Then I heard a voice. It wasn't from the shadows or from the air. It was behind me, right beside me. Return what was taken. I turned around, but there was nothing there. No one. No sound, except for the whispers, still echoing from the darkness. I didn't know if I was losing my mind, but I knew I couldn't stay. I rushed out of the museum, sprinting into the night, my breath visible in the cold air. The police came later, of course. They found no signs of forced entry, no evidence of anyone breaking in. The artifacts were never recovered, and the museum remained silent. They assumed someone had broken in and escaped, but I knew the truth. Whatever those things were, whatever had taken the artifacts, they were still there, waiting. I've never gone back to that museum, and I never will. The night it happened, I wasn't even supposed to be there. A few friends and I decided on a spontaneous trip to an abandoned train station. It was old, long forgotten, deep in the woods, miles from civilization. The place had always held a strange allure, a remnant from a past that seemed almost mythical. The tracks were overgrown, the station itself crumbling under years of neglect. We hiked out there with flashlights, excited for the eerie adventure. The walk felt normal at first, just trees, the crunch of leaves beneath our feet, and the sounds of creatures in the woods. It wasn't until we reached the station that the mood shifted. The first thing we noticed was the silence. It wasn't the typical woods silence, the kind where animals go quiet at dusk. This was deeper, as if the forest itself had gone still, like something had pressed pause on the world. Even our own voices felt muted, unnatural. We made our way inside the old building. The walls were stained with mildew, the air thick with the smell of decay. Broken benches and faded posters hung loosely from the walls. Graffiti covered most surfaces, scribbled warnings of danger and decay, but something about it felt different, wrong. We wandered further into the station, and that's when things started to feel off. The shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally in the dim light of our flashlights. We heard faint whispers, too quiet to make out, but they seemed to be coming from inside the building, as if they were the echoes of something long gone. I looked at my friends, and we all shared uneasy glances, not sure if we were imagining it or if something truly was there with us. Then, from down the corridor, we heard it, a faint metallic clinking, like something was dragging along the floor. We froze. The sound came again, closer this time, like it was coming toward us. I signaled to my friends to stay still, but before we could even speak, the light flickered above us. A low, guttural growl reverberated through the station, and the air felt charged, like we were standing in the center of some unexplainable tension. We moved cautiously toward the source of the noise. The clinking grew louder, echoing off the cracked walls. It wasn't coming from one of us. Something was there. A figure emerged from the shadows, barely visible but unmistakably human-like. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, and it appeared more as a shadow than a person. I stepped back, heart pounding. My friends had already begun to whisper frantically, but none of us could make sense of what we were seeing. The figure didn't seem fully alive. Its skin was pale and stretched tightly over bones that looked too sharp, like they didn't belong. Its eyes were hollow, black as night, and it moved toward us without any sign of consciousness or intent. That's when we realized it wasn't human. Panic set in, but we didn't run. We couldn't. It was like the creature had already consumed the world around it, leaving only that suffocating silence. We turned to leave, but the door that had been open earlier was now shut. No breeze, no reason for it to have closed. The creature let out another growl, louder now, closer. We could hear its footsteps dragging along the floor as it approached. It didn't seem to care whether we ran or stayed. It didn't care if we lived or died. It wasn't moving with purpose, but with an unrelenting pull towards something. In that moment, it wasn't just fear that consumed me. It was confusion. What was this thing? What was it after? I don't know how much time passed before it stopped. The growling faded, and the dragging noise was gone. We didn't move. We didn't speak. The shadows grew darker, almost as if they were swallowing the faint glow of our flashlights. When we finally gathered the courage to look again, the station was empty. The door had opened. We walked out into the night, our breaths heavy, and we didn't look back. I've never gone back to that train station. I don't know what we encountered that night, and I don't think I want to. But every time I'm alone, there's always that thought. Whatever it was, it's still out there. I've always been a creature of habit. Every Friday night, I'd grab my camera and head to the old train tracks that cut through the woods. It wasn't a destination anyone talked about. It was just a place, quiet and desolate, where I could sit and lose myself in the sounds of the passing trains. That night was no different. I parked my car at the edge of the tracks and made my way through the dense underbrush. The woods stretched on forever, the trees towering above, blocking out any sign of the outside world. I loved the solitude, the way everything seemed to pause out here. No phone signal, no noise, no interruptions, just me and the sound of the tracks stretching into the distance. I set my tripod up, adjusting the camera to capture the faint glow of the distant train lights. As I waited, I realized how dark it had become. The forest had swallowed all light, leaving only the cold glow of the moon casting shadows over the tracks. A slight breeze rustled the leaves, and the distant hum of a train echoed faintly in the distance. That's when I saw it. At first, it was just a flicker of movement at the edge of the trees, a shape, slender and dark, blending into the shadows. I thought maybe it was an animal, but there was something unnatural about the way it moved. Smooth, almost fluid, yet completely wrong. I stared, my breath catching in my throat. Whatever it wasn't natural. The figure stepped closer, moving with that same eerie grace, never making a sound. I froze, my finger hovering over the camera. My heart pounded, every nerve on edge. I told myself it was just a trick of the light, but deep down, I knew better. As it drew nearer, I could make out more details. It wasn't fully human. The proportions were off. Too tall, too thin. Its limbs stretched unnaturally, bending in ways that no person could. But the most disturbing thing was its face. No eyes, no nose, just a blank, hollow void where a face should have been. I wanted to look away, to grab my camera and run, but something held me there, frozen in place. The figure stood just a few feet from me now, its inky, featureless face staring straight ahead. I could feel its gaze on me, even though it had no eyes. That's when I realized it wasn't looking at me. It was looking through me. Panic surged through me, but my legs refused to move. It tilted its head as if examining me. Then, without warning, it turned and vanished into the trees. The silence returned, broken only by the distant rumble of a train far off in the distance. I stumbled backward, my hands trembling as I reached for my camera. The lens trembled as I brought it up, but there was nothing to capture. No figure, no tracks, just the woods. I sat there for what felt like hours, unable to process what I had seen. The train came, its light sweeping through the trees, but I couldn't bring myself to move. I waited, and when it passed, I grabbed my tripod and camera, my mind spinning, unable to shake the feeling that something had been watching me. That something was still there, lurking in the shadows, waiting. I never went back. I'll never forget that summer afternoon when I went for a hike. I wasn't a hiker, far from it. I was out of shape, but the trails near the mountains had always called to me. The air was warm, the sun was bright, and the forest stretched endlessly in every direction. I decided to take a trail that led deeper into the woods, away from the main paths and the familiar sounds of civilization. At first, everything seemed perfect. The birds chirped, the trees rustled gently in the breeze, and the only sounds were the crunch of leaves beneath my feet. I wasn't exactly sure where I was going, but I didn't care. It felt freeing to be away from the constant noise of phones, people, and the city. I walked for hours, letting my thoughts drift as I lost track of time. Then, the atmosphere shifted. It wasn't sudden, more like the gradual descent into something off. The birds stopped singing, and the forest became eerily silent. The air felt heavier, thicker. The light filtering through the trees seemed dimmer, almost unnatural. I noticed the shadows stretching longer than they should have, growing darker, more menacing. My stomach twisted. I stopped and looked around, unsure why I felt so uncomfortable. Everything seemed the same. Trees, rocks, the trail, but something wasn't right. My instinct screamed that I wasn't alone. Slowly, I turned in a circle, scanning the forest. There was no one, just the trees, endless and unchanging. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, that I was just imagining things. But the longer I stood there, the more I felt eyes on me, watching. I quickened my pace, my heart pounding in my chest. The trail curved ahead, leading deeper into the woods, but I didn't want to go any farther. I wanted to turn back. My breath grew ragged, and with each step the sense of being followed only grew stronger. Then I heard it. The faintest whisper, just on the edge of hearing. It sounded like my name, softly spoken, carried on the wind. I froze. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice trembling. No response. The forest was still, except for the sound of my own breathing. My head was spinning, and my chest felt tight. I kept walking, but every instinct in me told me to turn around and leave. I glanced back once, and for a moment I could swear I saw something. Just a flash of movement, disappearing behind a tree. My pace quickened, and as I did, the whispers began again, louder this time. They surrounded me, coming from all directions. I couldn't make out the words, but the sound of them sent chills down my spine. Panic gripped me. I wasn't thinking straight anymore. I ran. The trail twisted and turned, but I couldn't see the end. The woods felt endless, and the deeper I went, the darker everything became. I could barely make out the path beneath my feet. Then I heard it again. A voice, closer this time, clearer, more distinct. "Turn back," it said, but it wasn't human. It was hollow, distorted, like the echo of something long dead. "Leave this place." I stumbled, crashing through the underbrush. I didn't care about the trail anymore. Nothing mattered except getting out. My mind was screaming for answers, but I knew there weren't any. Suddenly, I burst out of the trees into a clearing. My eyes widened. There, in front of me, stood a figure. Tall, impossibly thin, with skin that seemed to ripple like smoke. Its eyes were black, hollow, and empty. It didn't move, just stood there, watching me with a cold, unsettling stare. I stopped, paralyzed by fear. My breath hitched and my legs felt like they would give out. But something inside me told me to run. I had to get away. I turned and sprinted back the way I came, but the forest seemed endless. Every shadow felt alive, every noise a threat. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was behind me, something that had followed me from the moment I stepped off the trail. Hours later, I made it out. I don't remember much of the journey back, only that I kept running, not knowing if I'd ever escape. To this day, I don't know what that figure was or why it followed me. The forest isn't the same to me anymore. There's a quiet, lingering fear every time I step into the woods, a reminder of that day when I became lost in a world I couldn't explain. It was a hot summer evening, and I had decided to take a walk through the neighborhood. The sun had set hours ago, leaving behind a deep, velvety darkness that seemed to stretch forever. The streets were empty, save for the occasional flicker of a porch light, casting long shadows down the sidewalks. I lived in an old, quiet suburban neighborhood that had once been bustling, but now felt hollow and deserted. Most of the houses were dark, their windows blank and lifeless. As I walked, I noticed the silence. No chirping of crickets, no rustling leaves. It was unnaturally still. The only sounds were the faint echoes of my own footsteps against the cracked pavement. Halfway through my walk, I noticed something off about the house 2 doors down from mine. Its porch light was flickering, buzzing faintly, like it couldn't quite decide if it wanted to be on or off. The windows were dark, and there was a strange emptiness to the place, as if the house itself had been abandoned long ago. But the most unsettling part was the shape standing by the front door, a tall, thin figure cloaked in shadow. At first, I thought it was just the edge of a tree or a dark outline of the house, but then I saw it move. Slowly, deliberately. The figure didn't seem human. It wasn't walking like someone lost or wandering. It moved with purpose, as if it were waiting, watching for something. I stopped in my tracks, my breath catching in my throat. I couldn't look away, even though every part of me wanted to turn and run. I wanted to shout, to call out, but something held me frozen in place. The figure tilted its head, staring in my direction. I could barely make out its outline, but there was something deeply unsettling about it, the way it stood so still, yet seemed entirely aware of my presence. Slowly, it began to move towards me, taking long, measured steps. My heart pounded in my chest. I wanted to scream, to flee, but my legs refused to move. I was trapped, rooted to the spot. The figure was almost close enough to make out its features when suddenly, without warning, it stopped. It stood there, facing me, just a few yards away. The silence stretched so thick I could hear my own heartbeat echoing in my ears. Then, without any discernible reason, the figure spoke. Its voice was low, almost mechanical, like it had been recorded and played back. "You should not be here." The words sent a shiver down my spine. I opened my mouth to respond, but no sound came out. I tried to take a step backward, but my body wouldn't move. The figure began to step closer again, and I could feel my panic rising. It tilted its head again, tilting toward me as if it was studying something. Then, almost too quietly to hear, it whispered, "You should have left already." Suddenly, everything snapped back into focus. My legs moved on their own, and I bolted down the street, adrenaline coursing through me. I didn't look back, not once, until I was safely back home, slamming the door behind me. That night, I couldn't sleep. The figure's words haunted me. I don't know what it was or what it wanted, but I know one thing for sure. Whatever it wasn't human, and I pray I never see it again. It was a Friday night, and I was driving home along the old highway, a stretch of road I'd traveled countless times before. The highway was long, desolate, cutting through empty fields that stretched on for miles. There were no streetlights, no signs of life, just me and the endless blackness. As I drove, I noticed something strange. About halfway home, I passed a figure walking along the side of the road. At first, I didn't think much of it. Maybe it was someone stranded, maybe they lived nearby. But as I glanced in my rearview mirror, I realized they were still there, walking in the same direction. I didn't see their face, only the silhouette of someone in a dark coat. The road stretched endlessly ahead, and they walked as though they didn't notice my car at all. My instinct told me to stop, to ask if they needed help. but something about their movements didn't sit right. They weren't stumbling or waving for help. They just kept walking, their figure blending into the darkness like they belonged there. I kept driving, the unease growing in my gut. I checked the rearview mirror again. The figure was still there, now further back, just as distant and unchanging as before. By the time I reached the next bend, the figure was gone. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding, relieved. Maybe they'd turned off the road, or found whatever they were looking for. But as I approached the next stretch of road, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The figure was standing there, just a few feet from where I had last seen them. This time, they were facing the road. Their head was tilted, watching me as I drove closer. I slammed on the brakes, heart racing. There was something about the way they moved, so slow, so deliberate, that sent a chill through me. I could feel their gaze locked onto my car. I tried to reason with myself, to convince myself they were just lost, maybe trying to get to a destination. But that thought didn't comfort me. There was something deeply unnatural about how still they stood, how they didn't react to the passing cars or the distant sound of my horn. As I approached, I noticed the figure wasn't looking at me anymore. They were looking past me, off into the horizon as though something far beyond the road had their attention. I hesitated, watching in horror as they began to move again, this time walking toward the trees at the edge of the field. I didn't stop to watch. I sped away, my hands trembling on the steering wheel. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of what I had just seen. Who was that? Why were they walking down the highway like that, so out of place? When I finally made it home, the house felt too quiet. I sat there, trying to convince myself it was just some strange coincidence. Maybe they were a hitchhiker who wandered off into the woods. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. The figure wasn't normal. They had felt off, wrong, in ways I couldn't explain. Later that night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house made me jump, and every time I looked out the window, I half expected to see them again, standing in the darkness, watching. I've never driven that stretch of road again. I never believed in strange things happening at home. The old house I grew up in was familiar, full of memories and comforting noises. But that night, everything changed. It was a quiet evening. I was alone, lying in bed with the windows open, listening to the distant hum of the city far away. The house had an odd creak here and there, but nothing unusual. My parents were away for the weekend, and I enjoyed the peace and quiet. Around 2 a.m., I woke to something that didn't fit with the usual night sounds. There was a faint knocking coming from the living room. It wasn't loud or aggressive, just soft, steady knocks, one after the other, slow and deliberate. At first I thought maybe I was imagining things, but the sound was too clear, too precise. I slipped out of bed, heart pounding. The hallway felt colder than it should have, the shadows deeper than usual. As I approached the living room, the knocking stopped. My breath hitched as I glanced around the room. Nothing was out of place. The furniture was as I had left it, and the windows were shut tight. I stood there for a long moment, trying to convince myself it had been nothing. Then I heard it again, this time closer, sharper. Knocks, like someone tapping a finger against glass. I froze, stepping back into the hallway. I thought of waking up a neighbor, but the knocking didn't sound like it was coming from the front door. It was deeper, as if something was knocking from inside the walls. I hurried to the nearest window, peering out. The street was empty, silent. The only sounds were the faint hum of distant traffic and the echo of those knocks, still faint but growing louder. Panic set in. I tried calling my parents, but there was no signal. My phone was useless. I locked the front door and the back door, but the knocking didn't stop. It was as if whatever it was had moved inside the walls. As I stood there, my eyes fixed on the dark hallway, I noticed something strange. The knocking was synchronized with my heartbeat. Faster as mine raced, slower as I calmed. It was as if something was trying to match me, tracking me. Then came the whisper. A voice, barely audible, just beyond hearing. "Let me in." I spun around, but there was nothing. My pulse felt like it was going to explode. The whispers grew louder, almost pleading. The knocking had stopped, replaced by something even more chilling. Footsteps. Light, deliberate steps, echoing in the empty house. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. The air felt thick, as though something had filled the space around me. I pressed myself against the wall, heart pounding. Finally, the whisper became clearer. "Let me in." The footsteps grew closer, slower, deliberate. I couldn't escape the feeling that whatever was making those sounds was right behind me. My hands trembled as I slowly turned around, expecting to find something, anything. But there was nothing. The house was still, only the faint hum of the fridge and the soft creak of the old floorboards. I don't know how long I stood there, too afraid to move, too terrified to speak. Whatever had been there, whatever was knocking, had vanished. When morning came, I checked every inch of the house. Nothing was out of place. There were no signs of anything unusual. I still don't know what happened that night, but I do know one thing. Whatever it was, it hasn't returned. And I pray it never does. It was a quiet Sunday evening when my family decided to take a drive out to the old lake. The air was crisp, the sky painted with soft hues of orange and pink as the sun dipped toward the horizon. The lake had always been a place of peace, a spot where we'd spent countless weekends, swimming, fishing, and simply enjoying the stillness. We packed a small cooler, grabbed some snacks, and set out in the late afternoon. The drive was familiar, the roads winding and quiet, with only the occasional passing car. As we approached the lake, something felt different. The usual sense of tranquility was replaced by a strange feeling of isolation. We parked near the water's edge, the gravel crunching beneath our tires. The lake stretched out before us, its surface calm and glassy. My parents unpacked the cooler while my younger siblings ran ahead, eager to dip their toes into the chilly water. I stayed back, sitting on the hood of the car, watching them. The sun had almost fully set now, casting long shadows across the trees that framed the lake. There was something in those shadows that didn't feel right. A stillness, unnatural, almost as if the world had stopped turning. That's when I heard it. A soft whisper carried on the wind. It was faint, almost inaudible, but I could feel its pull. My head snapped toward the woods behind the lake. There was no one there, just the trees swaying gently in the breeze. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just the wind or my imagination. But the longer I sat there, the more the feeling of being watched intensified. My parents were still chatting by the car, unaware of the unease that had settled over me. I got up and walked toward the water's edge, my heart pounding in my chest. The whispers were clearer now, though they seemed to come from nowhere. I kept turning in circles, looking around, but there was no one. "Hey!" I called out, my voice trembling. "Is someone there?" Silence. But then I noticed something strange. Footprints leading down toward the water. They weren't ours. They were small, almost childlike, but the stride was too long, too deliberate. My stomach twisted as I followed the prints, tracing them with my eyes. They led from the trees, right to the edge of the water, then disappeared into the still lake. A shiver ran down my spine and I turned back toward my family. My younger siblings had stopped playing and now stood beside our parents, their eyes wide with confusion. They hadn't noticed the footprints, but I could feel their presence. Something was watching us from the trees, something that didn't belong. "Let's go," I said, my voice shaking. "Now." We hurried back to the car, the unease now overwhelming. I didn't dare look back, but the whispers followed us, trailing through the trees like whispers of something long gone. As we drove away from the lake, I kept glancing into the rearview mirror, half expecting to see those childlike footprints, soaked in water, following us. But they were gone. To this day, I still wonder about that evening. The lake has always been a place of peace, but something had lingered there. Something we couldn't see, but that made its presence known. The whispers still echo in my memory, though I haven't heard them since, and I doubt I ever will again. It was the middle of summer when a group of friends and I decided to take a spontaneous trip to a nearby lake. None of us had ever been there before, but the promise of clear waters and warm sun was too tempting to pass up. The drive wasn't long, just far enough to feel like we were escaping the noise of the city, but not so far that we'd lose cell service. The day started perfectly. We arrived early, claiming a spot near the shore, and spent the afternoon swimming, laughing, and basking in the sunlight. The lake was calm, almost unnaturally so. The water was glassy and there wasn't a single ripple. It was eerie in its stillness, but we were too preoccupied with the warmth and the relaxation to give it much thought. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the water, we decided to go for one last swim before the evening cooled. The water was still as we dove in, and it felt refreshing. The perfect end to a perfect day. But as I swam further out, the light from the setting sun began to fade, and the water became darker. That's when I noticed something strange beneath me. It wasn't an object or a shadow. It was a presence. Something shifted below the surface, too far down for me to make out. My stomach twisted and I stopped swimming, treading water as my eyes strained into the depths. There was nothing visibly there, but I could feel it. A sensation like being watched, like something was studying me from beneath. "Hey," I called out to my friends, trying to hide the unease in my voice. "Can you guys feel that? Like, something's down there?" They splashed and joked, completely unaware. I didn't tell them how much I wanted to get out of the water. The longer I stayed, the stronger the feeling grew. It was as if the lake itself had become a living, breathing entity, waiting. I swam back to shore, hurried and shaking off the cold, unsure if what I had felt was real. The others were still laughing, throwing a frisbee, soaking up the last of the day's warmth. I tried to forget about the sensation and told myself it was just my nerves playing tricks. As we started packing up to leave, I noticed something odd in the sand near our stuff. Tracks. Not footprints, though. Drag marks, deep and deliberate, leading from the water toward the woods. My heart stopped as I followed them with my eyes. They disappeared into the trees, where there was nothing but silence. I didn't say anything to my friends. I couldn't bring myself to. As we drove away, I kept looking back at the lake, the sun now fully set, casting a dark, brooding reflection. That night, I couldn't sleep. The feeling of being watched didn't leave me. I kept wondering, what was in that water? And whatever it was it still down there, waiting for us to return? It started as an ordinary trip to the local library. My sister and I were always close, and we spent countless afternoons browsing through rows of old, dusty books. That day, the library felt emptier than usual. The shelves towered over us, and the only sound was the faint creaking of the wooden floor as we walked. We had made our way to the back of the library, past the quiet study rooms and the dimly lit reading areas. The air smelled like old paper and dust. As we wandered further into the maze of bookshelves, I noticed how still everything was. No whispers, no children running, just silence. Even my sister seemed more subdued than usual. "I'll meet you over there," she said, gesturing toward a section I wasn't particularly interested in. I watched her disappear behind a row of shelves, lost in a world of her own. I kept browsing, pulling a book off the shelf and flipping through the pages. Something about the stillness was unsettling. The library wasn't big, but today it felt like a labyrinth, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were the only ones there. I moved toward the back, deeper into the old section of the library where the shelves creaked beneath my feet. At the end of the row, something caught my eye. A table nestled in the corner, covered with old, dusty books. One of them wasn't like the others. The cover was worn, pages yellowed and brittle, but there was something different. Curious, I picked it up and dusted it off. The title was barely legible, faded with time. Whispers from the Void. My stomach sank. I opened the book, but the pages were blank, completely blank. A wave of unease washed over me, but I couldn't bring myself to put it down. As I flipped through the pages, a whisper escaped from the shadows behind me. I froze. The sound was faint. Just a whisper, but it wasn't from anyone I could see. The air shifted around me and I could feel eyes watching from the darkness. I turned, but there was nothing. Just the tall shelves stretching into the dim corners of the library. My heart thudded against my chest and I knew something wasn't right. The whispers grew louder, echoing through the silent aisles. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling. No answer. Only the low, endless whisper that seemed to be coming from everywhere at once. I clutched the book tightly and began to back away. I had to find my sister. I needed to get out of there. The whispering followed me, trailing like a shadow. I moved as quickly as I could, my breath hitching with every step. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Suddenly, I heard my sister's voice from further down the hall. "Hey, what's going on? Are you okay?" Relief flooded me, but it was short-lived. Her voice sounded distant, echoing strangely. "I'm here," I yelled, but it felt hollow, as though my voice wasn't reaching her. "Where are you?" No response. The whispers grew louder, drowning out any trace of my sister's voice. I turned the corner, hoping to find her, but the library seemed to twist and stretch before my eyes. The rows of shelves seemed endless now, stretching far beyond what I remembered. "Please, just tell me where you are," I shouted, my voice breaking. Silence. And then I saw her. She was standing at the end of the hall, but something was wrong. Her figure wasn't quite right. Her back was arched unnaturally, and she wasn't moving like she usually did. It was as if she were floating. "Please come back," I cried, my legs trembling as I rushed toward her. But as I drew closer, I noticed her face. It wasn't my sister's. The eyes that stared back at me were hollow, empty, devoid of anything human. A sinister grin stretched across her lips. "No," I whispered, backing away. The whispers filled the air once more, louder now, like a chorus of unseen voices. The library seemed to stretch endlessly around me, each shadow deeper and darker than before. I turned to run, but the endless corridors shifted, moving as if the library itself was alive. I couldn't escape. Then, from the depths of the shadows, I heard a voice. Calm, serene, yet undeniably chilling. "You're not supposed to leave." I closed my eyes, clutching the book to my chest. When I opened them again, everything was silent. The whispers had stopped. The library was still, eerily quiet. But when I turned around, my sister was gone. And so was the book. It was a late summer evening when my friends and I decided to take a drive out to the old lighthouse on the edge of the coast. We had heard the stories about the place. The locals always mentioned strange things happening out there, but none of us believed in the so-called haunted lighthouse tales. We were just looking for an adventurous night, something to break the monotony of our usual weekends. The lighthouse stood on a narrow stretch of rocky coastline, rising above the crashing waves. The air was thick with salt, and the horizon seemed to stretch endlessly, the sun dipping into the dark sea. We parked the car a few hundred feet from the lighthouse and started walking the narrow gravel path that led up to it. The wind was fierce, tearing at our jackets, and the sound of the waves crashing against the rocks below echoed like a low, persistent hum. It was eerie, but we all just laughed it off, attributing it to the remoteness of the place. When we reached the base of the lighthouse, the first thing I noticed was how worn down it looked. The old white paint was peeling, revealing patches of weathered stone beneath. It felt abandoned, yet oddly familiar. We climbed the spiral staircase inside, the sound of our footsteps clattering against the cold metal steps. At the top, the view was stunning. The sun had fully set by now, leaving the sky a deep shade of purple, the stars beginning to emerge. We stood there, leaning against the railing, mesmerized by the vastness of the ocean stretching out before us. But that's when I noticed something unusual. It wasn't just the beauty of the view, it was the silence. No seagulls, no distant boats, no wind. It was as though the world had stopped. "Did anyone else hear that?" I asked, breaking the quiet. They all turned, confused. "Hear what?" someone replied. "I don't know. It's too quiet. It's unnatural." As the minutes dragged on, we stood there staring out at the horizon. The air felt heavier, as if something unseen was pressing down on us. That's when I saw it. A figure in the distance, standing on the edge of the cliff. My breath hitched. "Is that someone out there?" I whispered, pointing. None of them saw it. The figure was silhouetted against the dark sea, motionless, as if waiting. I rubbed my eyes, trying to convince myself it was just a trick of the light, but it didn't move. And then, just as suddenly as I'd seen it, the figure was gone. I glanced at my friends, but they were still oblivious, staring out at the sea. "Maybe it's just my eyes playing tricks," I said, trying to brush it off. But my heart still pounded, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. We made our way down from the lighthouse, the night feeling heavier than before. The walk back to the car was silent. None of us spoke much, the weight of whatever we had seen still lingering in the air. It wasn't until we got back to town and were sitting in the diner, hours later, that things took an even stranger turn. One of my friends, Mark, suddenly leaned forward, his face pale. "Did anyone else feel like we weren't the only ones up there?" His voice was low, almost trembling. We all looked at him, nodding slowly. Every single one of us had the same feeling. That figure we'd seen wasn't something imagined. That figure. What if it wasn't human? I asked quietly, the unease washing over me again. The room grew silent. That's when it hit me. The stories we had dismissed earlier about the lighthouse being haunted came rushing back. What if they were true? What if whatever that figure was had been watching us all night? We never went back to that lighthouse, and even now, I wonder if something still watches from the cliffs at night, waiting for the next visitors to stumble upon its lonely, desolate shores. I'll never forget that night. It started like any other. My friends and I decided to take a late-night trip to the old observatory on the outskirts of town. It wasn't something we normally did, but curiosity got the better of us. The observatory was an eerie place, abandoned for years, surrounded by forests that seemed to go on forever. When we arrived, everything felt different from the start. The building had a sense of stillness that wasn't natural. It wasn't like the quiet of the woods, it was more oppressive, more unnatural. The air felt heavy, as if something was watching, waiting. We approached the gate that led to the entrance, its iron bars creaking as we pushed through. The windows were shattered, the roof caved in on one side. The place looked ancient, like it had been forgotten for decades. We ventured inside, flashlights flickering as we made our way through the dust-covered rooms. The once magnificent observatory was now a hollow shell, debris strewn across the floor and old telescopes covered in cobwebs. The silence felt deafening, the kind that makes your skin crawl, like the forest had swallowed everything whole. As we made our way deeper, I noticed something strange. There was no sound at all, not even from the forest beyond. No rustling leaves, no distant animal calls, nothing. It was as if the whole world had stopped. We found our way to the control room, the only part of the building that still had some semblance of structure. The faded, old star maps hung from the walls, their bright colors now faded and cracked. It was eerie, standing in a place that was once alive with science, now abandoned and lifeless. That's when we noticed something wasn't right. The flicker of our flashlights cast distorted shadows on the walls. It felt like the shadows were shifting, moving in ways they shouldn't. I turned to ask my friend what he thought, but when I spoke, my voice barely came out. It was as if the very air had swallowed it. Something felt off. My heartbeat thudded in my ears as I scanned the room. And that's when I saw it. Just for a fleeting moment, a figure in the corner. It was tall and thin, with hollow eyes that seemed to absorb the light. It didn't move, but I could feel it watching, waiting. I blinked, thinking I was imagining things, but when I looked again, it was gone. We kept exploring, trying to shake the feeling of unease. My friend checked the broken telescope, pointing the lens toward the sky. "It's jammed," he said, fumbling with the controls. Then he gasped. The sky through the lens wasn't what it should have been. The stars, usually so distant and infinite, were distorted, twisted, flickering as if they weren't really there. A strange hum began to fill the room, subtle at first, but growing louder. "What's happening?" my friend whispered. I didn't know what to say. The hum grew into a low, almost mechanical vibration, and the air seemed to thicken, pressing down on us harder. It was like the world was bending, as though we were seeing something we weren't supposed to. That's when I noticed it again. That figure, tall, pale, and unnervingly still, was back, standing just at the edge of the room. This time, its face was visible. It wasn't human. Its eyes weren't empty, but filled with something ancient, something malevolent. It didn't move, but I could feel its presence, as if it had always been there. The hum grew louder, almost deafening now. I could feel my ears popping, the vibrations reverberating through my chest. I turned to my friends, but they were gone, vanished without a trace. I was alone. Panic surged through me as I realized I couldn't move, couldn't speak. The figure was closer now, standing right in front of me, its eyes boring into mine. And then, just as quickly as everything had started, the hum stopped. The world went silent again. I blinked, shaking, and found myself back in the control room. My friends were there, looking at me, their faces pale. They were talking, asking if I was okay, but I couldn't hear a word. It was as if the silence had returned with a vengeance. We left the observatory in silence, no one speaking of what we had seen. I glanced back at the building one last time, the distant trees now swaying, as if something unseen was moving just beyond the edge of the woods. I'll never forget those hollow eyes, the hum, and the silence. Whatever it was, it's still out there, waiting. It was supposed to be just an ordinary day at home. The house sat on the outskirts of a small town, surrounded by open fields and woods that stretched for miles in every direction. I lived alone, but I wasn't one to feel uneasy about the quiet, isolated life. At least, I wasn't until that day. The morning started off normal, just another day of cleaning, catching up on emails, and preparing for the usual chores. But something about the air felt off. It wasn't heavy or oppressive, just different. I shook it off, attributing it to the weather. Maybe the storm they'd predicted was finally rolling in. Around noon, the rain began, soft at first, but growing stronger by the hour. I watched it from the kitchen window, sipping my coffee. The sky was a thick, dull gray, and everything beyond the yard blurred under the falling sheets. I didn't think much of it until I heard the knock. It came softly at first, 3 quick raps on the front door. I froze, my coffee halfway to my lips. The knocking came again, a bit louder this time, persistent, but no one ever showed themselves. I told myself it was probably just someone needing shelter from the storm. Maybe a neighbor, though no one I recognized. I stood in front of the door, heart hammering, and cracked it open just a little. No one was there. I peered outside into the rain, but the porch was empty. There was no one around, just the relentless downpour and the empty, soaking fields beyond. I checked the locks and decided to ignore it. Must have been my imagination, I told myself. Storms can mess with your head. I went back to the living room, the chill of the rain beginning to seep into my bones. The windows fogged up as the rain continued to fall harder. The noise outside grew louder, the steady pitter-patter of droplets becoming a relentless pounding. It was soothing in a way, like the world was washing away everything around me. Hours passed. I lost track of time, engrossed in some half-read book, when a sudden noise made my blood run cold. A slow, scraping sound came from the back of the house, faint but deliberate, like something dragging across the floor. My stomach clenched and I sat there, frozen, waiting. The scraping grew louder. It wasn't coming from the window or the door, but from deeper inside the house. The kind of sound that made you wonder how something could even move like that. I tried to convince myself it was the wind, maybe some loose shutter flapping against the wall, but the wind doesn't scrape like that. I grabbed a flashlight from the drawer and moved cautiously toward the source of the noise. Each step felt heavier, each breath quieter. The scraping continued, rhythmic, unnerving. I reached the hallway leading to the back of the house and shined my light down the dark corridor. That's when I saw it. A figure hunched over and shuffling, moving towards the kitchen. Its back was grotesquely twisted and its arms were far too long, dragging along the floor. I couldn't make out a face, just dark voids where eyes should have been and something glistening at the corners of its mouth. Panic surged through me, but I didn't scream. I couldn't move. My legs refused to obey, frozen in place as the thing advanced. The scraping stopped, replaced by a low, raspy breathing that seemed to echo through the house. Then it stopped. Just as suddenly as it had appeared, I could feel its presence just a few feet away, as if it had paused, waiting for something. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat echoing through the quiet. Who's there? I managed to whisper, but my voice barely escaped. Silence. Another long minute passed, the air thick with dread. I couldn't hear anything but the sound of my own breathing and the relentless rain outside. Slowly, cautiously, I backed away, retracing my steps. The figure never followed. I didn't hear it leave. But when I checked the back door, the lock was undone. I didn't sleep that night, clutching my phone tightly, waiting for dawn. The storm raged on, but whatever had been there, watching, had never come back. I had always loved the quiet solitude of the forest. Growing up, I would spend hours walking through the trees, lost in my thoughts, letting the sounds of nature calm my mind. But that day, something felt different, off in a way I couldn't explain. It was mid-afternoon when I decided to take a long hike. The weather was perfect, warm, sunny, with only a gentle breeze rustling the leaves. I parked my car at the edge of the trailhead and started walking, following the familiar path that twisted deeper into the woods. The forest felt vast and peaceful, as it always did, but today there was a strange stillness. No birdsong, no rustling leaves, just silence that seemed unnatural. After about an hour, I came to a clearing, a large, flat expanse of moss-covered ground surrounded by towering trees. I decided to stop there and rest for a while. I lay back on a bed of soft grass, staring up at the sky through the canopy of leaves. As I lay there, I noticed something strange. The sounds of the forest had stopped entirely. Not just birds, but everything. It was as if the entire world had gone silent. My heart began to pound as I sat up and looked around. The air felt heavy, like something was looming just beyond my view. I stood and started walking again, though my sense of peace was gone. The silence wasn't just unnerving. It felt wrong. I felt like something was watching me, like the forest wasn't supposed to be this quiet. My footsteps became quicker, my breathing faster. Hours seemed to pass, though I wasn't sure how much time had actually gone by. The sun was setting now, casting long shadows across the forest floor. I knew I needed to turn back, but the sense of unease only grew stronger. As I walked, I came to a narrow footbridge over a shallow creek. I hesitated before stepping onto it, the creaking wood beneath my feet making me pause. The water below was eerily still, almost too still. I looked down into the water, but there was nothing there. No fish, no movement at all. The reflection staring back at me wasn't quite right either, distorted as if the water itself was not quite real. It wasn't until I reached the other side that I realized how quiet the creek had been. There wasn't even the sound of flowing water. I shook my head, trying to push away the sense of dread that was creeping up on me. The trees seemed to close in around me as I continued walking. I could feel the weight of the forest pressing against my shoulders, the stillness pressing into my ears. It wasn't just quiet. It felt like something was missing from the world. The forest wasn't supposed to feel this way, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was no longer alone. I began to run, though my legs ached. My breath came in ragged gasps. The forest around me seemed to blur, the shadows twisting and shifting unnaturally. I wasn't sure if it was my fear playing tricks on me or if something was actually happening. And then, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, I heard it. A soft, raspy whisper, closer than I expected. My legs locked up, my body frozen as I stood there in the dark, unable to move. The whisper repeated itself, louder now, closer, like someone or something was right behind me. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. My mind screamed for me to run, but my body refused to obey. The whisper stopped, but the silence that followed was even more deafening. I felt a chill run down my spine, as if the very air had grown colder. I could hear footsteps now, slow, deliberate, just behind me. I didn't dare look back. Every instinct screamed at me to move, but I stood there, trembling. It wasn't until the whisper returned, right next to my ear, that I broke free from the paralysis. I bolted down the trail, my legs moving as fast as they could carry me. The trees blurred past in a chaotic rush, my breath ragged, lungs burning. I didn't stop until I broke through the tree line and saw my car in the distance. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking, but I didn't look back. I didn't stop running until I was safely inside, the engine roaring to life beneath me. As I drove away from the forest, I realized that I didn't know what had followed me, or why, but something had, and it still felt like it was out there, somewhere in the woods, waiting. I don't remember how I ended up on the hiking trail that day. I'd never been much of an outdoors person, but something about the open air and quiet drew me there. My plan had been simple: spend the afternoon walking along a familiar trail, clear my head, and get away from everything for a while. It wasn't a popular trail, tucked deep into the mountains where few people dared to venture. I'd come across it a few times before, but never explored it fully. The sun was high, casting long shadows through the dense trees. The air was crisp, the kind of silence that wraps around you and feels endless. I walked for hours, following the winding trail deeper into the woods, never thinking twice about turning back. It felt peaceful. Too peaceful. The absence of birds, the quiet rustling of leaves. The trail was so isolated I almost expected to hear nothing at all. But still, something nagged at the back of my mind. It was as if the woods themselves were watching. Eventually, I found myself standing at a fork in the path. One side led to a steep incline, the other seemed to stretch on toward the valley below. Without hesitation, I chose the incline, curious about where it might lead. It wasn't until I'd climbed what felt like hours that I realized I was well beyond any familiar landmarks. I told myself to turn back, but something kept me going. The air became colder as I ascended, the trees growing denser. The trail became narrower, and I started to notice strange markings on the bark of the trees. Scratches, like someone had carved symbols into the wood. I brushed them off as some random hiker's curiosity, but there was a pattern, one I couldn't quite place. The farther I went, the quieter it became, until even my own footsteps seemed to echo unnaturally. That's when I heard it. A faint, hollow whisper, like the wind carrying someone else's voice. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. There was no wind, no breeze. The air was still. "Help me," the voice said, barely audible. It was distant, but clear. I stood there, my skin crawling as I listened. My heart raced, but I couldn't move. "Help me," the voice repeated, louder this time. It wasn't coming from any particular direction. It was all around me. Panic surged through my chest and I turned to run, only to trip over something in the undergrowth. My flashlight bounced away, leaving me in darkness. The woods felt alive, shifting around me as though they were watching, waiting. I scrambled to my feet and grabbed my phone, only to find there was no signal. The darkness felt heavier now, oppressive, like the trees were closing in. My breath came in short gasps as I tried to steady myself. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice trembling. No response. Just silence, except for that whisper growing closer now, louder, echoing in my ears. "Help me." I turned, panic turning my vision blurry as I saw a figure, tall, gaunt, and pale, standing at the edge of the trail. Its features were obscured by the shadows, but I could feel its hollow gaze fixated on me. I backed away, my hands shaking, but it didn't move. It just stood there, watching. "Please," I whispered, though I wasn't sure who I was begging. I turned and ran, faster than I'd ever run before, dodging branches and tripping over rocks. The whisper followed me, always just a step behind. The path seemed endless, the trees shifting and bending as if to block my way. I don't know how long I ran, but eventually I stumbled into an open clearing. The sky above me was dark, stars faintly visible through a break in the trees. My chest heaved as I collapsed to the ground, trembling. The whisper had stopped, but I knew it wasn't over. When I looked back, the figure was gone. The woods were still, too still. I wanted to stay there, but I couldn't. I forced myself to my feet and followed the path I had come from. I kept walking until I saw the faint outline of the trailhead. As I stepped out into the open, the first light of dawn touched the horizon. I could still feel it, though. The heavy weight of the woods, like something was watching, waiting, still following me. And even now, I can't shake the feeling that it's still out there. I remember the day clearly. It wasn't anything special, just a regular evening in an old, crumbling city. The streets were quiet, almost too quiet, as if the world had paused. I was walking home from the library after a long day of studying. The streetlights flickered weakly, casting long, flickering shadows that seemed to stretch unnaturally across the cracked pavement. It was late, maybe 11 p.m., and I decided to take a shortcut through an alley. The air was thick with a strange metallic smell, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I kept walking, trying to convince myself it was just my imagination, but the feeling only grew stronger. I reached the mouth of the alley when I heard a soft, uneven scraping sound behind me. I froze. My breath caught, and I turned slowly, expecting to see someone, maybe a homeless person or a cat. But there was nothing. The alley stretched behind me, empty and dark. My heart pounded as I took a cautious step backward, keeping my eyes on the shadows. I scanned the space again, hoping to find some rational explanation for the noise. There was nothing. I continued walking, but the unease lingered. The scraping sound echoed in my mind, growing louder with every step. I glanced back one last time and saw it. A figure standing at the far end of the alley, obscured by the dim light. It didn't move, just stood there, watching. I couldn't make out any details, but I felt its presence in my bones. My legs felt frozen, like I couldn't move. The figure remained still, watching, as though it was waiting for me. Then, from the corner of my eye, I saw another shadow, just to my left. This one was closer, much closer. I could feel its cold breath on my neck as I turned to look, but there was nothing there. Panic set in. I started running, my footsteps echoing through the alley, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed. Every turn I took, there was always something watching, always a presence just out of reach. Eventually, I found myself at the end of the alley, my chest heaving, breath coming in ragged gasps. The streets stretched out before me, quiet as ever. I didn't know how long I'd been running, but the silence was worse than the fear. It wasn't until I turned to leave the alley that I saw them again. 3 figures, standing perfectly still, watching me from across the street. Their faces were hidden, shadows consuming them, but I could feel their gaze as if they were right beside me. They didn't move. They just stood there, watching. I forced myself to look away and ran as fast as I could, not stopping until I was safe inside my apartment. But even then, I couldn't shake the feeling. The silence of the night was broken only by my own trembling breath. I don't know what those figures were, or what they wanted. All I know is that I've never felt that kind of fear before, and I hope I never feel it again. I'll never forget the night it happened. It wasn't the kind of place where you'd expect anything strange, just an ordinary apartment complex on the outskirts of town. My roommate, Anna, and I had lived there for about a year, always keeping to ourselves, never believing in anything supernatural. That night, I stayed up late, scrolling through my phone while Anna had already gone to bed. The building was quiet, except for the faint sound of creaking floors as people moved around in neighboring apartments. I didn't think much of it until I heard something coming from inside my closet. At first, I assumed it was just the usual settling of the building, old pipes, settling walls, creaking floorboards. But the sound didn't stop. It was slow, deliberate, like someone shifting inside the closet, dragging something along the floor. I set my phone down and sat up, listening. The sound was coming from the back of the closet, from deep within. My pulse quickened as I imagined what could be inside. I stood up, my feet making soft thuds on the worn carpet, and walked toward the closet. The door creaked open as I pulled it back. I didn't know what I expected, but it wasn't what I saw. Nothing but old clothes and random boxes stacked in the corner. I sighed, relieved but still uneasy, and pulled the closet door shut again. As I turned to head back to bed, something caught my eye. A faint shadow flickering at the edge of the doorframe. I froze, staring at it, trying to convince myself it was just a trick of the light. But the shadow lingered, unmoving. I wanted to dismiss it, but something wasn't right. Slowly, I stepped closer, my heart thudding in my chest. I reached out and touched the doorframe, but there was nothing there. Then, from inside the apartment came a whisper. It was faint at first, so soft I almost convinced myself it was in my head. "Let me out." I spun around, my breath catching. The whisper had come from the direction of the closet, but there was no one there. My hands trembled as I forced myself to look back at the closet door. It was still shut, but I could feel the presence of whatever, or whoever, was on the other side. The whisper came again, this time louder, more insistent. "Let me out." I wanted to scream, but no sound came. My legs moved involuntarily toward the closet. I wasn't in control anymore, as if something had taken over my body. I stood there, staring at the door, trying to process what I was hearing. Then, with a burst of courage I didn't know I had, I threw open the closet door. Nothing, just empty clothes and old boxes. My heart pounded in my ears as I stared into the abyss of the dark closet. But it wasn't empty. I could feel it, like someone, or something, was watching me from within. I slammed the door shut, my hands trembling. I backed away, unable to take my eyes off the closet. The whisper was still there, though it had softened like it was retreating but not quite gone. I didn't sleep that night. Every creak of the building, every shuffle of a neighbor in the hall, felt like it was pointing right to me. The next morning, I couldn't bring myself to look inside the closet again. I told Anna what happened, but she didn't believe me. Still, that night, and every night after, when I closed my eyes, I could still hear the whisper, "Let me out." It was a calm afternoon, the kind where the heat seems to bend the air. My friends and I decided to take a trip to the local beach, a place we'd visited many times before. But something felt different this time. The sun glared down from a cloudless sky as we pulled into the empty parking lot. The beach wasn't far, just a short walk from the car, but there were fewer people than usual. We set up our towels and chairs, laughing as we dove into the cool water. The waves were gentle, the kind you don't think twice about. For a while, it felt like nothing could go wrong. We swam, played around, and enjoyed the simplicity of the day. It wasn't until later, when the sun was starting to dip, casting long shadows across the shore, that things began to feel off. We were sitting on the sand, watching the horizon, when one of my friends suddenly pointed toward the water. "There's something out there," she said, her voice quieter than before. At first, I didn't see anything, just the vast expanse of blue stretching out to meet the sky. But as my eyes adjusted, I began to make out a figure far in the distance. It wasn't a person, not a swimmer or a surfer. It looked almost like a shadow, dark and indistinct, moving slowly beneath the surface. The water didn't ripple in the way waves normally do. It was as if something was swimming just beneath, something large, something unnatural. "Is it a shark?" one of my friends asked, but none of us could answer. We all stood there staring at the spot where the figure had been, but now it was gone. The beach had become unnervingly quiet, save for the faint lapping of the waves. The sun had all but disappeared, replaced by a faint orange glow on the horizon. It was beautiful in an eerie way, but none of us could shake the feeling that something was off. "We should go," someone said. The idea of walking back to the car felt like a relief, but we couldn't shake the unease. The path back to the parking lot was dark and desolate, lined with dunes on one side and endless ocean on the other. The air felt thick, heavier than before, and we walked in silence. Halfway back, we stopped. There was a sound, something faint but unmistakable. A splash, not far from the shore. It echoed in the quiet evening air. "Did you hear that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. We stood there, frozen, straining to hear anything else. But it was as if the world had gone still. No wind, no birds, just the faint sound of the waves. Then came the whispering. It started softly at first, almost like the wind, but we realized there wasn't any wind. It was a voice, or rather, many voices, whispers carried on the breeze. They were faint and incomprehensible, as if they were speaking in a language we couldn't understand. Panic gripped me. I could feel it in the way my heart pounded in my chest. We weren't alone. Something was out there, watching us, waiting. "We need to get back now," one of my friends said, her voice trembling. As we hurried to the car, the whispers grew louder, surrounding us. It was as though the entire beach was alive, breathing, and the sound of those whispers seemed to come from everywhere. I kept turning, scanning the dunes and the water, but saw nothing. Yet the voices remained, growing more insistent, more sinister. We finally made it to the car, fumbling with the keys, heartbeats thudding in our ears. The moment we slammed the doors shut, the whispers stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. Driving away, we didn't speak much. All I could think about was that figure beneath the water, the whispers that seemed to follow us, and how wrong the beach had felt. When I glanced back, the beach was gone, swallowed by the darkness. Whatever we saw that day, it's still out there, waiting. It was a quiet evening, and I had decided to go for a walk along the old, unused rail trail that ran near the edge of town. The trail had been out of service for decades, overgrown with thick underbrush and left to the elements. A relic from another time, it was now little more than a forgotten path through the woods. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the trail. I didn't expect to run into anyone. The town had grown quiet in recent years, and I figured it was the perfect time to clear my head. There wasn't much to hear other than the distant sound of the trees rustling in the wind and the occasional creak of an old sign swaying overhead. As I walked further along the trail, a chill started to settle in my bones. It wasn't just the cold air. There was something off about the silence, something unnatural. I kept looking over my shoulder, feeling like I was being watched. I shook it off, blaming my nerves, and pressed on. About halfway down the trail, I came across an old wooden bench. It was weathered and half-rotted, covered in moss and dirt. I decided to sit for a moment, pulling my jacket tighter around me. The woods around me seemed darker now, the shadows deeper, the wind sharper. I glanced up at the fading light of the horizon, the last hint of twilight vanishing into the thick trees. That's when I heard it, a faint, barely audible whisper carried on the wind. I strained to hear, but there was nothing, just the silence again. Maybe my imagination, I thought. But then, a second whisper, closer this time, like it was coming from the trees behind me. My breath hitched and I froze, every hair on my body standing on end. I turned slowly, my pulse quickening. The woods were still. The trees loomed over the trail like silent sentinels, their branches creaking and swaying. I told myself to calm down, that it was probably just an animal. But deep down, I knew better. There was no animal making those whispers. It was like something, or someone, was trying to call out to me. I tried to walk away from the bench, but the whispers followed. They were louder now, as if they were closing in on me, their words indistinct but somehow menacing. I glanced behind, but there was nothing. Only the trees, silent and watchful. The trail curved ahead, disappearing into the shadows. I kept moving, but the whispers didn't stop. They seemed to come from all directions now, surrounding me like a dark fog. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was hearing. Was I losing my mind? Or was something out there? Something beyond explanation. Suddenly, I tripped over something in the grass, falling hard onto the dirt path. My hands scraped against the ground as I caught myself. Looking down, I saw it. A small, broken mirror lying face up, shards of glass reflecting nothing but my terrified expression. The whispers turned to a low, guttural whisper, almost like a chant. It wasn't in any language I recognized, but I could feel it resonating in my bones. I scrambled to my feet, my heart thudding wildly in my chest. That's when I saw them. Shadowy figures emerging from the trees. They weren't human, but they moved like people. Tall and hunched, their forms twisted and obscured by the dark. Their eyes glowed faintly, empty and hollow. They didn't speak, but their whispers continued, growing louder. I couldn't breathe. I wanted to run, but my legs felt frozen, rooted to the spot. The shadows moved closer, closing in on me like a wave of darkness. Then, just as suddenly as they appeared, they stopped. The whispers faded, and the figures vanished into the trees once more. I stood there, breathless, staring into the darkness. When I dared to move again, there was nothing, only the echo of silence. The mirror lay shattered on the ground, its broken glass reflecting nothing but the void of the forest. I didn't stay long after that. I turned around and walked back, never looking over my shoulder again. It started with a simple drive. I had always been fascinated by old lighthouses, drawn to their solitude and the stories they seemed to hold. So, one weekend, I decided to take a trip to an isolated one perched on a cliff by the sea. It was something I'd always wanted to do, something to escape from the noise of daily life. The lighthouse was miles away from any town or signs of human life. The drive to get there was long, winding through narrow, desolate roads with nothing but trees and rocky cliffs on either side. The closer I got, the more the world seemed to shrink. By the time I arrived, the sun had begun to set, casting a long, eerie glow over the water below. The lighthouse stood tall, its white paint peeling and windows dark. The air smelled of salt and brine, and the only sound was the crashing waves below. I parked my car and began the short hike up the steep path leading to the base of the lighthouse. The only other thing besides the distant roar of the sea was the silence that seemed to engulf everything. When I reached the entrance, I pushed open the heavy wooden door. The inside was musty and cold, with narrow, spiraling stairs leading to the top. Each step groaned beneath my feet as I climbed. It wasn't long before I reached the top, where the view was breathtaking. The sea stretched out before me, endless and unforgiving. I stood there, lost in the beauty of it all, when something made me glance back toward the stairs. For a moment, I thought I saw someone standing there, silhouetted against the narrow frame of the doorway. My stomach twisted and my heart skipped a beat. But when I turned fully around, there was no one there. I told myself it was just the shadows playing tricks. The wind whistled through the small broken windows, and I shivered, forcing the creeping unease to the back of my mind. As I took in the view again, I thought about the stories of ships lost at sea, the lonely keepers who had watched from these towers for generations. The idea of isolation felt comforting until I realized that I wasn't alone. Not truly. There was something off about the silence. The absence of birds, the usual sounds of life. Everything was too still, the kind of silence that made your ears ring. I made my way back down the stairs, each creak of the wood beneath me echoing. When I reached the bottom, the door was shut. How had I not noticed that before? The door hadn't moved on its own. My heart raced again as I reached for the handle, only to find it locked from the inside. I was trapped. Panic hit me hard. I checked my phone, but there was no signal. The lighthouse stood in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by nothing but ocean and cliffs. I tried to open the door, banging on it, shouting for help, but there was no one around. The sound of my own voice felt hollow in the empty space. I spent what felt like hours trying to find a way out, but the door refused to budge. It was as if something had sealed it behind me, something I couldn't see or understand. The fear grew, sinking into every part of me. The thought that I might be trapped here, in this ancient lighthouse where the echoes of the past lingered, was too much to bear. When I finally slumped to the floor, exhausted and hopeless, I noticed something strange. The silence seemed to have shifted. Not just quiet, it was as if the world itself had grown quieter. The air was still, heavy, as though time had stopped. I closed my eyes, trying to steady my breathing, when I heard it. The faint sound of a distant bell, soft and low. It wasn't coming from inside the lighthouse. It was from the sea. The bell rang again, louder this time. It echoed off the cliffs, and I couldn't tell if it was real or some strange, haunting memory. My stomach turned as I realized there was no ship in sight, no boat or rescue, just the sound of a bell calling from the void. Trembling, I stood up and went to the window, pressing my face against the cold glass. Below, far out on the water, I saw a flicker of light, dim, almost ghostly. It moved closer, but the lighthouse had no boats or ships. No life should have been out there. I forced myself to look away, but the bell continued, growing louder and more insistent. I didn't know if it was real or if my mind was playing tricks, but I knew one thing. The lighthouse wasn't just keeping watch over the sea. It felt like the sea was watching me. I never saw anyone outside, never found a way out, but the bell still echoes in my mind, always just out of reach. I don't know if anyone else heard it or if I was the only one who ever would. It was a summer afternoon when we decided to take a spontaneous drive out to the old abandoned amusement park. None of us had ever been before, but we'd heard the stories. Rumors of a park that had been shut down decades ago, overgrown with weeds and vines, its colorful rides rusting and decaying. We weren't looking for anything creepy, just a place to explore and take some pictures. The drive there wasn't long, about an hour through winding country roads. The sun was high and the air was thick with the scent of wildflowers. As we pulled up to the entrance, the first thing we noticed was how eerily quiet it was. The gates were rusted shut, but we squeezed through a gap in the fence and stepped onto the cracked asphalt. The place looked like something straight out of a forgotten dream. "Look at this," someone said, their voice quiet, almost reverent. We stood in awe at the sight before us. the remains of what must have once been a lively and vibrant amusement park. Faded signs still hung overhead, some barely legible. Ferris wheels, their once bright colors now faded and peeling, stood in silence, looming like ancient sentinels. The tracks of a roller coaster were still visible, but most of the cars had rusted into skeletal remains. The silence was oppressive. There wasn't even the chirping of birds, just the distant hum of wind through empty, hollow spaces. We wandered from ride to ride, snapping photos, laughing, and sharing stories about the park's past. It felt like a trip back in time, though none of us truly believed in the urban legends we had heard. It was just a derelict amusement park, nothing more than an old curiosity. But things started to change. As we approached an old haunted house ride, something felt off. The air felt colder, the light dimmer, though the sun was still high above. We tried to brush it off, thinking maybe our imaginations were just running wild. One of us suggested we split up, explore different areas of the park, and regroup later. I reluctantly agreed. I wandered deeper into the park, feeling increasingly uneasy. The further I went, the quieter things became, until I couldn't even hear the others anymore. My footsteps echoed off the cracked pavement. I kept telling myself it was all in my head, but every creak, every rustle in the bushes made me jump. That's when I saw it, the figure standing at the edge of the roller coaster tracks. It was hard to tell what it was at first, blending into the shadows. A tall, slender figure, maybe a person, maybe not. It didn't move, just stood there, staring at me. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. I stared back at it, locked in some kind of strange, silent standoff. Time felt frozen, as if the world had come to a standstill. Then, without warning, the figure turned and walked into the woods. My fear finally snapped, and I sprinted back toward the main part of the park, calling out for my friends. When I got there, they were already gathered, looking at me with worried expressions. I told them what I'd seen, but they didn't believe me at first. We searched the area, but the figure, or whatever it had been, was gone. We all chalked it up to my imagination, or maybe the stress of the place getting to me. But then, later that night, after we'd left the park and were back in the quiet of our homes, something strange happened. In a flash of clarity, I remembered something I hadn't noticed before. The faded sign near the entrance had a small line of text at the bottom, something I hadn't seen earlier. It read, "Those who enter never leave." I remember the night clearly, even though I wish I didn't. It wasn't like a typical horror story where something obvious happens and you can't look away. No, this was different. A quiet, unsettling terror that crept in slowly, unnoticed, until it was already too late. It started with an evening trip. A group of us decided to go for a hike up an old, abandoned mountain trail that no one in town really talked about anymore. The path was barely visible through the trees, and we figured it'd be fun to explore something that felt off the map. No one else had been there in years, from what we'd heard. The trail wasn't difficult at first, just some rocky terrain and patches of overgrown bushes. But as we kept walking deeper into the forest, something felt off. The air seemed thick, heavier. The usual sounds of chirping crickets and rustling leaves were replaced by a strange, oppressive silence. Even the forest itself felt strange, like it was watching us. We had been hiking for what felt like hours when we came across a clearing, a wide space surrounded by towering pines. There was an old, crumbling structure at the center of the clearing. It looked like a small, forgotten cabin, its roof partially caved in, and the walls worn with age. None of us had expected to find something like this out here. It looked abandoned, but something about it felt wrong. "We should check it out," one of my friends, Mark, said, stepping toward the cabin. The others hesitated, but curiosity got the better of us. The closer we got, the more uneasy I became. The silence seemed to thicken, as though the forest itself had swallowed all sound. The door of the cabin creaked open under our weight, revealing a room filled with dust-covered furniture and remnants of something long forgotten. We stepped inside, hesitant, but everything seemed still. There was nothing alive inside except for us. As we poked around, one of my friends, Laura, pointed out something strange. The walls were covered in old, faded drawings. Children's drawings, but they weren't the usual cheerful, innocent sketches. These were distorted, eerie, figures with hollow eyes, twisted shapes, and scribbled faces that seemed to stare at us from the faded paper. "That's creepy," Mark said, turning pale. We quickly decided to leave, but as we stepped outside, the feeling of unease only deepened. It wasn't just the creepy drawings or the old decaying cabin. It was something else. A presence. It wasn't threatening, but there was an undeniable sense that we weren't supposed to be there. We moved quickly through the woods, trying to shake the sense of discomfort that had settled over us. The trail became steeper, harder to follow as we pressed on, and the oppressive silence grew even thicker. Then, as we were about to turn back, we heard it, the soft sound of footsteps behind us. But there was no one there. "Guys, stop," I whispered, turning around. The others froze. "I hear it too," Laura said, her voice barely above a whisper. The footsteps echoed faintly in the distance, like someone, or something, was walking just beyond the tree line, following us. We hurried, but the sound seemed to be growing closer, as though whatever was following us was keeping pace. No matter how far we went, the noise remained, distant but persistent. We couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. As we finally reached the trailhead, we stopped, breathing heavily. The trees loomed around us, shadows stretching long in the fading light. That's when I realized something was missing. One of my friends, Emma, was gone. "Where's Emma?" I asked, my voice trembling. The others looked at each other, panic setting in. We split up, calling her name, but the only response was silence. The woods had swallowed her, leaving us alone once again. We couldn't find Emma. We never did. She was just gone. There was no trace of her, no sign of where she might have gone. The forest had taken her, and we were too afraid to go back in and search again. To this day, I can't explain what happened that night. All I know is that something was in those woods, something that watched us, followed us, and took Emma. And whatever it was, I'm convinced it's still out there, waiting. I was on a road trip with some friends, driving through endless flatlands that stretched out like a forgotten world. It was just us. No towns, no cell service, just miles of dry, cracked earth and endless sky. We had set out from the city, heading towards some isolated national park that none of us had ever visited before. The sun had long since set by the time we realized we were lost. The GPS had been spotty from the beginning, and now, deep in the middle of nowhere, it had completely failed us. The horizon seemed to blur into itself, and the landscape looked more like a dream than reality. No lights from towns, no signs of life, just us and the desolation. As we drove, a fog rolled in, creeping along the ground like something alive. It wasn't cold, just oppressive. The air felt thick, and the quiet was unsettling. We passed what looked like old, rusted-out vehicles, abandoned long before we ever arrived. Each one was a monument to time's relentless march through this forgotten place. Suddenly, the engine sputtered, and the car came to a halt. We sat there, the silence pressing in on us. No wind, no noise, just the hum of our own anxious breathing. "It's out of gas," someone said, breaking the silence. I checked the tank. It was completely empty. The moonlight barely cut through the thick fog, casting everything in an eerie, washed-out glow. We stepped out of the car, the ground dry and cracked beneath our feet. The air was thick, almost like it pressed down on my chest. I felt a cold shiver run through me, but none of us spoke of it. We set out on foot, hoping to find some sign of life, some hint of civilization. The fog thickened as we walked, swirling around us, becoming more like a presence than a natural phenomenon. My friends began to whisper, as if speaking too loudly might disturb something they didn't want to draw attention to. Hours passed in silence, or so it felt. The land seemed endless. The fog never lifted, and there was no relief from it. Eventually, we came across something that didn't fit. An old wooden structure, half buried by the earth, barely visible beneath the thick fog. We cautiously approached, hoping it might provide some shelter or clue. As we drew closer, I noticed something else: footprints. They were small, almost childlike, leading away from the building and into the darkness. They didn't seem natural, as though someone had deliberately walked there. Inside the structure, we found what remained of a small, forgotten homestead. Rusted tools, cracked furniture, and old, faded photographs of people who were long gone. The air inside was cold and stale, carrying the weight of years gone by. That's when we heard the sound, the faintest whisper. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, but then I realized my friends had stopped moving, frozen, their eyes wide with fear. It came again, more distinct this time. A voice, barely audible, calling from outside, but it wasn't like any voice I had ever heard. It was not human. It was hollow, distant, as though it came from some place beyond this world. Follow. The voice seemed to echo, twisting through the fog. My friends were visibly shaken. We had to get out of there. We had to run. But the fog was thick, blinding us to our surroundings, and the voice continued, growing louder, more insistent. We stumbled back toward the car, but it felt like we were moving in circles. The structure faded behind us, lost in the swirling mists. The voice followed us, always just beyond reach. Eventually, we found ourselves back at the car, and something inside told me we shouldn't get in. But we did. As soon as the doors shut, the fog receded slightly. We could see the road again, though it stretched endlessly, vanishing into the horizon. The drive was long, and the silence oppressive. We didn't speak much. None of us could shake the feeling of being watched, as if the fog had followed us, waiting just out of sight. To this day, I don't know what we encountered that night. All I know is that something wasn't right, and I pray we never cross paths with whatever it was again. It was a quiet night at the old cinema. I was the only one working, the projectionist. The job wasn't glamorous, but it paid the bills. The theater itself was a relic, built decades ago with worn-out seats and a projector that creaked like an old ship. The movies were rarely popular anymore, but the few people who still came were loyal, regulars who didn't seem to mind the dust and the dim lighting. I liked the quiet, the solitude, but tonight, something felt off. The last showing had ended hours ago, and now I was in the projection room, staring at the faint glow of the reel spinning. I was about to shut down the projector when I heard it, the faintest noise. A whisper, almost too soft to hear, coming from the hall below. I froze, listening. The theater had been empty for hours, or at least I thought it had. The whisper wasn't just in my head, it was real, distinct. It came again, a voice barely above a breath. Help. I leaned closer to the edge of the projection room, peering down into the darkness. The hall was still. Nothing. My heart raced as I hesitated, trying to convince myself I was imagining things. But the whisper came again, louder this time. Help. Please. It wasn't a voice I recognized, but it wasn't from the films either. It wasn't part of the stories on screen. My breath caught in my throat, and the silence that followed was suffocating. I descended the stairs slowly, every step echoing in the vast, empty space. The whispers continued, now more distinct. I'm here. Please. I reached the main floor of the theater. The screen flickered faintly, casting long shadows in the dim light. The chairs were empty, just as they had been when the last film ended. Yet, the whispers came from the seats, as if someone, something, was sitting there. I moved cautiously toward the source of the voice. My eyes strained, trying to pierce the darkness. The whispers became clearer, more desperate. I can't get out. I turned my head, scanning the rows of seats, but saw no one. The whispers were getting louder, more insistent. They were coming from beneath one of the seats. Trembling, I knelt down and lifted the seat. Beneath it, there was nothing, only the cold, bare floor. But the whispers were louder now, echoing in my ears as if they had no source at all. Panic gripped me. I wanted to run, but something held me in place, rooted to the spot. The whispers didn't stop. Help. Please. Then, suddenly, there was silence, complete and oppressive. My heart was hammering, and I clutched my chest, wondering if I'd imagined it all. That's when I saw it. A faint outline of a figure on the far side of the theater, barely illuminated by the screen. It was a shape, taller than a person, its form blending with the shadows. No face, just an empty void where eyes should be. Before I could react, the figure moved closer, drifting silently across the room. It didn't walk. It glided, like smoke being pulled through the air. My breath caught again, and I stumbled backward, my hand brushing against something cold. I turned, only to find an empty row of seats behind me. When I looked back, the figure was gone. The theater was still empty. The screen blinked, casting distorted reflections of the room onto itself, but the whispers had stopped. I didn't stay long after that. I locked up and left, never looking back. I never heard those whispers again. It was an early spring day, and I was driving alone on a remote country road. The landscape stretched out around me, fields of tall, golden grass swaying gently in the breeze. The road twisted and turned through empty stretches of land, the occasional farmhouse appearing in the distance before disappearing again. I wasn't in any rush. It had been a long week, and I figured a quiet drive was just what I needed to clear my head. My car's engine hummed softly, and the only sounds were the tires on the road and the occasional chirping of birds. About an hour into the drive, I noticed something strange. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, another farmhouse far off in the distance. But as I got closer, I realized it wasn't a farmhouse at all. It was an old, wooden structure, half buried in weeds and overgrown trees. The roof was caved in, windows shattered, and the whole thing seemed to lean at a strange angle, like it had been there for decades, forgotten by time. I slowed down, curiosity getting the better of me. The building didn't look like it had been lived in for a long, long time, but there was something unsettling about its quiet, abandoned state. I figured it must have been some sort of barn at one point, but now it was just a hollow shell of what it used to be. I parked the car a few hundred feet away and stepped out, the dry earth crunching underfoot. The wind stirred the trees, making them creak softly. I approached the old structure cautiously, my footsteps slowing as I took in the eerie silence. When I got to the door, I pushed it open gently. Dust and cobwebs hung in the air, and the stench of decay was thick. It smelled like something had died in there and never been removed. My flashlight flickered to life, casting long shadows across the interior. Inside, the place was a mess, rotting beams, broken furniture, and scattered debris. But what caught my attention was something on the far wall, something I hadn't noticed until I moved deeper into the barn. It was a photograph, nailed crookedly to the wood. The image was yellowed with age, almost too faded to make out, but I could tell it depicted a family, 2 parents and 3 children, standing in front of the barn with smiles frozen on their faces. My stomach twisted. I hadn't expected to find anything like this. The faces in the photograph looked familiar, but I couldn't place where I'd seen them before. I glanced around the room, running my flashlight beam over the clutter. That's when I noticed more photos, dozens of them. Old family portraits, wedding pictures, vacation snapshots, all of them nailed to the walls. The people in the photos seemed to watch me, their smiles distorted, eyes fixed on something just beyond the frame. The air grew colder, and I felt the weight of their gaze pressing down on me. I stumbled back, my hand shaking as I tore my eyes away from the photographs. My light flickered again, casting long shadows that twisted and stretched unnaturally. Then I heard it. A faint whisper, soft, almost inaudible, like someone was right behind me. I spun around, but there was nothing. The whisper came again, closer this time, like a breath in my ear. My heart pounded as I slowly turned back to the photos. That's when I noticed something I hadn't before. The people in the photographs weren't just staring at me. They were moving. Ever so slightly, their faces contorted, their expressions shifting from smiles to something darker. The eyes that had once looked joyful now seemed hollow, empty, as if they were gazing at something beyond the frame. The shadows in the room deepened, and I realized they weren't shadows at all. They were moving, like they were stepping out from the photographs. Panic surged through me as I bolted for the door. My flashlight flickered, casting strange, flickering shadows across the doorway. The whispers grew louder, surrounding me from all sides, their faint murmurs growing into distorted echoes. I didn't look back. I sprinted to my car, heart racing, and slammed the door shut behind me. As I sped away down the empty road, I could still feel those hollow eyes staring at me from inside the barn. I don't know who or what they were, or why they were trapped in those photos, but I'm sure of one thing. They're still there, waiting. It was the last day of my trip to the mountains. I had spent the past week hiking, exploring remote trails, and basking in the beauty of nature. No phone signal, no distractions, just the sound of the wind through the trees and the occasional rustle of leaves. It was peaceful, at least during the day. On my final evening, I decided to take one last walk down to a secluded pond deep in the forest. The air was cool, and the sky was a deep, inky black. The trees stretched high above, casting long shadows that made it feel like the world was shrinking around me. The walk to the pond wasn't long, but it was quiet. Too quiet. I could feel the isolation, the stillness pressing against my chest. It felt as though the world had been hushed just for me. I reached the pond, which glimmered under the dim light of the stars reflecting off the water. I sat down on a rock, letting out a long breath. As I stared into the still pond, something shifted in the water's surface. A ripple formed, spreading outward in slow waves. I leaned in closer, my reflection breaking apart with each wave. But then something else appeared, something underneath the surface. At first, it looked like just another reflection, distorted by the ripples. But then I saw it. Two pale, lifeless eyes staring back at me from the depths. I stumbled back from the water, my breath catching in my throat. My heart pounded in my chest as I watched those eyes slowly rise from the depths. The figure emerged slowly, its movements awkward, unnatural. It was pale, its skin wrinkled and damp like it had been submerged for years. But it wasn't just a reflection. It was real. The figure didn't step fully out of the water. It hovered just above the surface, those hollow eyes still locked onto mine. I wanted to scream, but no sound came. I stumbled backward, my feet slipping on the loose dirt. The figure didn't move, didn't chase me, but its gaze never wavered. I ran, heart racing, lungs burning with every step. The forest around me seemed alive, the trees stretching their branches toward the ground like clawed hands. I didn't stop until I was back at my campsite, my chest heaving. The echo of those hollow eyes burned into my mind. The next morning, I returned to the pond one last time, but there was nothing there, just the still water and the empty forest. Whatever I saw, whatever that thing was gone. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it was still watching me, hidden somewhere deep in the shadows of the woods. I had always loved nature, the quiet peace of being out in the open, surrounded by trees and distant mountains. One summer, my friends and I decided to spend the weekend hiking deep into a remote part of the forest. No cell service, no electricity, just us, the trail, and the wilderness. It sounded perfect. a chance to disconnect and escape the noise of the world. The hike started easy enough. The trail was narrow, winding through tall trees with sunlight filtering through the canopy. We made good time, laughing and sharing stories, taking occasional breaks to catch our breath. The deeper we went, the quieter it became. It wasn't the usual comforting silence of the forest. It was an unnatural stillness, as though the woods themselves were holding their breath. We reached a clearing and decided to set up camp. The sky was clear, the stars visible above us. The only sounds were the occasional rustling of leaves and the distant chirp of crickets. We built a fire, cooked some food, and enjoyed the peace. But something felt off. I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. That night, as we lay in our sleeping bags, I heard it. A faint whisper, too quiet to make out, but it sent a shiver down my spine. I stayed still, pretending to be asleep, listening. It wasn't coming from any of my friends. The voices were too distant, too faint, but they seemed to be everywhere at once. I didn't say anything, hoping it was just my imagination. But when I woke the next morning, things had changed. The air felt heavier, colder. My friends noticed it too. There was a subtle shift in the atmosphere, something we couldn't quite explain. While my friends were packing up, I wandered off to explore. The woods had always been my escape, but today something felt different. I followed a narrow path deeper into the trees, drawn by a sense of curiosity and unease. The trees loomed over me, their branches twisted and gnarled, almost like they were watching. That's when I saw it. A figure standing perfectly still among the trees. It wasn't moving, just watching me. I froze, my heart thudding in my chest. It was hard to make out at first, but the longer I stared, the clearer it became. It was a tall, gaunt figure, its face partially obscured by the shadows of the forest. "Hello," I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. No response. The figure didn't move, didn't flinch. It just stood there, as if waiting. Panic set in. I turned to run, but my legs felt frozen, heavy. I couldn't look away. The figure remained unmoving, its presence so unnatural it made my skin crawl. Suddenly, I heard footsteps behind me, heavy and deliberate. I spun around, expecting one of my friends, but there was no one. The woods were silent again. I didn't wait to find out what was following me. I ran back to camp, heart racing. My friends were there, gathering our things. I didn't want to scare them, so I kept what I had seen to myself. We left the clearing and continued down the trail, but the feeling of being watched stayed with me. That night, as we made our way back to the car, I glanced over my shoulder, expecting to see something, anything in the shadows of the trees. But there was nothing. The forest had returned to its usual stillness. To this day, I don't know what I saw. A trick of the light, my mind playing tricks, or something else entirely. But the figure, the feeling of being watched, those are memories that will stay with me forever. It was supposed to be a simple evening drive. The kind of drive that takes you out of the city and into the quiet, unfamiliar outskirts where there's nothing but endless fields and trees stretching out to the horizon. I had always enjoyed these drives, away from the noise, away from everything familiar. That night, I decided to take the back roads, hoping to clear my mind after a long day. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, leaving the world bathed in shades of purple and orange. The road stretched before me, winding through rolling hills and fields that seemed to go on forever. For the first hour, everything felt peaceful. The radio played softly, the hum of the car was steady beneath me. But then, something shifted. The air seemed to grow colder, and I noticed that the horizon wasn't as far away as it once had been. The trees grew thicker, their shadows stretching across the road like dark sentinels watching me. I didn't think much of it at first, just the usual unease that comes with driving alone at night. But as I continued down the road, I started to notice strange shapes, figures standing still in the fields. They looked like people, but they didn't move, just standing there, watching. I tried to shake off the feeling. Maybe they were just trees or scarecrows someone had placed out there. But the longer I drove, the more certain I became that they weren't. These shapes were too still, too human. My heart began to race as I passed one of them. It was a figure in the distance, silhouetted against the darkening sky. It was too far away to see any features, but I could feel its gaze as though it were right beside me. Just shadows, I whispered to myself, my hands tightening on the wheel. But then, something changed. One of the figures moved, just a twitch of its head, too subtle to be human. I slammed on the brakes, the car screeching to a halt. My eyes were locked on the figure as it took a slow, deliberate step forward. It was closer now, and I could see more clearly. A tall, thin shape, too long in its limbs, too unnatural in its stillness. Panic surged through me. I wanted to turn around, to get out of there, but my hands trembled on the steering wheel. I couldn't tear my eyes away from that figure. It took another step, its motion almost gliding like it wasn't walking but floating. Suddenly, more of them appeared. From the fields, from the woods, figures, countless figures, all standing silently. Their shapes were indistinct, but they all seemed to watch me with those impossible, still, hollow eyes. The wind picked up, howling through the trees. The car felt too small, too confined. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. It was like they were closing in, stretching out across the empty landscape. Then, without warning, they began to advance. Step by step, they moved in sync, like a silent wave. They didn't run, they didn't scream, they just walked. I couldn't stay there. My mind raced, trying to rationalize what I was seeing, but there was no rational explanation for this. With a sudden burst of adrenaline, I slammed the car into reverse and sped back the way I came. The figures didn't chase me, but I could feel them still there, standing in the darkness, unmoving but ever present. When I finally reached the edge of the strange, endless fields, I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I was home, locked in my room, the world outside seeming distant and foreign. To this day, I don't know what those figures were. Were they real? Were they something I imagined in my panic? All I know is that they were there, waiting, and they are still out there, somewhere. I had always been fascinated by the old house at the end of the street. It was a place I passed every day on my way home from school, its faded, peeling paint and overgrown yard standing out from the otherwise ordinary suburban neighborhood. No one lived there, or at least no one who was ever seen. The house seemed to exist in a quiet, unsettling limbo, untouched by time. One day, I found myself walking past it again, the sun sinking low behind the horizon. Curiosity got the better of me, and before I knew it, I found myself at the front gate. The rusted hinges creaked as I pushed it open, the weight of years shifting as the gate groaned in protest. I stepped into the yard, the grass crunching beneath my feet. The house loomed in front of me, its windows dark and lifeless. I had always heard stories about that house, whispers of strange sounds, of lights that flickered in the night, of shadows that moved in the windows when no one was supposed to be there. But I never believed in such things, at least not until that day. I approached the front door, the air thick with dust and the faint smell of decay. I placed my hand on the doorknob, but it didn't turn. The door was locked. I sighed, feeling a twinge of disappointment, and stepped back. But then I noticed something. Movement from one of the upstairs windows. A shadow, shifting, just for a moment. It wasn't the wind. It was too deliberate, too human. My heart began to race. I told myself it was probably just a trick of the light, something my mind conjured up in the dim twilight. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was watching me. Despite my better judgment, I approached the side of the house, creeping closer to a window that was partially cracked open. The boards covering it were old and warped, barely hanging on. I pressed my face to the opening, peering inside. The room beyond was dark, but I could make out the outlines of furniture. Ancient, covered in dust. A faint glimmer of something metallic caught my eye, resting on a table. Suddenly, a low creak echoed from somewhere inside the house and I jumped back, heart pounding. My breath quickened as I stepped away from the window, the realization hitting me that I wasn't alone. The silence seemed to stretch, heavy and oppressive, pressing down on me. I had to get out, but just as I turned to leave, I heard a faint whisper, barely audible as if it was coming from inside the house. "Stay." I froze, my blood running cold. The whisper wasn't a voice I recognized. It wasn't human. It was hollow, almost robotic, like something long forgotten had spoken from beyond the grave. A shiver ran down my spine. My feet felt frozen to the ground. I wanted to run, but something kept me rooted in place. The whisper came again, louder this time. "Stay." I clenched my fists, forcing myself to take a step back. I wanted to scream, but my voice felt caught in my throat. My mind was screaming at me to leave, but my body wouldn't move. I could feel the air grow heavier, darker, as though the house itself had become alive, watching me, waiting. Then, just as suddenly as the whispers had started, they stopped. The silence was deafening. I waited, my heart racing, my breaths shallow, trying to convince myself it was over. I turned, finally running, sprinting down the street, my mind replaying the voice in my head. I never went back to that house. To this day, I still wonder what was in there, what was waiting. But some things are better left untouched, hidden away, behind doors that should never be opened. It was a hot, quiet summer day when we decided to take the old boat out. My friends and I had grown up near the lake, and on weekends we'd usually head out to fish or just escape the dull routine of life. That day was supposed to be no different. We packed the boat with supplies, beer, snacks, and fishing gear, and set off. The lake stretched out before us, endless and still. The surface shimmered under the sun, and apart from the occasional call of a bird, there was nothing but silence. We didn't talk much, the kind of peace that comes from knowing each other so well. You don't always need to fill the quiet. We anchored the boat in the middle of the lake, far from the shore, where the water was deepest. We tossed our lines into the water and relaxed, letting the day stretch out before us. The surface of the water rippled gently, and I kept my eyes fixed on the horizon, letting my thoughts drift. It was one of those perfect summer afternoons. Hours passed. I'd started to doze off when something woke me, a faint, distant thud. I sat up, blinking into the sun. The others didn't seem to notice. The thud came again, faint but persistent, like something heavy being dragged across the water. I frowned and looked around, but the lake remained eerily still. I shook off my unease, convinced it was nothing more than my imagination. The water was calm, no signs of boats or other people in sight. I was about to lie back down when I noticed something. Just a ripple in the water. Something moving just beneath the surface. At first, I figured it was a fish or maybe even a log, but the more I watched, the more it seemed unnatural. It wasn't just a ripple, it was deliberate, as if something was swimming just beneath us, circling the boat. "Guys," I said, my voice quieter than I'd intended. They didn't respond, lost in their own world, fishing lines slack in the water. The thudding continued, now much louder, vibrating through the hull of the boat. I glanced down into the water again, heart pounding. The ripple grew closer. I saw something, just for a split second. 2 dark shapes moving beneath the surface. Panic set in. I grabbed my phone, but there was no signal. The boat was silent except for the relentless thudding and the faint dragging sounds beneath us. The water seemed to grow darker, almost as if it were being pulled down into some unseen void. I had to wake my friends. "Guys, get up, something's wrong," I shouted, my voice trembling. They stirred, groggy but alert. I pointed toward the water, struggling to find words. My throat felt dry. "There's something down there. I don't know what it is, but it's not natural." They peered over the edge, eyes widening as they saw the dark shapes in the water. "What the hell is that?" one of them whispered. The thudding grew louder, and we could feel the vibrations in the floor of the boat. Something was approaching from beneath, something large. A chilling realization settled in my gut. Whatever it wasn't just a fish or a log. Panic swept through us. We didn't even bother pulling in our fishing lines. I grabbed the oars, and we frantically rowed toward the shore, the thudding and dragging noise growing louder, echoing beneath the surface. When we reached the shallower waters near the shore, the sounds stopped. The water became still again, unnaturally calm. We didn't look back, didn't dare. We made it home that day, shaken and silent. I've never been back to that lake. Whatever it was down there, whatever was dragging itself beneath the surface, I hope I never find out. It was supposed to be a quiet afternoon at home. The kind of day when the world slows down and you finally have a chance to relax. The kind of day you take for granted, never expecting anything unusual to happen. I live alone in a small apartment on the edge of town. It's nothing fancy, just a cramped place with thin walls and old wooden floors that creak underfoot. Most of my neighbors are long gone, or at least that's what it felt like. The quiet was almost deafening, only broken by the occasional car passing by on the distant road. That day, I decided to stay in and watch some old movies, something to distract me from the creeping sense of boredom. Around 3 p.m., I popped a DVD into the player and sank into the worn-out couch. The room was dim, the sunlight filtering through dusty blinds, casting long shadows across the floor. For a while, it was peaceful. I was lost in the flickering images on the screen when something made me glance toward the window. At first, I didn't see anything unusual. The street outside was still. No cars, no pedestrians. Just that unrelenting silence. But then, a faint movement caught my eye. It was barely noticeable, just a flicker at the edge of the glass. I froze, my heart skipping a beat. A figure. It wasn't standing still. No, it was shifting, pacing. Something tall and thin, too thin. Its form seemed distorted, almost like it wasn't fully there. The more I stared, the more I couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. It wasn't human. I wasn't even sure it was real. My gut told me to look away, but I couldn't. I was locked in place, unable to move, the figure growing clearer with each passing second. Its face, if it had one, was blank. Just an empty expanse where eyes should have been. It didn't blink, it didn't breathe. Then it tilted its head toward me, as if it could sense my gaze. My pulse quickened. I felt exposed, like it could see right through me. I wanted to look away, but my body wouldn't cooperate. I felt paralyzed by some invisible force. The figure raised one long, spindly arm, its fingers dragging against the glass. I could hear the faint scratch like nails on a chalkboard, but it wasn't loud. It was almost whispered. The sound reverberated in my head, filling the room with a sense of unbearable dread. Tears stung my eyes, but I couldn't tear my gaze away. The figure moved closer to the window, its form bending, folding in strange, unnatural ways. Its steps were slow, deliberate, as if it were studying me. The closer it got, the less it resembled anything human. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it stopped. Its head tilted even farther, as if inspecting me from afar. I could feel its gaze burrowing into my soul. It didn't blink, didn't move. Time seemed to stretch. My breath was shallow, my hands trembling. The silence in the room had become oppressive, like a heavy weight pressing down on me. Then it spoke. Or rather, it didn't. I heard no words, no sound at all, but somehow I understood what it was saying. The message was clear. You can't escape. In that moment, I felt something shift inside me. The figure didn't need to speak. It wasn't just standing there. It had crossed over somehow, into my world. It knew I couldn't run. I could feel its presence in my very bones, a suffocating, malignant force that had no intention of leaving. I knew, without a doubt, that it was watching me, waiting. I don't know how long I sat there. Hours, maybe. Eventually, the figure retreated, vanishing into the shadows. The silence remained, but the sense of its presence lingered, like a breath on my neck. I never saw it again, but I know it's still there, waiting. I've always loved the ocean. There's something about the vastness of it that feels both calming and terrifying at the same time. It was a clear summer evening when I decided to take a solo trip to the coast, something I did occasionally when I wanted to clear my mind. The beach was nearly empty, just the way I liked it, except for a few distant figures walking along the shore. I parked my car at the edge of the cliffs and made my way down to the sand. The salty air filled my lungs, and the sound of waves crashing against the shore was strangely soothing. I walked along the shore, the soft sound of my footsteps mixing with the distant roar of the ocean. The sun was dipping lower, casting long shadows across the sand. As I walked further down the beach, I noticed something unusual. There, near the water's edge, was a figure standing still. At first, I thought it was someone watching the waves, but there was something off about them. The figure wasn't moving. I approached cautiously, the soft crunch of the sand underfoot growing louder as I got closer. It wasn't until I was just a few feet away that I could see them clearly. It was a woman, standing with her back to me, her long, flowing hair trailing down her back. The waves crashed around her, but she didn't flinch. "Excuse me," I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. She didn't move. I took another step closer, my heart starting to race. There was something eerie about the way she stood there, motionless, as though she wasn't part of the world. Her shoulders were slack and she didn't seem to notice me. As I reached out to touch her gently, her head turned slowly, almost mechanically towards me. Her face was pale, her eyes hollow and void of any life. My stomach twisted into knots as I stumbled back a few steps. "Who are you?" I asked, but she didn't speak. She simply stared at me, her expression blank. A cold breeze swept across the shore, carrying with it a faint, mournful wail from the distance. The woman remained still, staring at me with those lifeless eyes. I couldn't look away, my body frozen in place. Then, without warning, she turned and started walking into the ocean. The waves swallowed her, the water rising higher, consuming her figure completely. My heart pounded as I stood there, unable to move or speak. When I finally regained my senses, there was no sign of her. The beach was empty again, as if nothing had happened. I stood there for what felt like hours, staring out at the horizon, trying to make sense of what I had just witnessed. I've never gone back to that beach since. It started as an ordinary weekend trip with a few friends. We'd decided to go hiking on a trail deep in the mountains. None of us had been there before, but the online reviews promised breathtaking views and quiet solitude, far from the noise of city life. The plan was simple: hike during the day, camp overnight, and return refreshed. But something about that trail didn't feel right from the start. The first few miles were beautiful. The air was crisp, the forest thick with towering pines, and the only sounds were birdsong and the crunch of gravel beneath our boots. We stopped often, marveling at the view as we climbed higher. The trail was marked clearly, and there were no other hikers around, which wasn't unusual given how secluded the place was. By midday, we were deep into the forest, far from any sign of civilization. It wasn't until we reached the fork in the trail that things started to feel strange. The sign was old and faded, barely legible. One path led to the summit, the other to a clearing near a river. We debated for a bit, but decided to head toward the clearing. Something about the summit felt off. The clearing was beautiful. We set up camp there, unpacking our gear and gathering wood for a fire. The river ran nearby, its gentle sound soothing in the quiet. We were tired from the hike and settled into the camp, enjoying the peace and solitude. That night, around midnight, something woke me. It wasn't a sound, it was more like a shift in the atmosphere. The air had become heavier and the forest felt Still. Too still. I lay there, heart racing, listening. At first, there was nothing. Just silence. Then I heard it. Soft footsteps. They weren't human footsteps. They were lighter, quicker, and moving in circles around our camp. I sat up, freezing, trying to make sense of the noise. The others were asleep, unaware of what was happening. I grabbed my flashlight, shining it toward the sound. Nothing. Just shadows moving beyond the reach of the beam. I stood, trying to calm myself, telling myself it was probably an animal. But as I scanned the clearing, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was out there wasn't driven by instinct. It was watching us. The footsteps grew closer, slower. They circled the camp like something was observing us from the trees. I could hear breathing, shallow and raspy, echoing through the stillness. My pulse thundered in my ears, and I backed away from the tent. That's when I saw it. Just a glimpse, but enough to make my blood run cold. A figure, tall and thin, standing at the edge of the clearing. Its face was obscured by the darkness, but its eyes, they glowed faintly, like dull embers. It didn't move, didn't approach, but I could feel its gaze locked on me. I stumbled backward, trying to wake my friends. My voice was hoarse as I called out, but they didn't stir. The figure remained, unmoving, as if frozen in place. I grabbed my phone, desperate to call for help, but there was no signal. My hands shook as I tried to think of what to do. That's when I noticed something strange. The trees. There were no shadows. Everything was bathed in a dim, unnatural light. The forest wasn't as dark as it should have been. The figure moved slightly, almost as if it had heard me, its silhouette more defined now. I didn't wait. Grabbing my pack, I ran for the river, heart pounding in my chest. The sound of my own footsteps echoed through the stillness, but I didn't dare look back. I followed the river, trying to escape whatever was behind me. Hours later, I stumbled into a small town, miles away from the trail. My clothes were torn, my legs scratched from running through the woods. I collapsed at the first building I saw, an old gas station, battered and out of breath. The clerk at the counter looked at me confused. "What happened?" he asked, his voice echoing in the empty space. I wanted to explain, to tell him about the figure, the footsteps, the silence. But no words would come. I never went back to the mountains, never hiked another trail. Sometimes, in the quiet of the night, I wonder if it's still out there, waiting. It was a quiet evening, and I decided to take a walk through the old cemetery. The thought of it used to make me uneasy, but over the years, I'd grown used to its stillness. It was nestled at the edge of town, surrounded by trees that loomed over the grave markers like silent sentinels. I used to come here whenever I wanted solitude, away from the noise of daily life. That night, something felt off. Even though I'd walked these grounds countless times, the air felt heavier, thicker. The sky was overcast, casting everything in a dim gray light. I didn't see another soul around, which wasn't unusual. The place had long since fallen into disuse. The graves seemed older than I remembered, some barely legible, the inscriptions worn away by time. As I wandered through the rows, something caught my attention. Faint whispers, too quiet to make out but insistent. I strained my ears, expecting to hear nothing but silence, yet the whispers grew louder. Not words, just hushed murmurs as if someone was close, though I couldn't see anyone. I tried to shake it off, thinking maybe the wind was playing tricks on me. But the hairs on my neck stood up. The cemetery had always been quiet, peaceful, but tonight it felt like I wasn't alone. Then I saw him, or rather, it. At first, it was just a figure in the distance, blending with the shadows. A man, or at least I thought it was a man. He stood at the edge of a broken gravestone, motionless, watching me with eyes I couldn't see but felt. My heart pounded. I wanted to turn and run, but my legs wouldn't move. The figure stepped closer, and as it did, I could make out more of its features, or rather, the lack of them. There was no face, just a void where the eyes should have been, empty and black. It wasn't human, not anymore. My breath hitched and I realized I couldn't look away. The whispers were louder now, surrounding me, growing more insistent. The figure raised its hand, reaching toward me, and I felt something inside me snap. I turned and ran as fast as I could, my heart hammering in my chest. The graves blurred past me, the whispering growing louder, more urgent. I didn't dare look back, but I could feel its presence closing in. I didn't stop until I reached the edge of the woods, my legs giving out beneath me. I collapsed against a tree, trembling, waiting for something to happen. But the figure never followed. I sat there for what felt like hours, unable to move, unable to speak. The whispers faded, leaving only the silence. When I finally got to my feet and looked back, the cemetery was empty. The figure was gone, as if it had never been there. I don't know what it was, and I'm not sure I want to know. I haven't returned to the cemetery since. It was a bright, crisp autumn day when I decided to take a long drive out to the old orchard. My family had owned the farm for generations, and though most of the land had been sold off years ago, a small section of the orchard still remained untouched. I figured it would be a nice escape, a chance to walk among the ancient trees and clear my head. The old farmhouse stood at the edge of the orchard, weathered and forgotten. It wasn't much more than a shell these days, just some broken windows, faded paint, and a few scattered remnants of what had once been a thriving farm. I parked my car near the gravel road and made my way down the overgrown path toward the trees. The air was crisp and sharp, the smell of fallen leaves filling my nose. The trees were tall and gnarled, their branches stretching out like twisted fingers toward the sky. They had been planted long before I was born, and now they stood as silent witnesses to the passing of time. I wandered deeper into the orchard, my footsteps crunching over the leaves that blanketed the ground. The silence here was almost oppressive, broken only by the occasional rustling of branches or the distant call of a crow. I didn't feel afraid, just disconnected, like I was stepping into a memory that wasn't mine. After a while, I sat down under one of the trees, leaning back against the rough bark. The sun was beginning to dip lower on the horizon, casting long shadows across the rows of trees. I closed my eyes for a moment, soaking in the stillness. That's when I heard it. The faintest sound of footsteps, distant but unmistakable. My eyes snapped open and I strained to listen. The orchard was vast and empty, but the sound was there, just beyond the reach of my sight. It wasn't the wind or some natural noise. It was someone walking through the trees, slow and measured. I stood up, my stomach tightening, and began to walk toward the sound. The footsteps didn't stop, but they never seemed to get any closer either. I kept walking, trying to pinpoint their origin, but the trees twisted and stretched, concealing any clear view. Then I saw it. A figure, barely visible between the trees. A shape, tall and thin, moving just at the edge of my vision. I stopped, heart racing, and the figure seemed to pause as well. It tilted its head in my direction, and I could see its outline against the fading light. But there was something off about it, a sense of wrongness. I should have turned and run, but I couldn't move. The figure took a slow, deliberate step forward, and I could feel my breath quickening. It wasn't human, at least not entirely. Its features were too blurred, too indistinct, as though it were more shadow than flesh. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice trembling. There was no response, only the sound of leaves rustling softly in the breeze. The figure seemed to drift closer, becoming more solid with each step, yet still somehow not quite there. A chill ran down my spine and I turned to run. My feet pounded against the ground as I pushed through the undergrowth, the sound of the footsteps behind me growing louder, closer. I could feel its presence gaining on me, breathing down my neck. I didn't stop until I reached the edge of the orchard where my car was parked. I fumbled for my keys, heart pounding as I threw the door open and climbed inside. The figure was nowhere to be seen, but I knew it was still out there, waiting. As I drove away from the old orchard, I kept glancing in my rearview mirror, half expecting to see that tall, shadowy figure following me. It never appeared, but the feeling of being watched never left. To this day, I can't shake the sense that something still lingers there, among those twisted trees, something waiting for me to return. It was a summer evening when my friends and I decided to explore the old abandoned amusement park just outside of town. The place had always been off limits, but rumors had circulated for years about how eerie it had become after being shut down. Overgrown with weeds, faded signage, and cracked pavement stretching as far as the eye could see, the park was a relic from a time long gone. We figured we'd go check it out, just for the thrill of it. The sun was setting as we made our way through the rusting entrance gates. Everything about the place felt surreal. The Ferris wheel, once a shining beacon of joy, stood now as a towering, skeletal structure swaying gently in the breeze. Most of the rides were broken or tilted at odd angles, their once bright colors dulled and faded by years of neglect. We wandered further into the park, snapping photos, laughing and making jokes about how haunted it probably was. The air was thick with the smell of damp wood and mildew, and the wind carried the creaking sounds of metal swaying. Even the smallest things, the chirping of insects, the soft rustling of leaves, felt amplified, as if the silence of the park had grown too loud. At some point, we decided to split up. It wasn't exactly planned, but we were curious to explore more, and with no cell service, it didn't matter much. The sun was nearly gone now, and the park was shrouded in deepening shadows. My group stayed near the old roller coaster, the tracks buckling in several places, making the whole structure look like it could collapse at any moment. That's when we heard it, the sound of distant laughter. It wasn't ours. It was coming from further inside the park, echoing through the hollow spaces between rides and buildings. I froze, the laughter sharp and unsettling, like it didn't belong here. "What the hell?" I whispered, glancing at my friends. They shrugged it off as more of the creepy ambiance, but something in the sound felt wrong, like it wasn't the playful kind of laughter you expect in an amusement park. It was hollow, distorted, as if coming from something that shouldn't be alive. We stood there, unsure, but before we could move, we heard it again. Closer this time. Louder. The sound seemed to be circling the park, following us without ever appearing. The chill in the air grew stronger, and the excitement that had been buzzing earlier was replaced by a growing sense of dread. "Let's head back," someone said, their voice quivering. We all agreed, eager to leave, but as we began walking, the laughter came again. This time, it wasn't just one sound. It was multiple voices. They echoed all around us, overlapping, as if we were surrounded. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. The path we had taken seemed longer than it should have, and with each step, the laughter grew louder and more distorted. Shadows danced in the fading light, shifting unnaturally in ways that no wind or movement could create. Then came the creaking of the Ferris wheel. It was slow at first, like something winding itself into motion, but we didn't hear the sounds of it turning, only the groans of metal under unseen pressure. Suddenly, it stopped. The laughter had ceased entirely. We turned around, breath catching in our throats. Standing beneath the giant wheel, framed in the dim light, was a figure, tall, pale, and eerily still. Its face was obscured by a tattered hood, but there was no mistaking the outline of its form. It didn't move, didn't blink, just watched us, waiting. We didn't stay long enough to figure out what it was. We ran, heart pounding, sprinting through the park as fast as we could, the echoes of our own footsteps and the distant laughter still ringing in our ears. We never looked back. I used to visit my grandfather's house every summer when I was a kid. It was an old farmhouse, isolated, sitting at the edge of a quiet valley. My parents used to leave me there for weeks while they traveled, and I never minded. Grandpa was old and grumpy, but he told the best stories about the woods that surrounded us. The house itself wasn't much, a weathered wooden structure with creaky floorboards and faded wallpaper. Outside, there were fields of tall grass stretching endlessly, and beyond that, the forest. One evening, as I explored the woods near his house, I noticed something strange. There was an old, abandoned barn deeper into the trees, one I had never seen before. It stood isolated from the rest of the woods, its roof sagging and walls covered in ivy. It was out of place, and curiosity got the better of me. I approached the barn, my steps quiet on the grass. As I got closer, I noticed something strange. There was a faint, almost imperceptible noise, like whispers carried by the wind. I stopped, listening. The whispers seemed to be coming from inside the barn, but there was no sign of life around it. I pushed open the creaking door. Inside, the barn was dark, except for slivers of light filtering through the broken roof. Dust hung in the air, thick and heavy. It smelled of decay, wood, rot, and something else I couldn't place. I could barely see, but I moved cautiously, my heartbeat quickening. That's when I saw it. In the far corner of the barn, barely visible in the dim light, was a figure. A tall, slender shadow that didn't quite belong. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The whispers had grown louder, almost like they were surrounding me now. I strained to see more, but the figure remained in the shadows. Then, slowly, it moved. Not like a human, though. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, as if whatever this thing was didn't know how to walk properly. It tilted its head, and for a moment, I thought I saw something in its hollow eyes. The whispers intensified, growing louder, more frantic. I couldn't move. I was paralyzed by fear, the barn now filled with that oppressive silence, only broken by those relentless whispers. And then, from the shadows, I heard a voice. "Help me." It wasn't a voice I recognized. It wasn't human either, low and raspy, like it hadn't spoken in centuries. My legs felt like lead, and I couldn't tear my eyes away from the figure. I wanted to run, but I couldn't. My body wouldn't respond. The whispers became screams, but they were inside my head. I could feel them, clawing at my mind. The figure stepped closer, its limbs bent awkwardly as if they didn't belong to a living thing, and then, just as quickly as it appeared, it vanished. I collapsed to the floor, unable to move or think. My heart thundered in my chest, and the barn was silent again. I sat there for what felt like hours, unsure if the fear or the silence was worse. When I finally managed to stand, I left the barn and didn't look back. The rest of the summer passed without further incident. My grandfather never mentioned the barn, and I never brought it up. To this day, I don't know what I saw, but I know one thing. It wasn't human, and it wasn't supposed to be there. It was an ordinary Saturday morning when my friends and I decided to take a trip out to an old lake, tucked away from civilization. We were looking for something remote, peaceful, a way to escape the noise of daily life. The drive was long, and as we got further from the city, the landscape changed from paved roads to dusty trails and towering trees. The lake itself was beautiful, serene, surrounded by dense forest. We'd read about it online, something about its still, clear waters and the promise of tranquility. The plan was simple: hike around the lake, find a nice spot to set up camp, and spend the day swimming, fishing, and lounging by the shore. When we arrived, we were the only ones there. It felt like we had the entire lake to ourselves, the kind of solitude you only find when you're far away from everything. We unpacked our gear and set up camp, the sound of birds and the rustling of leaves the only things breaking the silence. As the sun dipped lower and the air cooled, we went to the shore to relax. The lake was calm, the water reflecting the orange glow of the sunset. We joked and laughed, tossing pebbles into the water, the sound echoing in the stillness of the woods. It was the kind of peace we'd all been craving. But that peace didn't last. It started with a noise, a distant, hollow thump. At first, I didn't think much of it. Maybe it was an animal or just the wind carrying strange sounds from deeper in the forest. But as the evening wore on, the thumping became more distinct, more deliberate. It wasn't fading away either. It seemed to be getting closer. I glanced at my friends, their faces mirroring my unease. None of us said anything at first, not wanting to ruin the atmosphere. But the thumps persisted, and now I could hear something else. Soft whispers, barely audible, carried on the breeze. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. One of my friends, Sam, broke the silence. "Did you guys hear that?" We all nodded, uneasy. The sound was closer now. Too close. It wasn't just in the distance anymore. It was almost as if whatever was making those sounds was right there, just out of sight. We tried to convince ourselves it was probably an animal, maybe a deer or some other forest creature. But whatever it wasn't leaving. The thumping was steady, relentless, and the whispers felt like they were growing louder. "Let's go check it out," Sam suggested, his voice trembling slightly. None of us were particularly eager, but curiosity outweighed our fear. We gathered our flashlights and followed the sound deeper into the woods. The trees became denser, the air cooler, and the silence seemed to press in on us. The whispers were unmistakable now, low and guttural, spoken in a language I couldn't recognize. It was almost like they were speaking directly into my head, as if they knew I could hear them. Suddenly, the thumping stopped. The forest became eerily still again, and for a moment I thought we'd lost whatever had been making the noise. But then, just as I was about to speak, I heard it, the sound of footsteps. Not ours. These steps were slow, deliberate, and there were far too many of them. We stopped in our tracks, shining our flashlights into the trees, but there was nothing. No one there. Yet the footsteps continued, growing louder, as though they were circling us, closing in. Then, out of the corner of my flashlight beam, I saw them. Shadows, dozens of them, moving through the trees. They weren't human, not exactly. More like distorted shapes, figures with no faces, no features, just black voids where they should have been. They didn't run. They glided through the forest with an unnatural, fluid grace. We couldn't speak. We couldn't move. The shadows drew closer, closing the space between us. I could feel their presence, their gaze upon us, even though there was nothing to see. It was as if they were pulling us in, whispering promises of silence and darkness. The forest seemed to breathe, the trees swaying gently as if they too were part of whatever was watching us. I felt as though I was being drawn towards something beyond comprehension. Then, as suddenly as they appeared, the shadows vanished, leaving only silence. We stood there, frozen in place, the echoes of their whispers still ringing in my ears. It wasn't until we realized that the lake, once visible through the trees, was no longer in sight. We had wandered too far into the woods, far from where we had set up camp. Panic set in as we realized we were lost, but deep down, I knew whatever had followed us would never leave, at least not entirely. The day started like any other. I had been hiking on a trail deep in the mountains, a place I had visited countless times before. It was my usual escape, a chance to clear my head and breathe in the crisp mountain air. But something felt different that day, like the woods themselves were holding their breath, waiting for me to step further in. The trail twisted through towering trees, their branches arching over the path like ancient sentinels. I had always loved this trail. Its solitude, the sense of being far from the noise of the world. It was peaceful, or so I thought. I hiked for hours, the sound of my footsteps crunching beneath the dry leaves the only company. By midday, the sunlight had started to filter through the canopy, creating long, shifting shadows that danced along the forest floor. I paused, taking a swig of water from my bottle and looking around. The trees were older now, their trunks gnarled and thick, as though they had stood there for centuries untouched. That's when I heard it. A faint whispering, almost like the wind. But there was no wind. It came from deeper within the woods, soft and almost melodic. I strained to hear, but the whispering faded before I could make out any words. Shaking my head, I convinced myself it was just my imagination, a trick of the quiet. But the whispering returned, this time louder, closer. It wasn't the wind, and now I was certain I wasn't alone. The hairs on my neck stood up, and I found myself moving cautiously, following the sound, though every instinct in me screamed to turn back. As I pressed deeper into the woods, the trees seemed to close in. The air grew colder, almost as if the forest itself was watching. My breath came in short bursts, each step feeling heavier than the last. The whispering had grown to a near silence, like something was speaking just out of reach, a voice that wanted to be heard but never could be. Then I saw it. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, but there, standing between two trees, was a figure. It wasn't tall, nor did it move like a human. Its shape was indistinct, like a mass of shadows pulled together. It seemed to be watching me, though its eyes, if it even had eyes, were dark, hollow voids. Fear tightened my chest, but I forced myself to stay still. The figure didn't move, didn't react to my presence. It just stood there, unmoving, like it had been waiting for me. I wanted to turn and run, but my legs wouldn't obey. I couldn't look away. Then the whispering returned, more distinct this time. It wasn't words, but something deeper, something primal and ancient. The figure began to shift, its shape contorting and stretching in unnatural ways. It wasn't human, I knew that much, but it wasn't entirely creature either. Who are you? I whispered, my voice trembling. There was no response, only the whispering, growing louder now, almost deafening. My head throbbed, the sound reverberating in my skull. I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping it would go away, but when I opened them again, the figure was closer. Its shadowy form had shifted again, growing darker, more defined. Panic surged through me, and I stumbled backward, my foot catching on a root. I fell, the rough ground scraping against my palms. I looked up, expecting to see the figure looming over me, but it was gone. The whispering faded, leaving only the sound of my own breath. Breathing heavily, I scrambled to my feet, my hands still trembling. I didn't dare look back as I made my way out of the woods. The trees seemed to watch me as I passed, their branches creaking, as if they knew I had been there. It wasn't until I reached the trailhead that I stopped. I turned to look back at the forest, but all I saw was the quiet, empty trees. The figure was gone, the whispering had vanished, but the feeling of being followed, watched, lingered. I never returned to that trail. Whatever had been waiting for me in those woods, I knew I could never escape it. And sometimes, when I'm alone, I can still hear the faint whispering, as if it's calling to me from the edge of the trees. It was just a normal weekend at my family's cabin by the lake. No guests, no visitors, just me, my brother, and our parents. We'd been coming here for years, so the routine was always the same. Lazy days by the water, campfires and card games, nothing out of the ordinary. At least, that's what I thought. The first day was peaceful. We sat up by the dock, swam in the cool water, and ate dinner under the stars. By nightfall, the only sounds were the distant call of loons and the crackling fire. But as I lay in the small tent we'd pitched, something didn't feel right. The woods were always quiet at night, but that night they seemed too quiet. At first, I told myself it was just the usual overactive imagination that kicked in when you were isolated like this. But something felt off, like I wasn't alone. I sat up, straining to hear anything. The usual sounds of wildlife had vanished. The wind wasn't moving through the trees. It was too still. I finally gave up trying to sleep and unzipped the tent to step outside. The full moon lit up the trees, casting long shadows across the ground. I glanced around, but there was nothing out of place. My brother's tent was still standing a few feet away, and my parents' cabin was just visible beyond the trees. The whole property was dark and peaceful, as it should have been. But as I stood there, listening to the silence, I saw something. A shadow, not quite human, not quite anything else, moving through the trees. It wasn't an animal, at least nothing I recognized. It was too tall, too thin, and moving unnaturally slow. I froze, heart pounding. The figure didn't seem to notice me. It just continued to drift deeper into the forest, blending with the darkness. I wanted to run, but my legs felt frozen in place. I stared until it was gone, swallowed by the woods. When I finally returned to the tent, I told myself it had to be my imagination. There was no way something real could have been out there. I stayed awake the rest of the night, every creak of the cabin, every shifting branch outside, making my pulse spike. The next morning, my brother woke up and greeted me as usual. "Did you hear anything last night?" I asked hesitantly. He frowned, scratching his head. "Now that you mention it, yeah. I thought I heard something, but I didn't want to wake you up. It was like footsteps, right?" I felt the blood drain from my face. "Footsteps?" "Yeah," he said. "They weren't from us. Sounded like something walking through the woods, slow and dragging. Like someone was lost out there." We stared at each other, our shared unease growing. We checked around the cabin, searched the property, but there was nothing. No footprints, no signs of anyone passing through. It was just us, surrounded by silence once again. That night, we kept the fire burning and stayed close. The woods felt darker, emptier. The cabin, once familiar and safe, now seemed distant and unreachable. Every sound, a branch cracking, a distant rustle, sent chills down my spine. Around midnight, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to check again. I left the tent, walking to the edge of the trees where the shadows seemed thickest. This time, I saw it. A pale figure, even taller than before, standing just beyond the tree line. Its eyes were dark, hollow, and it tilted its head slowly as if it could feel my gaze. I held my breath, unable to look away. It took a slow step toward me, and I realized with a jolt, it wasn't walking like a person. Its legs were bent at impossible angles as though its bones didn't move naturally. Panic surged through me, but I couldn't move. I watched as it drifted closer, and then, without warning, it vanished into the trees. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. My brother and I stayed close, checking each other's sanity, waiting for the dawn. When the sun rose, we packed up and left. To this day, I still wonder what we saw. I've tried to explain it away. Maybe it was an animal, maybe my imagination. But deep down, I know it wasn't. Whatever it was watching us, waiting, and I'm not sure if it ever really left. It was a warm summer evening when my friends and I decided to take a trip to a nearby lake. The lake was small, tucked away between rolling hills and dense forests. It wasn't particularly popular, more of a hidden gem that locals like to keep quiet. We had heard stories of how peaceful it was, a perfect spot to relax under the stars. I thought it would be a calm escape from the noise of everyday life, something we all needed. The drive there was quiet, the road winding through thick woods, the sun dipping low on the horizon. When we finally arrived, the lake stretched out before us, reflecting the orange glow of the setting sun. We set up a few blankets and chairs, unpacked a picnic, and watched as the last rays of light faded into the trees. For a while, everything felt idyllic. The air was cool, the breeze gentle. We ate, talked, and joked about the usual things: work, relationships, and what we'd be doing the rest of the summer. The only sounds were the rustling leaves and the occasional splash of water. As night began to fall, we could see the first stars starting to peek through the darkening sky. The only light was from our small battery-powered lantern. It cast long shadows across the shore. We decided to take a walk along the lakeside, following a narrow, worn trail that led into the woods. The path curved gently, the trees towering over us, their leaves whispering softly in the breeze. It was peaceful, serene. I told myself how lucky we were to have found this quiet escape, away from the chaos of the world. That's when things began to shift. We had been walking for maybe 20 minutes when we noticed something odd. The sounds of nature seemed off. No chirping insects, no rustling leaves. It was too quiet. Even the gentle lapping of the water against the shore had stopped. Maybe we went too far, one of my friends said, glancing nervously around at the darkening forest. I shook my head, trying to brush it off. It's probably just the woods settling. Happens sometimes. We kept walking, but my gut told me something wasn't right. The trees seemed closer now, more oppressive, their shadows stretching longer. The path itself had started to feel more narrow, as if the forest was closing in around us. Then came the first sound. Low, distant, but unmistakable. A faint, unsettling whimper. I stopped in my tracks, listening. My friends turned to me, their faces pale. "Did you hear that?" one of them whispered. I nodded, though my throat had gone dry. The sound came again, clearer this time. A soft, mournful cry like someone was in pain. It echoed through the woods, bouncing off the trees and vanishing into the darkness. I'd never heard anything like it before. "We should go back," one of them said. Their voice was trembling, but before we could turn around, we heard it again. This time, much closer. It was like the cry was following us. My pulse quickened. I felt trapped, unable to shake the feeling that whatever was making that noise wasn't human. "Guys, we're too far in," someone said. "We need to get back. Now." But as we hurried to turn around, something caught my eye. A figure standing just beyond the edge of the trees. It wasn't human, at least not entirely. Its shape was twisted, distorted, and it seemed to blend with the shadows around it. I couldn't make out its face, just the faint glimmer of pale, empty eyes. I froze. My friends stopped too, noticing the same thing. None of us could speak, our breath catching in our throats as the figure took a step forward. It wasn't moving like a person. It was slow, deliberate, as though each step was agonizingly unnatural. The cry came again, louder, as if the figure were trying to communicate. Though what it wanted, I couldn't fathom. "Run," I whispered, and my voice cracked. Without hesitation, we turned and sprinted back toward the lake, the sound of our pounding footsteps echoing in the stillness. We didn't look back. When we finally reached the shore, we collapsed onto the blankets, gasping for air. The lake was still there, dark and calm under the moonlight, but the figure, whatever it was gone. None of us spoke for a long time. We packed up our things in silence, our minds racing. Whatever had been out there wasn't something we could explain, and part of me is still afraid it might still be watching. We haven't gone back to that lake. It was late spring when I decided to take a trip to the old lighthouse. Located on a rocky outcrop overlooking the coast, it wasn't a place people visited often. Most locals whispered about how the lighthouse had been abandoned for decades, its windows shattered and doors rusted shut. Despite the warnings, I always had a fascination with places like this, forgotten, isolated, and steeped in mystery. I parked my car at the edge of the cliff and climbed over the low fence that marked the entrance. The air was salty and thick with the smell of the ocean. The lighthouse stood tall against the gray sky, its worn brick exterior covered in moss. It was both haunting and beautiful in the fading light. I pushed open the creaking metal door at the base of the structure and stepped inside. The staircase spiraled upward into darkness, so I pulled out a flashlight from my backpack. The beam flickered, casting shaky light against the old stone walls as I made my way up. Each step echoed around me, amplifying the silence. It felt as though the place had been waiting for me, abandoned and forgotten. The higher I climbed, the more oppressive the air became, growing colder with each passing floor. By the time I reached the top, I was surrounded by the familiar smell of dust and decay. The view from the top was breathtaking. The ocean stretched out before me, waves crashing against the cliffs below. It was exactly what I had hoped for. The solitude, the silence. For a moment, I just stood there, absorbing the vastness of it all. But then I noticed something strange. In the distance, along the jagged coastline, there was movement. At first, it was just a shadow, but as I watched, it became clearer. A figure silhouetted against the horizon. They were standing there, unmoving, watching. My stomach tightened. I couldn't make out who or what they were, but there was something unnerving about the way they seemed to hold perfectly still. I tried to shake off the feeling, convincing myself it was just my imagination. I had read too many old ghost stories about this lighthouse after all. I turned back to the view, trying to distract myself, when I heard it, the faintest whisper carried on the wind. I froze, straining to hear what was being said. The words were too soft, too distant, and yet they felt closer than they should have been. My flashlight flickered again, casting long, distorted shadows on the walls. I shined it into the dark corners of the room, but there was nothing. Still, the whisper persisted, growing louder. Panic began to set in. I had never believed in ghosts, but now, alone atop this desolate lighthouse, I wasn't so sure. The figure from earlier was gone, but the feeling of being watched didn't leave. It felt like something was breathing down my neck. I began to make my way back down the stairs, the flashlight trembling in my grip. With each creak of the old wood, I felt the weight of the silence pressing down harder. The whispers didn't stop, but now they seemed to be coming from within the walls themselves. By the time I reached the bottom, my legs were shaking, and my breath came in short, ragged gasps. The door I had entered through loomed ahead, the only way out. I tried to turn the handle, but it was stuck. I yanked at it, heart racing, but it wouldn't budge. That's when I realized something had locked me inside. Panic surged through me. I spun around trying to find another way out, but the only way was up. The whispers had grown into screams now, echoing through the narrow corridors, but there was no one there. I stumbled back toward the staircase, the flashlight beam cutting through the dark like a lifeline. I kept climbing, each step feeling heavier, each echo more deafening. It was only when I reached the top that I saw them again, the figure from earlier. They were inside now, standing at the base of the staircase, staring up at me. Their face was obscured by shadows, but I could feel their gaze, cold and unrelenting. There was no escape. I didn't scream. I didn't move. All I could do was watch as they began to ascend, their movements slow and deliberate, like they had all the time in the world. I had always loved driving. Long road trips, winding highways, and the sense of freedom they brought. That's why I decided to take an impromptu trip one evening, just to escape the noise of the city. No destination in mind, just me, my car, and an open road stretching ahead. It was around 10 p.m. when I hit the road. The air was crisp and the moon hung low in the sky, casting its silver glow on the empty highways. I didn't mind the quiet. The roads were deserted, and aside from the occasional passing car, I felt like I had the world to myself. Hours passed, and I found myself driving through farmland. The fields stretched on for miles, with barns and old wooden fences lining the road. I kept going, entranced by the solitude and the sound of the tires humming on the pavement. There wasn't a soul in sight. As I rounded a bend, I noticed something strange. Off in the distance, a figure walking along the side of the road. At first, I thought it was someone out for a late-night stroll. But as I got closer, I realized it wasn't quite human. The figure moved in a way that didn't make sense. Its steps were slow, almost unnatural, like it was gliding rather than walking. It wore a tattered coat that seemed too large for its frame, trailing behind like something out of a dream. The closer I got, the more I felt that something wasn't right. I slowed the car, unsure what to do. The figure turned its head slowly, almost mechanically, and locked eyes with me. There was no expression on its face, just hollow, empty blackness where eyes should have been. Panic shot through me. I didn't know whether to stop or speed away, but something kept me glued to my seat, unable to look away. It wasn't fear, at least not the kind I was used to. It was as though I was being drawn in. compelled to stay and witness whatever this was. As I drove past, the figure continued its slow, unnatural pace. I turned to glance in the rearview mirror, expecting to see nothing but the empty road behind me. But there it was again, staring at me, still moving forward. I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed, as if whatever that thing was still out there, trailing me through the night. Minutes passed in silence, but the weight of the encounter lingered. I drove faster, trying to outrun whatever had followed me. My heart pounded in my chest, each mile marker flashing by like a countdown. Eventually, I found a small gas station tucked away in the middle of nowhere. I pulled in, trying to catch my breath. It was eerily quiet, the kind of silence that felt oppressive. I glanced around, half expecting to see the figure again. But there was nothing. I went inside, bought a bottle of water, and forced myself to sit on one of the benches outside. I tried to shake the feeling, telling myself it had been a trick of the mind, but deep down, I knew better. Just as I was about to get back in my car, I heard it. Slow, deliberate footsteps. I turned, expecting nothing. But there it was again, standing at the edge of the gas station, staring at me with those hollow black eyes. It didn't move closer, didn't make a sound. It just stood there, watching, as if waiting for something. I sat frozen, my breath hitching. The air grew colder, as though the world itself was holding its breath. Then, in a whisper that seemed to come from inside my own mind, I heard it again. "You can't escape." I didn't wait. I slammed the car into gear and sped off, leaving the figure behind. The road stretched out ahead of me, endless and dark, but no matter how fast I drove, I knew I couldn't outrun whatever had been following me. It was still there, waiting in the shadows. The night of the power outage was supposed to be like any other. I had decided to visit the nearby park for an evening walk, something I did regularly to clear my head. The park was large, surrounded by woods, and during the day it was a peaceful place, but at night it took on a different feel. Isolated, mysterious. It was around 10 p.m. when I arrived. The air was crisp, and the only sound was the crunch of gravel beneath my feet. The park was completely empty. Not a single light from any street lamp or building. The power had gone out in the entire area earlier that evening, casting everything in deep, unnatural darkness. I didn't mind the quiet at first. In fact, it felt kind of serene. I continued walking down the main trail, the stars above me barely illuminating the path. It was peaceful, but something about the absence of light made the woods feel heavier, more oppressive. The trees loomed closer, casting long, distorted shadows that shifted with the breeze. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. A chill ran down my spine as I stopped and glanced around. The park was vast, stretching farther than I could see in the darkness. I told myself to stop being paranoid, but the silence was so complete it felt as though something was watching, waiting. I had no phone service, no way to call for help if anything went wrong. I picked up my pace, walking faster. My breath fogged in the cold air, and the woods seemed to close in more with each step. That's when I heard it, the sound of faint rustling behind me. I spun around, heart racing, but there was nothing. Just trees, shadows stretching endlessly. "Hello?" I called out, my voice breaking the silence. No response. I listened harder, straining my ears, but the only thing I could hear was the wind whispering through the branches. I continued walking, nerves frayed. The trail twisted and turned, and soon I found myself farther from where I had entered. The forest seemed to grow denser, darker. I couldn't see the path anymore, the trees too thick. I stopped, realizing I was lost. Panic set in. I turned around, hoping to retrace my steps, but the trail behind me had vanished. It was as though the woods had swallowed it whole. I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed, as though something was lurking just beyond my vision, unseen but present. I tightened my jacket around me and forced myself to breathe, trying to calm my racing thoughts. Then I heard it again, A faint whisper carried on the wind. It sounded like my name. I froze. My stomach twisted and I tried to convince myself it was just the wind, but something told me otherwise. My name echoed once more, softer this time, as though the air itself was speaking it. "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice shaky. No response. My heart pounded louder now, a deafening rhythm in the stillness. The whisper came again, closer this time, so close I could feel it brushing against my ear. I stumbled backward, bumping into something solid, something that shouldn't have been there. I spun around and froze. In front of me stood a figure, draped in what looked like tattered, flowing fabric. Its face was hollow, devoid of features, and its eyes gleamed faintly with an otherworldly light. It was taller than any person, and its presence felt ancient, unnatural. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. The figure took a slow step forward, and I realized it wasn't walking. It glided, as though floating just above the ground. The woods seemed to press in around me, closing tighter, until there was nothing but the sound of my ragged breathing. Then, from behind me, I heard a voice, low and hollow. "You're not supposed to be here." I spun around again, but there was no one there. The figure had vanished. I stood there trembling, my mind unable to comprehend what I had just seen. I turned and stumbled away from the spot, not looking back. The woods seemed endless, but somehow I found my way back to the edge of the park. By the time I made it home, the sun was beginning to rise. I never went back to that park again. I remember the day like it was yesterday, though I wish I could forget it. It was supposed to be an ordinary trip, a simple afternoon drive through the countryside with my wife. We had rented a small, quirky cabin tucked away by a lake, a few hours from home. The idea was to escape the noise of the city and just spend some quiet time by the water. The drive there was uneventful. The winding roads were flanked by endless fields and dense forests. We passed a few scattered towns, but otherwise saw no one. It felt serene, almost like stepping back in time. We arrived at the cabin late in the afternoon, the sun casting long shadows across the landscape. The place was exactly as advertised, isolated, surrounded by towering trees, with the lake just a short walk away. We unpacked, made some tea, and sat on the porch, listening to the birds and the distant hum of insects. By evening, we ventured down to the lake. It was calm, the water reflecting the colors of the sunset. We decided to take a walk along the shore, hand in hand, soaking in the peaceful atmosphere. That's when it started. It began with faint whispers carried on the breeze. I didn't say anything at first, but I felt it, like someone was talking just out of earshot. I glanced at my wife, and I could tell she had heard it too. We stopped and looked around, but there was no one in sight. The whispers continued, growing louder, though the breeze was the only thing disturbing the stillness. "Did you hear that?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I did," I replied, trying to keep calm, but my stomach twisted in knots. We decided to turn back toward the cabin. The feeling of being watched had become overwhelming. The whispering followed us, now indistinct, like murmurs too faint to understand. It felt like the trees themselves were watching. Back at the cabin, we locked the door and sat close together on the couch, trying to shake off the sense of unease. The whispers had stopped, but the silence now felt oppressive, as though something was waiting just beyond our perception. Later that night, after we had gone to bed, it happened again. I woke up to the sound of footsteps outside the cabin. Slow, deliberate steps. I sat up, straining to hear. The wooden floor creaked under heavy, uneven movement. I nudged my wife awake, and we both listened, our ears pressed to the wall. The footsteps didn't stop. They circled the cabin, as if something was moving around, studying us from the outside. "Is someone out there?" my wife whispered, her voice trembling. I didn't answer. I couldn't. My throat was dry. The steps continued, now sounding closer, more distinct. I could hear breathing now. Slow, shallow breaths that didn't belong to any living person, In a desperate attempt to break the tension, I grabbed my phone to call for help. But the screen stayed black. No signal. Nothing. My hands shook as I set it down. Then came a new sound. The knocking. Soft at first, but persistent. The knocks came from the windows, as though something was testing them, probing, searching for a way in. I pressed my back against the bed, the cold wall pressing against my skin. It was like they knew we were there. The knocking grew louder, more aggressive. The whispers returned, but this time they were right outside. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but it was as though whatever was out there was trying to tell us something. Something we couldn't hear. Something we couldn't comprehend. After what felt like hours, the noises stopped as abruptly as they had started. The silence that followed was almost worse. My wife and I sat motionless, afraid to move. Eventually, we must have drifted back to sleep, though the unease lingered with us. In the morning, there was nothing. No trace of anyone or anything. The lake was calm, the trees stood still, and the whispers had faded with the night. But I know what I heard, what we both experienced. And even now, when I think about it, I feel the weight of those moments, of something that wasn't meant to be there, something that was watching, waiting. I never understood what it was, and I hope I never have to again. The air was thick with the smell of salt and the distant sound of waves crashing against the shore. It was a calm evening when my friends and I decided to take a spontaneous trip to the beach. The sun was just beginning to set, casting long shadows across the sand as we arrived. We parked near the shore, the tires crunching softly on the gravel. There were only a few scattered families and a couple of couples enjoying the evening, but the vast beach felt almost empty. The horizon stretched endlessly, the ocean in front of us glowing with the fading light of the day. We set up a small bonfire, sitting on the warm sand, the flames flickering and casting dancing shadows. The sound of the waves was soothing, and the cool breeze carried the smell of the sea. For a while, everything felt perfect. It was one of those simple moments you cherish. Good company, good weather, and nothing but the vast ocean around you. As the night deepened, we got lost in conversation, laughing and sharing stories. Time slipped away. At some point, I noticed the others had fallen into a comfortable silence, gazing out at the water. I turned to look at them, but something felt off. The ocean was unusually quiet. There was no typical hum of waves crashing against the shore, no seagulls squawking. It felt still, as though the entire beach had been frozen in time. I got up and walked to the edge of the water, the sand cooling beneath my feet. The horizon stretched endlessly, the darkening sky blending with the sea. But that silence, it gnawed at me, crawling under my skin. A faint glow emerged from the water, far out beyond the waves. At first, I thought it was just the reflection of the moon, but the light wasn't reflecting off the surface. It was coming from beneath it. A pulse, rhythmic and slow, like a heartbeat. I called out to my friends, but no sound came from my mouth. I turned around to them, but they weren't there anymore. I was alone. Panic set in as I turned back to the ocean. The glow was closer now, stretching closer to the surface. I could see it more clearly, an unnatural, eerie light that seemed to come from something below. A figure emerged from the water, pale and translucent. Its face was obscured, its body skeletal, almost ghost-like. It didn't move like a living thing. It glided toward me with a slow, unsettling grace, the light from beneath its form illuminating the dark waters. I stood frozen, unable to breathe, unable to look away. The creature came closer, and I could feel its presence invading my mind, as if it had seen straight through me. The air was thick, and the sound of the waves had vanished entirely. In that moment, I realized I wasn't alone anymore. The figure stopped, its shadow stretching toward me. But it didn't speak. It didn't need to. I could feel the weight of its gaze, its intent, silent and suffocating. I tried to move, to run, but my body wouldn't respond. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure dissolved into the water, vanishing without a trace. The ocean returned to its restless state, waves crashing against the shore once more. The sound returned, but it no longer felt familiar. The beach was empty again, and my friends had never been there. I stood there, heart racing, staring at the vast, dark ocean. Alone. Whatever had come from the water was gone, but I knew it hadn't left. It had taken something with it, something I couldn't explain, and I was left wondering if it would ever come back. It was late summer, and I decided to take a day off to explore the old abandoned amusement park. No one had been there in years, and the place had become a local legend. I remember hearing whispers about it being haunted, but I always dismissed those tales as just folklore. The park sat just a few miles from town, hidden between the trees, its entrance overgrown with weeds and ivy. When I arrived, the sight of rusting roller coasters and decayed ticket booths sent a chill through me. The once vibrant colors of the rides had faded to dull grays and greens. It was eerily quiet, the kind of silence that presses on your ears, making your own breathing feel too loud. I stood at the entrance for a long moment, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension. I began exploring, walking through the empty park, my footsteps echoing on the cracked pavement. There was a sense of emptiness so profound, it felt as if the park itself was holding its breath. Everything seemed frozen in time, as if the park had been waiting for someone like me to come back. The longer I wandered, the more unsettling it became. The rides loomed above, their rusted tracks creaking softly in the wind. I passed the old Ferris wheel, its once bright lights now dull and flickering weakly. The carousel had lost its once lively tunes, now reduced to the faintest of echoes. I decided to check out the haunted house ride, the most infamous attraction. The faded sign above the entrance read, "Dark Carnival." I hesitated, standing at the entrance, my heart thudding in my chest. The thought of venturing inside made my stomach churn, but curiosity won out. I stepped inside. The first few steps felt normal enough, but as I moved deeper, I noticed something strange. The air grew colder, and the silence became more oppressive. Shadows seemed to dance along the walls, shifting in ways they shouldn't. I could hear distant whispers, but every time I turned, there was nothing there. At one point, I came to a part of the ride where mirrors used to reflect the illusion of endless hallways. But, instead of reflections, I saw something far more disturbing. Shadows that stretched and writhed as if they were alive. My breath hitched, and I quickly turned away, my pulse racing. The further I explored, the more the whispers became distinct. They weren't voices, but something far more sinister. Low, echoing murmurs that seemed to come from inside my own head. I kept walking, trying to shake off the feeling of being watched. The walls around me seemed to pulse faintly, as if the place itself was alive. Suddenly, the ground beneath my feet shifted. I stumbled forward and fell, landing hard. As I scrambled to my feet, I saw something on the floor. A black handprint, impossibly large, as if made by something inhuman. My stomach twisted as I realized the prints led deeper into the maze of the haunted house. Terror gripped me, but I couldn't bring myself to turn back. The shadows felt closer now, watching, waiting. I pressed on, hearing the whispers growing louder, more insistent. It was as if whatever was there was feeding off my fear. Finally, I emerged from the dark maze and found myself back in the open air, beneath the pale light of the moon. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself, but the feeling of being followed didn't fade. I glanced back toward the entrance of the haunted house. The whispers were now louder, as if they were surrounding me. Then I saw it, a figure standing motionless by the entrance, its face obscured by shadows. It wasn't human. Its eyes glowed faintly, a faint, otherworldly light that seemed to pierce through the darkness. I ran. I didn't look back. I sprinted toward the exit, every step feeling like it might be my last. The figure didn't follow, but I could still hear the whispers in my ears, clearer than ever. The next morning, I drove past the park on my way home. The place seemed just as desolate as before, but something felt different. The whispers still echoed in my head, and I swear I could hear them even now, as if whatever I encountered had found a way into my mind, and I could never escape it. I've always loved hiking and spending time in nature. It was one of those things that grounded me, being out in the woods, away from the noise of the world. A few weeks ago, my friends and I decided to explore a trail we hadn't been on before. It wasn't too far from town, but far enough that we figured we'd have it to ourselves. The day was perfect. Clear skies, the sun warming our backs as we hiked deeper into the woods. We made our way to a secluded clearing, nestled between towering trees. It was peaceful. Birds chirped, and the wind whispered through the leaves, carrying the scent of pine. We set up camp near a stream, took off our backpacks, and stretched out, content to take in the beauty of the forest. As the sun began to dip lower, casting long shadows across the trees, we gathered around the fire we'd built. The crackling sound of the flames was soothing, and we all felt at ease, joking and sharing stories. I didn't realize how dark it had become until one of my friends pointed up at the sky. "It's almost pitch black," she said, squinting upward. We all looked at each other, the laughter fading into a heavy silence. None of us had expected how fast the night would fall. The forest seemed to absorb the fading light, leaving us in complete darkness, save for the fire. Then, something shifted. I wasn't sure if it was the stillness of the forest or the creeping sensation in the pit of my stomach, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were no longer alone. I didn't want to alarm my friends, so I brushed it off, telling myself it was probably just the wind rustling the leaves or my imagination playing tricks. But then I heard it. A faint, unnatural noise coming from deeper in the woods. It wasn't a creature or an animal. It was something wrong. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it toward the source of the noise. The beam cut through the trees, but there was nothing there, just more blackness. My friends noticed my unease and asked if I was okay. I hesitated, not wanting to sound crazy, but my voice came out shaky as I answered. "There's something out there." One of my friends scoffed. "It's probably just a deer or something." I wanted to believe that, but it didn't feel like an animal. The noise grew louder, a faint, rhythmic tapping. It was distant at first, then closer. Each tap echoed through the trees, growing louder and more persistent. "I think we should head back," I said, my voice trembling. "Back where?" one of my friends asked. "The trail's too far. We'd be walking in the dark." But something about the forest felt off, like the trees themselves were watching us. The tapping continued, closer now, like something was moving through the underbrush. Then, the silence shattered. A figure emerged from the trees, moving in a way that wasn't human. Its form was elongated, almost unnatural, and it moved without making a sound. I could barely process what I was seeing, my heart racing as I fumbled with my flashlight. The beam hit it, and that's when I saw its face. No eyes, no mouth, just a hollow black void where a face should have been. It stood there, unmoving, watching us. I couldn't breathe. I wanted to scream, but my voice was caught in my throat. The thing didn't approach us, but it didn't leave either. It just stood there, watching. One of my friends whispered, "What is that?" "I have no idea," I managed to choke out. We sat frozen, staring at the figure until the tapping started again. But this time, it wasn't coming from the direction of the figure. It was coming from behind us, from the clearing where we had our camp. We spun around, shining our flashlights. There was nothing there, just the fire, flickering dimly. But the tapping grew louder, now on both sides of us. Panic set in. We grabbed our things and ran, not looking back, not stopping, until we reached the trail. The figure never followed us, but the sounds didn't stop. They still echo in my mind. Even now, As I sit here writing this, I keep wondering, what was that thing? And why didn't it come after us? It started with a simple evening trip. Just me and my partner, leaving the city behind for a quiet night under the stars. We had packed a cooler, a few blankets, and our hiking gear. The plan was to find a secluded spot, away from the noise, to enjoy the night sky. We drove out of town, into the rolling hills, the familiar sights of the city fading behind us. The roads became narrower, winding through forests, the trees towering overhead, blocking out the last of the fading light. By the time we reached a clearing by a small lake, the sun had vanished, leaving us in complete darkness. The spot was perfect. No light pollution, just the stillness of nature. We set up our tent near the water's edge, ate some snacks, and stretched out on our blankets, gazing at the sky. It was peaceful, serene. For a while, we didn't say much, just soaking in the quiet. Around midnight, we decided to take a walk along the shore. The lake was calm, almost like a mirror reflecting the stars above. I felt a sense of tranquility, the kind you only get when you're far from everything. But as we walked, something felt off. The night seemed to stretch out longer than it should have. We could hear nothing, no animals, no rustling leaves, not even the usual sounds of insects. It was too quiet. We stopped, staring out at the lake. The water was black as ink, undisturbed. That's when I noticed it, a figure. It was standing by the water, its shape indistinct against the dark. I called out to my partner, but the words caught in my throat. The figure didn't move, didn't react. It just stood there, watching. I couldn't make out any details, but the feeling of wrongness was overwhelming. "Who's there?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The figure didn't respond. It stayed perfectly still, just watching. The silence stretched, unbearable now. I wanted to look away, to turn back to the tent, but my feet wouldn't move. My partner, sensing my unease, grabbed my hand and pulled me, whispering, "Let's go." We hurried back to the tent, but as we reached it, I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed. I kept looking over my shoulder, but there was nothing. The lake and the woods were still and lifeless. We tried to convince ourselves it was just our imagination. Maybe it was a deer or some reflection playing tricks on us. We locked ourselves in the tent and lay there, my heart racing. At some point, I dozed off, but I woke suddenly. It wasn't the sound of footsteps that stirred me. It was the sense of someone watching. I peeked out of the tent, heart pounding, and saw the figure again just a few feet away from the tent. It was closer now, still motionless, still watching. I could feel its presence, an oppressive weight that made it hard to breathe. I wanted to scream, to run, but my body wouldn't move. Then, without warning, the figure turned and walked into the darkness, fading into the trees. The silence was deafening again except for the sound of my breath, shallow and trembling. We didn't sleep the rest of the night. By morning, everything was gone. No figure, no eerie presence. Just the quiet lake, the trees, and the silence. We packed up quickly, leaving before the sun rose. I haven't been back to that spot since. I don't know what we saw, but I know one thing for sure. The woods are still out there, waiting. I still can't explain what happened that night, but I know it changed me. It started as an ordinary evening, one I'll never forget. It was a quiet neighborhood, the kind where everyone knew each other but no one really talked. I lived in a small apartment building that sat on the edge of town. There was a small green space between my building and the one next door, a small, overgrown park that most people seem to forget about. That night, I decided to go for a walk. Nothing strange about that, just me, some headphones, and a desire to clear my head. The air was cool, the streets nearly deserted. As I wandered toward the park, something about the atmosphere felt off. It wasn't just the silence or the empty streets. It was a deeper, more unsettling feeling, like the world had shifted slightly off kilter. I arrived at the park and noticed how different it felt from the last time I'd been there. The grass was overgrown, weeds pushed through the cracks in the pavement. The air smelled strange, almost metallic like blood. I ignored it, telling myself it was just the city noise creeping into my thoughts. I took a few steps into the park, the faint glow of the streetlights flickering. Suddenly, I heard something, the sound of footsteps. My heart jumped as I turned around, expecting to see someone behind me. But there was no one, just the empty path, the trees swaying gently in the breeze. I shook my head, assuming it was my imagination, and started walking again. The crunch of gravel under my shoes felt too loud. That's when I noticed something strange. A figure standing at the far end of the park beneath one of the dim streetlights. It wasn't moving, just standing there, head tilted, staring at me. I froze. There was something off about the figure. It wasn't human, at least not in any way I could comprehend. The shape was distorted, elongated, like a tall black silhouette but with no discernible features. No eyes, no mouth, just pure darkness. The way it stood felt unnatural, as if it didn't belong to this world. I couldn't look away. My legs felt like stone, frozen in place as I watched this thing. It didn't seem to move, didn't make a sound, but I could feel its presence, cold and oppressive. Then, as if sensing my fear, the figure shifted, just slightly. Its body contorted in a way that seemed impossible, unnatural. It leaned toward me, and I swear I felt a chill crawl up my spine. I didn't want to wait around to find out what would happen next. I turned and bolted, my breath ragged as I sprinted back toward the street. My mind raced, trying to convince me that I had imagined the figure. But deep down, I knew I hadn't. I didn't look back, didn't stop until I was back inside my apartment, locked safely behind the door. I sat there, the lights off, waiting for morning. My hands trembled as I replayed the figure in my mind. I don't know what I saw that night, but it wasn't human, and whatever it was, I can feel it still watching, waiting. My friends and I had been planning a hiking trip for weeks, a chance to escape the city and immerse ourselves in the quiet, untouched beauty of the mountains. We were tired of screens and the constant noise of everyday life. This would be our chance to disconnect and recharge. The trailhead was only about an hour's drive from town, and we arrived just as the sun was beginning to set. The air was crisp, and the towering pines stretched endlessly in every direction. The trail was well worn, though not overly crowded. It was perfect. As we started the hike, the conversations flowed, and we basked in the sounds of nature, the crunch of gravel beneath our feet, the soft rustling of leaves, and the distant call of birds. We decided to set up camp a few miles in, beside a stream that meandered through the forest. The spot felt isolated and peaceful, exactly what we were looking for. As we set up our tents and built a fire, the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the ground. That's when it started. At first, it was subtle, a faint rustling in the underbrush. I figured it was just some wildlife, maybe a deer or a squirrel. But as the evening deepened, the sounds grew more distinct. It wasn't just the rustling anymore. There were footsteps. Quiet at first, but steady, following us. I stopped and turned around, expecting to see one of my friends. But no one was there. The woods were still except for the distant hum of insects. I didn't say anything to the others. I didn't want to worry them, but my nerves were already fraying. Every step we took, I felt like we were being watched. The sounds of the forest, which had been so comforting earlier, now felt oppressive. It wasn't just wildlife out there anymore. By the time we made it to camp, the shadows had grown long and deep. The fire we built crackled loudly, and we huddled close, trying to keep warm. I kept my eyes on the tree line, expecting to see someone emerge, but nothing ever came. It wasn't until later, after we had settled in, that I noticed something strange. The footsteps, whatever was following us, they had stopped. The forest was silent once again. But it wasn't a comforting silence. It felt wrong, hollow, as though something had vanished. I woke up a few hours later, shivering. The fire had burned down to a few glowing embers, but the night was still warm. I stepped out of my tent, hoping some fresh air would calm me. As I stood there, looking at the quiet trees, I noticed something bizarre. The usual sounds of the night, the rustling of leaves, the distant chirp of crickets, were gone. The forest was completely still. Then I heard it, a soft, uneven breathing. It was coming from the woods, just beyond the tree line. My blood ran cold. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I was rooted in place, unable to tear my eyes away from the dark. The breathing grew louder, more distinct. It wasn't human, that much was clear. It was shallow, labored, almost as if whatever was out there was struggling to draw air. The sound wasn't far from where we had camped, but the direction was unclear. I felt like whatever was out there was looking for us, and now that it had found us, it was circling closer. A chill ran down my spine as I realized something. Those footsteps earlier, they weren't just following us. They were guiding something toward us, toward the camp. I could feel the presence growing closer. My mind raced with thoughts. Should I wake my friends? But what could I tell them? I didn't want to put them in more danger than they already were. Instead, I grabbed my flashlight and shined it toward the woods, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever was out there. For a moment, there was nothing, just the endless shadows and the faint rustling of leaves. And then I saw it. A figure. Tall, obscured by darkness but unmistakable. Its form wasn't human. It seemed wrong, like something twisted and unnatural. It stared at me from the edge of the trees, unmoving, its hollow eyes glinting in the faint light of my flashlight. My heart thudded in my chest as I stared back, frozen in place. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs wouldn't move. The figure took a step forward, and I could see now, the uneven, staggering gait as if it wasn't fully human. The outline of its face was blurred, almost as if it wasn't meant to be seen. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, it vanished into the woods. The breathing stopped. The silence returned. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. My friends never woke up. By dawn, I convinced myself that whatever it was gone. I woke them and told them we needed to leave, that I wasn't feeling well. None of them questioned it. We hiked out of the forest, and I've never gone back. I've tried to convince myself it was just fear and exhaustion, that I imagined everything. But even now, I can't forget those hollow eyes, staring from the darkness. Whatever it was, I don't believe we were alone that night. I've always loved spending my weekends exploring nature, far from the city lights and noise. A few friends and I decided to go on a hiking trip into the mountains. Remote trails, hidden caves, and the promise of peace. We left early on a Saturday, driving for hours into the wilderness, leaving behind cell service and any form of modern convenience. The trailhead was a quiet spot, surrounded by towering pines and the hum of insects buzzing in the heat. We set off, excited to lose ourselves in the trees and rocks. The trail was rough but rewarding, winding deeper into the forest as the day wore on. We didn't see a single person the entire time, just the distant sounds of birds and the crunch of leaves beneath our feet. We stopped to rest after a few hours, finding a small clearing by a bubbling stream. It was serene, perfect for a break. We filled our bottles with cold water and spread out our packs, eating snacks and laughing. It felt like we were the only people left in the world. After eating, we decided to explore further. The trail continued on, snaking around the mountain, but something felt off. The quiet was louder than before, almost oppressive. My friends joked about how strange the silence was, but I wasn't laughing. I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. It wasn't until we were deep in the woods that we noticed the marks on the trees. Long, claw-like scratches gouged into the bark, running high and low, as if something large had passed through. I stopped, staring at them. My stomach churned. "Do you think a bear did this?" I asked, pointing. "No way," one of my friends replied, laughing. Bears don't make marks like that. Look, these are way too high." I nodded, feeling a knot form in my stomach. The idea of a bear, or anything large, hadn't crossed my mind, but these marks were unnatural. We looked around, but the trees seemed lifeless, their silence stretching into an eerie stillness. We pressed on, but the feeling of being watched only grew stronger. By the time we reached the base of the mountain, the sun was low on the horizon. The shadows of the trees stretched long across the ground. We decided it was time to head back, but something wasn't right. It felt like we were walking in circles, the trail no longer familiar. When we stopped to check our maps, we realized it wasn't the trail that had shifted. It was us. We weren't lost exactly, but we were disoriented, unable to find the landmarks we remembered. The air felt thicker, as though the forest had swallowed everything familiar. We retraced our steps, but nothing looked the same. Every tree felt like a stranger. We finally decided to make camp. It wasn't ideal, but we needed to rest. As night fell, the forest became even more silent. It was a different kind of quiet, one that felt heavy, almost oppressive. The usual sounds of insects and wildlife had vanished, leaving only the faint rustle of leaves in the wind. I couldn't sleep. Something felt off. My friends drifted into restless slumber, but I stayed awake, watching the shadows shift around the fire. Every little noise made me jump. The snap of a twig, the whisper of wind through the trees. I knew something was watching us. I just couldn't explain how I knew. At some point, I heard it. A low, distorted whisper. Faint at first, but growing louder. It came from the trees, as if something was calling to us. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The whisper became clearer, more insistent. "Come. Closer." The voice was not human. It was hollow, distant, like it came from the shadows themselves. My pulse quickened as I stared into the darkness, heart pounding. I woke my friends, but the whispering stopped as soon as they opened their eyes. The forest returned to silence. They didn't hear it. They didn't see anything. And as much as I wanted to dismiss it, I knew what I'd heard. The thing, whatever it was, hadn't left us. It was still there, waiting. In the morning, we packed up and made our way back down the mountain, moving as quickly as we could. The woods were still quiet, but the feeling of being watched didn't fade. By the time we made it back to the trailhead, I looked behind us one last time. The trees loomed taller, darker, and deep within them, I knew we weren't alone. It was an ordinary day, or so I thought. My family had decided to spend the weekend at a nearby lake, a place we used to visit years ago when I was a child. I remember the crisp air, the sound of the water gently lapping at the shore, and the quiet seclusion. It was the perfect escape from the chaos of everyday life. We arrived in the late afternoon, the sun sinking low in the sky. My parents unpacked the car while my siblings and I ran toward the water. The familiar smell of pine and damp earth filled the air, and for a while everything felt calm and peaceful. We fished off the dock, laughed, and swam in the cool, clear water. As the sun began to set, we decided to set up camp near the lake. My dad had brought a tent, and we found a spot far from the main area surrounded by thick trees. The fire crackled softly, and we roasted marshmallows and shared stories. It was exactly what we needed, a break from the noise and stress. Around midnight, my parents decided it was time to turn in. I stayed by the fire, wanting to soak in the stillness of the night for just a little longer. The firelight flickered against the trees, casting long shadows. The only sounds were the gentle lapping of the water and the occasional rustle of leaves. I must have dozed off, because the next thing I knew, I was awake and shivering. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, leaving only faint traces of warmth. The forest around me was silent, but there was something off. I sat up, stretching my arms. The air felt colder than before, and there was a strange stillness, like the whole world had stopped breathing. I glanced at the tree line, expecting to see the familiar shape of the tent, but it was gone. In its place was only darkness. At first, I thought maybe my family had gone for a walk or stepped away from the camp, but something didn't feel right. I called out their names, my voice swallowed by the stillness. No response. I stood up, my heart hammering. The night was pitch black, with only the faint glow of the stars to guide me. My breath fogged in the cold air, and the oppressive silence wrapped around me like a heavy blanket. I tried to stay calm, telling myself they were just nearby, maybe searching for firewood or exploring. I made my way toward the tree line, stepping cautiously over the uneven ground. The woods seemed endless, the trees towering above me, their branches twisting in strange, unnatural shapes. The silence grew louder with every step I took. It wasn't until I stumbled across something that I stopped cold. A trail of small bare footprints in the dirt. They were tiny, almost childlike, but there were no children in our group. I followed them for a few steps before the unease turned to terror. The footprints led away from our camp toward the deeper parts of the forest. "Mom? Dad? Sam? Emma?" I called again, my voice breaking. My knees felt weak as I followed the trail, the strange prints leading me further into the trees. The silence was deafening, and every creak of the branches overhead seemed like it was drawing closer. Finally, I stumbled upon something, a faint light, not from the stars or the moon, but from a source deeper in the woods. It flickered like a distant candle. My stomach sank as I moved closer, my pulse quickening. What I found made my skin crawl. A clearing opened up ahead, and there, in the middle of it, was a figure standing perfectly still. It was cloaked in shadows, its features obscured by the darkness, but I could feel its presence, like something ancient and otherworldly. I froze, unable to look away. The figure didn't move, didn't react, but I could feel its gaze upon me. I wanted to turn and run, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. Suddenly, the figure tilted its head as if examining me. A sharp, dry crack echoed through the forest as it took a slow step forward. I could hear my breath, shallow and ragged, as I watched in silent horror. Then, just as quickly as it appeared, the figure was gone. The light flickered once more and vanished into the darkness. Tears blurred my vision as I turned and ran. The forest seemed endless, but I didn't care. All I wanted was to get back to the camp, back to some sense of safety. I didn't stop until I could see the faint glow of the remaining embers from the fire. When I got there, I found my family. They were unharmed, asleep in the tent as if nothing had happened. They had no memory of waking up in the middle of the night, no memory of wandering into the woods, as if time had folded and they hadn't been touched by whatever had stalked me. To this day, I don't know what I saw, what followed me through those woods. All I know is that I haven't returned to that place. The memories still haunt me, and every time I hear the sound of silence, I'm reminded of that night, when something far beyond explanation walked in the shadows. It was a late afternoon when I found myself walking through an unfamiliar forest. The dense trees stretched endlessly, their branches arching over the narrow trail, casting long, wavering shadows that danced in the fading light. The forest was eerily quiet. No birds, no rustling leaves, just the crunch of my boots on the dirt path. I wasn't supposed to be here. I'd gotten lost after taking a wrong turn while hiking alone. My phone had died hours ago, and now the sun was dipping below the horizon, leaving the forest in an unnatural twilight. My heart pounded as I tried to find a way back, but the trail seemed to have vanished, leaving only a maze of trees and endless undergrowth. As the sky darkened, a chill swept through the trees. I shivered, wishing I'd brought a jacket. The quiet was becoming suffocating, oppressive. Something about it felt wrong. The wind had stopped entirely, and the usual rustling of leaves was replaced by an eerie stillness that felt almost alive. I stumbled upon an old cabin, its roof caved in and windows broken, almost blending into the surrounding woods. It stood as if untouched by time, untouched by human life. I hesitated at the threshold, the memory of horror movies flashing in my mind. But the thought of spending the night out here, lost and alone, was worse. The interior of the cabin was dark, musty, and filled with the scent of decay. Old furniture lay scattered, rotting in the corners while cobwebs stretched from wall to wall. I could feel the weight of the silence pressing down on me. As I stepped further inside, the feeling of unease intensified, as if I wasn't alone. Something was watching me. I could feel it in the way the air seemed to thicken, in the cold that seeped into my bones. My breath came out in shaky puffs as I tried to shake the feeling, telling myself it was just my nerves. I fumbled in my bag, pulling out a flashlight, its beam cutting through the dim darkness. The shadows around me writhed as I moved, forming distorted shapes on the cracked walls. Then I heard it, a faint whisper, barely audible, as if someone were standing right beside me, murmuring words I couldn't quite make out. My stomach twisted, and I swung the flashlight around, scanning the cabin. The only sound was the creak of the old wooden floor beneath my feet. "Who's there?" My voice trembled, echoing in the hollow space. No answer. I listened closely, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. The whisper came again, but this time louder, clearer. It was a name, soft but unmistakable. Sarah. I froze. My name wasn't Sarah. I spun around, the flashlight beam darting across the room, searching for any sign of movement. Nothing. Just empty, rotting furniture and the lingering darkness. My pulse thundered in my ears as I clutched the flashlight tighter, wondering if I was imagining things. Sarah. The voice was closer this time. My heart pounded as I realized it wasn't just in my head. It sounded familiar, almost like it was coming from inside my own thoughts. I stumbled toward the door, but as I reached out for the handle, I noticed something. Another whisper, fainter this time, coming from the corner of the cabin. Help. It wasn't a sound. It was a feeling. A presence in the room, as if something was leaning over my shoulder, breathing cold air into my ear. I spun around again, but there was no one there. The whisper grew louder, repeating over and over again like a loop I couldn't escape. Desperate, I tore through the cabin, my flashlight cutting through the darkness, but every corner was empty. Every step I took felt heavier, the air more suffocating. Then I heard it, closer than ever. A low, guttural voice right behind me. "Look." I whipped around, the flashlight beam illuminating the figure. But there was nothing, only my distorted reflection on the cracked mirror hanging on the wall. My breath hitched as I realized the reflection wasn't mine. The figure in the mirror had hollow eyes, its face twisted in a sick grin, its mouth moving but no sound coming out. Suddenly, the whisper stopped. The air went cold, the forest beyond the cabin silent again. I stood there, frozen, unable to move. The flashlight trembled in my hand as I turned back toward the door. As I pushed it open and stepped out into the fading light, I could feel something behind me. The whisper had vanished, but the echo of my name still hung in the air. It wasn't over. It was a quiet Sunday afternoon when my friends and I decided to explore an old, abandoned amusement park on the outskirts of town. The park had been closed for decades, overgrown with weeds and forgotten by everyone. The faded, crumbling entrance sign seemed to scream out to us, promising something eerie and unknown. The air was thick with the scent of mildew and decay. We wandered down the cracked paths, past the rusting remnants of broken rides. The Ferris wheel stood towering, skeletal and empty. Everything felt frozen in time, silent, lifeless, and oddly oppressive. No laughter or music from forgotten years echoed through the park, only the distant creak of old metal and the occasional rustling of leaves. We kept moving deeper into the park, unsure of what we were hoping to find. It wasn't the typical thrill of the unknown. It felt darker. As we approached the old carousel, I noticed something odd. The wooden horses weren't just decaying. They seemed to have faces carved into them. Hollow eyes, twisted grins. I instinctively stepped back, my pulse quickening. "What the hell is this?" someone whispered. We tried to laugh it off, but the unease was settling in too deeply. There were too many strange details, small things we couldn't ignore. The once bright colors of the rides had faded into drab, muted hues, and the air felt dense, as though it was pressing in on us. At one point, we came across an old photo booth. It was the only thing still relatively intact. The curtain was tattered, flapping in the wind, and the once vivid pictures printed from the machine were scattered across the floor. I bent down to pick one up, an image of a family smiling, frozen in time. But something wasn't right. The smiles were crooked, their eyes staring past the camera as if they were looking at something we couldn't see. Something about that photo sent a chill down my spine. I looked up, expecting to see my friends, but they had wandered off, further into the park. I hesitated for a moment before following them, clutching the photograph tightly. The deeper we went, the more things began to feel off. The sounds we had heard earlier, the creaking, the wind, began to shift into something unnatural. It wasn't just the rustling of leaves anymore, it was the faint, distant sound of laughter, but it wasn't coming from us. The laughter seemed to come from the depths of the park, distorted and hollow, echoing in ways that shouldn't have been possible. It felt like it was all around us, but we couldn't see a source. My friends exchanged uneasy glances, but none of us dared to speak. We eventually found ourselves near the old roller coaster, once grand, now rotted and skeletal. The metal rails were twisted, dangling in midair like broken teeth. Below it, there was an old wooden bench covered in mold. A single flicker of something caught my eye, a small faded envelope resting on the bench. I hesitated, but curiosity got the better of me. I knelt down and picked it up. It was sealed shut, but the paper was worn and fragile. I opened it carefully, revealing a single faded photograph inside. My breath caught in my throat. It was the same photo booth picture I had found earlier, a family frozen in time, but this one was different. The figures were closer, and their eyes weren't lifeless anymore. They were watching me, staring directly at me. Through the picture, as if they knew I had it, I could feel a cold sweat forming on my forehead. I glanced up, heart racing, and realized the laughter had stopped. The only sound was my own ragged breathing. Suddenly, my friends were screaming from deeper within the park. "Run!" someone shouted. "Get out of here!" I didn't think twice. I shoved the photo back into the envelope and bolted, my legs pumping as the distant cries of my friends echoed in the distance. I didn't stop until I reached the entrance of the park. The moment I stepped onto the pavement, the air seemed lighter, but my heart was still pounding. I didn't dare look back. That night, back home, I couldn't shake the image from my mind. The photo was still clutched tightly in my hand, the faces of the family still watching. I haven't been able to bring myself to throw it away. Whatever was out there in that park, whatever was left behind, it's still following me. I can feel it. And every night, I wonder if it's only a matter of time before it finds me again.